Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Realty411 Investor Weekend event for May. Super excited to have everybody here this morning. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers. We're kicking the day off with Paul Fink. If you haven't been here before, or if you have been here before, you've probably seen Paul because he's absolutely amazing and brings every time his A game and his ability to bring your A game to the table. Super exciting as far as that goes. Amazing way to start the day. Before we get too far into it, need to cover a couple of housekeeping items. Housekeeping item number one. Pay attention to the chat bar. Keep it open on your screen. We are going to be putting out special offers, links, downloads, and all kinds of data from our speakers throughout the day. Great place for Q&A in addition to the Q&A. There'll be a lot of traffic on there. We want to make sure that everyone gets their questions answered, so pay very, very close to the chat and the Q&A. Other than that, sit back, enjoy, learn, open your mind, and ask questions. The name of this business is real estate, and real estate means that you must take action in order to make things successful. So before we get too far into it, I'm going to introduce the lady of the hour, the benefactor, the creator of all of this, Linda Pliagas, founder and editor of Realty411. Linda, would you like to say anything before we get started with the legalese and getting Paul out of the gate? After you're unmuted.
Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm having a few technical difficulties from my end that I'm trying to figure out, so I apologize. But can you hear me by giving me the thumbs up, Dave? Everything's fine? Okay, great. Bye-bye. Wonderful. Well, thanks everyone for joining us today. I am so excited to be here and to be sharing the whole weekend with you. I promise we're going to make this weekend very worthwhile for you. We're going to share tips, strategies, techniques, and life-changing information that can really benefit you. So I'd like to just briefly read a disclosure so we can go ahead and get started. Now, just wanted to let you know, everyone, that real estate is risky and that you do need to do your own due diligence. Now, by attending our events, you acknowledge that the investment strategies mentioned may not be suitable for you and that real estate investment is inherently risky, and that all investments are subject to risks, which could result in the entire loss of your investment. And Realty411 is not responsible for any losses or outcome of any investments made by you from or after Realty411 events, or as a result of contacts made at these events. You're personally 100% responsible for your own due diligence and for all investment information and decisions with respect to any potential investment or transaction. And basically, folks, we want you to please be careful. Real estate investing is risky, but it's the best way that I know to invest and become wealthy. So that's why we're bringing these events to you. It's our pleasure to do so. And, you know, many of you may know that a lot other events of this caliber, they charge hundreds and hundreds of dollars to attend and to hear the same information that we're going to be freely giving to you. And we've been doing so for 14 years. Since 2007, we've been hosting in-person events as well as now virtual events to help educate and share the knowledge that we've accumulated over, myself personally, over the past 20 years of real estate investing. So now I would love to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Paul Fink, the Millionaire Maverick. Take it away, Paul.
Hey guys, how are you today? I am so excited to be here with you. This is Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire. And, Dave, you set me up. I bring my A game every time, and I guess I better do that this time too. So thank you, Linda. Linda and I have been together in working together and running different events, and me being here to support in the Realty411 just community. It's just been phenomenal. I've got to say it's been somewhere around 10 years. It's been forever. I've been a speaker and trainer now for about 15 years. And so most of my speaking career, I've been speaking on Linda's platform and part of the Realty411 community. Started off as a real estate investor about 20 years ago. And so it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Want to welcome all of you to today. I'm also going to come back later on today and help out with some of the hosting and introduce you to some of the other amazing speakers that are coming out later on today. And I do that because this is a valued community, and I really appreciate all that we've done together over the years. And so I come back and I give back and I help out whenever possible. And today and tomorrow I'm able to, so I do. And it's one of the principles that I live by, is to be able to give back, be part of communities, do a deep dive with the communities that I love, and be here on an ongoing basis. I tell my clients, my students, my joint venture partners on a regular basis that who you see here today is who I am. Who you'll see over and over and over again in every platform, in every place you see me, whether I'm on a platform, whether I'm in a networking event, whether I'm doing deals, whether I'm on the beach with my family or hanging out with you somewhere around the world, you'll always meet, see, and experience the same person. That congruency and that consistency is key, and it's part of how I live, and it's something that is really valuable for leaders and for people that really want to create a magnitude of abundance in their world, to live by that code. And I know Linda does, I know Dave does, and that's how I play as well. So experience that. Now, I'm called Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire, and where does that come from? Maverick is all about doing it different and creating a different result by taking different actions. You want to get massive results, you're going to take massive action. You're going to really step up, and so different massive action to create massive results. What does different look like? Over the years, I started off as an entrepreneur over 35 years ago. Started right out of college in running, doing straight commission sales, and then running my own distribution company. Within 1 year, I had 7 salespeople working for me. It's where I began, and I just kept stepping up my game every step of the way, kept shifting things up along the way to create a magnitude of results. For the first 10, 15 years, almost 20, I did okay. I got just to to okay. Maintained, paid my bills. I thought I was doing well. Now, for me, okay, in retrospect, it was okay. But at the time, I thought I was hitting it. I was creating a magnitude of results. I was creating abundance. I was making about 80, 100, maybe $120,000 a year. And for a young guy, I thought that was utopia. That was the mainstay. Well, then along the way, I started a family and ended up with 6 children, 3 sets of twins. And with 3 sets of twins, a family of 8, I realized I had to move the bar, if you will, raise it, because the amount of abundance that we needed, or what I would call abundance, had to be so much greater. And so I got really clear with what I needed to do, how I needed to show up. I got clear with who I was inside, very important. I talk about the 3 pillars of success. 3 pillars of success. The one is your business model. We're here to talk about multiple business models today. Talking about real estate and investing and how to really build wealth. Those are business structures, systems, models. We're going to be offering up tools and processes. Those tools and processes is that external game, designing websites, funnels, understanding, and I'm going to be talking about in a moment, how to negotiate, how to really get not just thousands, tens of thousands of dollars more on every single deal by effective negotiations. And the tools and strategies that I've been applying for the last 35 years, last 20 years in the real estate game. So I'm going to be talking about that a little bit more. However, there's a 3rd pillar that I haven't mentioned yet, and that's your internal game, your mindset, your belief systems, and how you show up. As Dave started, I always show up with my A game. It's one of my principles. I put together the Maverick Manifesto, which is on the sign behind me. And in the Maverick Manifesto, it talks about 100% responsibility, playing at a level 10 on a regular basis, can do, will do mentality at all times. Understanding that there's only 2 things, results or excuses, and excuses don't count. You've got to create the results. How do you do that? By following the systems, processes we have here and getting really clear with who you are and how you're showing up. It's one of the things that I coach on a regular basis. I help people really get clear with their internal game, then get clear with, all right, what tools and strategies are we going to apply to magnify your results? And then are we applying those tools, strategies, and your skill sets to the effective model, the effective business model that'll really create the abundance for you? I know in real estate, for instance, my wife really loved foreclosures and has done those for years. That's where she started, foreclosures, short sales. She loved getting with the people and really helping them through their transactions, through their challenges at the time. Me, that was something that, no, that wasn't why I got into real estate. I got into real estate to do transactions, not to work with the people. And so I liked buy and holds. I liked flips. I liked things that I could get in and out without the transactional challenges. It was, both are effective. It's just a matter of what skill sets and how do you want to live, what you want to be doing. So applying it to the right model. With all of this, what we're here to accomplish is to inspire you. And my purpose is to inspire you to live to your fullest potential. To realize that right now, whatever you're doing, whatever you've accomplished so far in your world, however you're living, there's a whole nother stratosphere, a whole nother vision of what you could be doing, of where you could be going. I know that because I've gone through those transitions multiple times over the years, continuing to climb the mountain, if you will. I remember years ago kind of stepping into this arena. I was at the time doing dental sales and started looking at real estate investing to really move the needle, if you will, and build abundance. It's the number one way to build wealth. And so I started looking at real estate investing and imagining what was possible and kind of looking up the mountain, if you will, to where I could be and where I could bring our finances and our wealth and the lifestyle. Then I got going, started taking courses, started hiring coaches and mentors, started getting in the game. And I felt I was climbing. I was jumping in. There was massive amounts of millionaires I started hanging out with. You want to be hanging out with the people that you want to become. And I started hanging out with a bunch of millionaires and billionaires even, and spending my time, quality time with them to learn who they were and what they were about so I could just rub shoulders with them and acquire some of that for myself, some of that being, if you will. Along the way, I thought I was climbing, and I did, and I built up a lifestyle. And I looked down and recognized, yes, look how far I've come. Then I looked up and recognized how much more there was to go. And not in a discouraging way, in an excited way, because there was so much more that I could climb to. I've been in the real estate game now for 20 years. And I got to tell you, I've only just begun. Been a speaker, coach, trainer now for 15. I'm only just beginning. And I say that with understanding. I've done millions and millions of dollars in real estate, millions of dollars in both real estate and speaking, coaching, training, tens of millions of dollars in both industries. And with the understanding that that's only the beginning, there's so much more. So come on, whether it's with me or other people, let's get busy and let's create a magnitude of results for your life. That's my goal. That's my prayer for you today, is that you get inspired and that you find the people that you can work with to help move you to another level, to another stratosphere. And for all of you, and some of you have seen me before, I see a few people saying hi, thank you so much. And some of you know me for the first time. For those of you that are just meeting me, I get excited, I get passionate. Only understand that this isn't a lot of yah-yah for me. This isn't just words. I walk my talk, I stand tall and do what I do every single day to be here for you and to create and to continue to be the stand for everyone around me to know what it means to keep moving forward, what it means to stand tall and to walk your talk, what it means to stand up and live by certain principles, if you will, that are absolute to create a magnitude of results and a magnitude of abundance. Who here, and I would love to engage with you on chat, who here is resonating with what I'm saying here? Give me a high five. A high five is a 5 in the chat, just the number 5. Give me a high five in the chat. You love what I'm saying, you're resonating with it, and you're hearing me loud and clear. Awesome, awesome. And also for all of you that are chatting in the chat, recognize that there's two settings in Zoom. There's panelist and attendee, and then there's just panelist. For all of you, so that we really get as much engagement as possible, go ahead and punch in panelist and attendee when you're responding so that everyone sees what's going on and we can engage in conversation as a community. Really key for you all getting the most out of what's going on here. So absolutely, thank you for that. My passion is absolute. It continues to move forward. It's the way I train. It's the way I live every day. This isn't, and some people go, oh man, this is just for show. No, this is how I live every day. And it truly is. Like I said, you'll see the same person no matter whether I'm on stage, off stage, whether I'm hanging out with my family or hanging out with friends and associates. Wherever I am, you'll see the same person. So recognize that. And thank you for appreciating that. And let's create some abundance now. I want to go to my slide deck and share with you what some details on, let's make sure I've got the right slide deck, details on how to create abundance. Let's see. No. Maybe I didn't get the right slide deck. Hold on. There's the right slide deck. Wanted to share with you some of what, I'm just gonna, I had to rearrange some things on my panel here so I can see everything effectively. So 6 and 7 figure income. Who here is looking to really move their income level to create maybe doubling their income, maybe even tripling their income over the next 12 months? Who here would love that? Give me a big D in the chat for doubling your income. You want to double your income. And I got to tell you, for most of the strategies here, you're going to be able to do that. You're going to be able to create a 6 and 7 figure income by doubling your income by working these strategies. Real estate is one of the most amazing places to go and to create that. And it's something that I did. I quickly went from 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 and got into the 7-figure realm very quickly in real estate and then in the other fields that I've been doing. And some of it had to do with what I'm going to teach you here is the techniques and strategies of negotiations. Communication is key. All too often people get into real estate and it's definitely it's a numbers game. There's a magnitude of how many offers you're placing and how many deals you're analyzing and all those components of massive action and systems and processes to create. However, then what I love is that with proper communication, effective communication, you can actually move the needle. Your conversions will go up. Your amount of money per deal can shift. And some people are like, all right, so I'll make a few $100 more per deal. No, you can make with effective communication. You can make thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of dollars more in every deal when you apply some of these strategies and techniques. So let's talk about that. Negotiations. Do you know you negotiate all day long? This is something that is within us that we do in our life every day. Do we go left or do we go right? And then we go, the simple notion that we negotiate on a regular basis for some of you scares you to death. You kind of look like this kid. And it is because we believe we're going to make, well, the wrong decision, the wrong process. The process is unpredictable and the outcome is unknown. And so we go, no, no, no. And we look to avoid it. One, there's no avoiding it. So let's get good at it. You see, we negotiate with our spouses, our kids, our boss, our auto mechanic. We negotiate with our loved ones on a regular basis. And when we negotiate in business and in real estate and realize that these techniques and strategies apply to both, when it's done right, it can become highly profitable. What excited me about real estate, when I first got into real estate, I had already been as an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur, and in sales and marketing negotiations for, almost 20 years. Then I got into real estate, and man, did I get excited, because as a real estate investor, there's not just one aspect of the deal to negotiate. You can negotiate on everything. One of the great things about real estate that is so effective is that you can trade real estate for a song and a dance, literally. So there's no stopping it. The bartering that goes on and the different components of a deal, even in traditional real estate, the magnitude of things that you can negotiate on, that, and hear this, any one of these items can make or break your deal. You have one of these items that shifts dramatically in your favor, that alone can make the deal worthwhile. And so when you multiply that by every single one of these items, now you're talking about moving the bar significantly from where you were to where you could be, when you realize all these different points that you could negotiate on. So what if you faced your fears, stepped into the negotiation by building some knowledge, thus increasing your power and become a master, what I call a master maverick negotiator? What if? What if all that I'm saying is absolute? What could this next 12 months be when you learn these techniques effectively and create thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars more on every deal? We have the Maverick community, the Maverick universe. I started the Maverick universe so many years ago, and it's now built up to a multinational community that shares information, shares knowledge, shares support, and we become your cheerleaders and your advisory board forevermore. You see, I've been a serial entrepreneur for almost 35 years, started off in psychology in college, and then went on to study neurolinguistic programming, as well as hypnotherapy, really understanding the human condition, the human mind, so that the understanding of interaction between humans, and in negotiations, nothing is more important. Became a real estate investor 20 years ago. Then I became a realtor as well as a mortgage broker, and I've done over $20 million in real estate transactions. And so many people like fudge numbers. The $20 million is actually in my own transactions that I did independently, and then there's all those that I did as a realtor and a mortgage broker and joint ventures with others. International speaker trainer. I've been international speaker and trainer for 15 years now. I've spoken in 8 different countries, 3 different continents, and am now getting back to it to do live events again. So excited. I've run over 250 boot camps all around the world. So when you're looking, if any of you are speaker coaches, trainers, and you're looking for additional training in that regard, come find me. Let's talk. And who here might be interested in, just from what you know already, interested in having a one-on-one conversation with me, go ahead and put a $sign in the chat. Let me know that you're interested. I'm going to be offering up a possibility of that in just a little bit. So we'd love to know that we're on task. Anybody interested in having a one-on-one and really understanding how they can step up their game, go ahead and put a $sign in the chat. I'm 11-time best-selling author and done over $30 million in transactions of informational products. I've trained tens of thousands of people all around the world. This is my beautiful bride, Deborah. She is my soulmate. She's been by my side for 35 years now. We started dating 35 years ago. And here's the rest of the story. My 6 children, 3 sets of twins. This is what I looked like when they were first born. Too many bills, too little time, stopped, stuck, overwhelmed. And this is what I was talking about before, where I really stepped into it and stepped up my game. And I've learned a few things in the 19, now 20 years. Real estate success. You create deals. So many people are looking for that perfect deal. And if you're not taking notes already, you need to start right now. So many people are looking for that perfect deal. You don't find perfect deals. They don't just pop out of nowhere. You can create perfect deals everywhere, though. And what do I mean by that? When you get really clear with these strategies, you can actually create a deal out of thin air. What do I mean by people are looking to find deals? People are looking to find the deals. Oh man, and they look through all the deals on MLS, or they look through the deals that are being offered up by others. Maybe they look around for foreclosures, and they're looking for the deals that are listed at the right price, that are obvious from afar that they're going to be able to grab them and do something with them. Sometimes you need to get into it to find where the gold is. You need to start digging. So place offers, regardless of whether the list price is way off from what your offer price would be. People call it low ball offers. For me, it's not low ball offers. It is offers that are actually worth what I'm offering it on, so that I can make money and that I can do what I need to do with the property. That's called an effective offer, not a low ball offer. And so be clear, you want to get into the game, and when they respond to your lower offer, now you're into negotiations. You create deals. Don't just think that they pop out of thin air. You can create more and more deals. Once you learn these techniques, you can create them over and over again. And number 3 is you can create more profit on every deal as you sharpen your axe and create and really utilize these techniques. So let's get into it. I've created the Maverick 50. For all of you that want a consultation with you, I'll absolutely send you the Maverick 50, which is 50 different strategies of techniques, all free of charge, all for you. So be clear. And by the way, that one-on-one consult, I'm not looking to charge you anything for that consult. I'd take advantage of it if I were you. I usually do charge, and in this community, I haven't, and I won't right now. And so take advantage of that. So let's get into it. Trial closes. This is one of the, tried and true in sales is trial closes. Stop negotiations by jumping to the finish line, which means trial closes are a way of asking questions to find out, are you ready to close the deal, or is there still more that you need to be doing? And when you do it early, you can get to the finish line faster and actually get a more profound effect by rushing to the finish line. But the only way to rush isn't to rush through your presentation or to rush through your engagement. Test it through trial closes. Here's one of the trial closes that I've utilized, and in this particular case, it worked really well. So observe what's going on. Recognize what's happening around you. This was a house that was right down the block from one of my other properties. And so I was doing some work in one of my other properties, managing a construction that we were doing, a rehab. And I pulled out of that property and I turned right instead of left. Turned right, went down the block and saw this property. And what's funny is I had never noticed this property before. It wasn't until later I realized that this was the same property that I never saw before, because it used to be brown. It was brown wood siding on it rather than nice vinyl. And so they had just done this with this building. And this is exactly what I saw. There was a little sign in the window right by the front door, a little sign that just said "For sale by owner." I screeched the car to a halt and went into the building, went into the home right away. The door was slightly ajar. I walked in and I heard some construction going on. The kitchen table was right in front of me, and on the kitchen table had the listing, basically a flyer. It wasn't even the listing flyer. It was just a flyer that was homemade, that the owners had put together, that had the description of the property and the listing price, what their offer was, or their asking price. And so I walked in, I heard construction, it was downstairs. I went downstairs and I asked this simple question. If I give you less than what you were asking, however, you could stop what you're doing right now, would you be interested? Now, mind you, I already had their asking price in front of me, so I was able to move through. And this was the very first sentence that I said after saying hi. That's what I mean by a trial close. And notice the formation, if then. So if I give you less, however, you could stop what you're doing right now, would you be interested? Why did I ask this particular question? Is because they were doing construction. A couple things that I noticed right away. They were doing something to the basement that I would not have looked to do with that particular basement. I had some experience already. I think I was in real estate maybe a year, and this came up. And so I knew that I was going to have to rip out what they were already doing. So did I say, oh, I'll pay you more if you just stop because I'm going to have to pay it anyway? No. I used it to my advantage. And I said, I'll give you less if you stop now, which is the benefit to them, or at least I recognized right away. Because what happened when I asked this question? Not the owner, but the guy around the corner instantly took off his utility belt, dropped it to the ground and said, "So am I done yet? Does that mean I'm finished?" You see, the couple that owned this property, they were doing the rehab themselves, and they had recruited one of their close friends to help them with it. And the close friend was tired of doing the construction. That one question with the friend right there gave me all the leverage I needed, because what was the owner supposed to say? No, after his friend dropped his utility belt and was ready to walk out the door? Absolutely. That one question netted me over $80,000, which was the profit on this one deal. That was sometime in the afternoon. By 8:30 the next morning, I had this property under contract. Really key. That one question was a trial close that got me right to the finish line immediately. 3-option offer. This is one of my favorite, more in commercial than residential, although I've used it in both types of real estate transactions. This is designed so that they pick one of the three. And realize that I've been trained in psychology. I was trained in clinical psychology, social psychology, and I've been the study of human conditions for years now. And when you offer someone a yes, no question, so you say, do you want this? You have a yes or a no. Most people, statistically, whether they want what you're offering or not, will say what? They will automatically say no. Why? Why, you ask? That you're even talking to an audience that all absolutely wants what you're offering. Statistically, most of the people in the room will say no. Why? It's because no is safer than yes. Because when you offer something up, they've got two choices. Yes means that they've got to change, means that they've got to give something up. It means they've got to shift what they're in process of already. That's what yes means. A no means everything stays status quo, and it doesn't matter if they're in pain or not. They don't know what the new would bring, so the known is better than the unknown. And so statistically, again, they will say no. As you increase their options, the chance of them saying yes to one of your options increases. And what they found is that the optimal number is 3. 2, they may or may not like all the options. 3, they realize that you are flexible, that you're willing to give a little to get a little. And in that way, they will pick one of the 3 or make an adjustments to one of the 3. And what does that mean? You're in negotiations. So offering up options is really key to moving into the game really quickly. This was one of my first properties that I used this on, and one of the first properties that I ever bought. It's actually a strip mall. Yes, I'm a little bit insane. I jumped right in, and I became a commercial property owner before I became a residential property owner. So I jumped in, and this was the list price, the asking price, $769,000. For some of you, that would scare you off. Others of you, this is the realm that you're used to. Only I got to tell you, this was over the top for me as far as what I thought I was looking for. However, what I recognized is that the price didn't matter. Price does not matter. Return on investment matters. And I crunched the numbers and recognized that I could create, recognize the word, I could create a deal. And for $769,000 was asking price, I got into the deal. Now, did I pay $769,000? God, no. I got in here and started negotiating the price. And through negotiations and through a 3-option offer, I varied the price and varied some of the terms. And that's how you structure this, is that option 1, option 2, option 3 will go from high price, middle price to low price. And then you'll vary the terms along the way. In this particular case, I varied the terms on owner financing. High price, I'll pay everything you're asking for, but you've got to finance everything. Low price, I'll pay a really low bottom line price, only I bring all the money to the table and take care of it quickly. And then the middle one would be somewhere in between. 3-option offer creates that flexibility. So what happened? The guy jumped at it, and I wasn't sure what. I had structured option number 2 to be the viable one that he was going to go for. However, in this particular, which is normal, in this particular case, he went for option 3. The low price, quick close. I found out later that he had to close, and knowing the reason why people get into negotiations, why people are selling is so important in your negotiation strategies. Or in this case, I found it out in process. Only we ended up buying this property for $372,000 and change. Now, do you remember the original price? This was a little bit of a difference. List price, $765,000. Purchase price, $372,000. I held it for 2.5 years. I was going to hold it for longer. However, everything was shifting in the marketplace, and I decided it was time and sold it. I spent about $2,500 in repairs. It was a net lease, so I didn't have to do anything on the inside. It was just to repair a rubber roof. Cash flowed over $2,000 every single month I owned it. And then sold it for $685,000 2.5 years later. Who here thinks that this was a pretty good deal? $312,000 in profit and adjustments thereof. This was where I began. Who here thinks that they might want to learn how I negotiated this deal a little bit better? Put a big N in the chat. The details on what happened here, and there were multiple different ways that I negotiated this. It didn't all happen at once. Realize that there's at least 3 different really positionings that you can do throughout the transaction of real estate that enables you to negotiate effectively. You know, not just when you place the offer, that's negotiation strategies right off the bat. As you move forward, even after contract, you can move the needle and negotiate more and more. Matter of fact, I have never, ever, ever paid contracted price for any real estate I've ever bought. Hear that. I have never paid contracted price for any real estate I have ever bought. Because what happens is once you're in contract, there's always going to be additional negotiations that go on, or at least could go on. And for all of you to recognize those moments will move the needle for you tremendously as to how much you can be profiting on every deal. These are all strategies that I can share with you, that I can talk to you about. Come make an appointment with me. And who here wants an appointment now? You start recognizing what I can offer you up and what I can teach you as far as how to communicate and how to do these deals. Anybody that wants a one-on-one appointment, go ahead and put a $ in the chat. With this last deal, I did the 3-option offer. There were a couple of things I did. One is I believed. All too often, people get into negotiations and you can tell right off the bat that they don't really believe that the number that they're offering or the number or what they're negotiating on is of any value, or that they really believe in the numbers that they're professing. So if you go in with a low ball offer and you're like, I know it's worth more, but you're automatically going to lose. If you walk into a deal giving a lower price, offering a lower price for a piece of property, and you absolutely believe that the price that you're offering is a justifiable price, the chance of you moving that negotiation to your win absolutely increases exponentially. Believing is so important. I learned through negotiations the reason why the gentleman was selling, and that helped me move the needle even more so that I could, well, serve him for what was important to him, and price was not important. It was getting out fast. And multiple times during the negotiations, I did what I call the takeaway close. There are multiple moments in time where you can kind of throw up your hands and go, well, this deal may not be worth it for me because of this obstacle that we're facing now. So it's your choice. You either, come forward with what I need to keep going with this, or we can just, rip up the contract now. I'm okay with that. That's in many variations. You can do that, and that's a takeaway close. Because most of the people, that's once they sign contract, when they're the seller, man, are they absolutely motivated to keep that contract in place. And they will do so much after the fact because they're emotionally attached to selling the property array. So all this can happen, no time to waste. Here's another technique that I absolutely love. I call it dump the monkey because there's challenges, and this happens in all situations in our world where people have got challenges. They've got struggles in their life, and they look to make it your struggles, your challenges. And in real estate, this could not be any more clear. Someone has not been taking care of their property for the last 30 years. And now they want premium price for the property. They're looking to dump the monkey on you. Someone who's neglected to manage the rent roll of a piece of property or a multi-unit property, and then they want to have you pay premium price for the property, they're dumping the monkey. They've avoided, and now they want to get paid for their avoidance or just move the challenge into your lap. No, no, no. And here's a way to make sure that doesn't happen. The inspection report discount. Let me show you what that looks like. This particular property was a multi-unit property. It was a little bit run down, as you can see. However, there was real value in it as far as its location and the clientele that it serviced, real profitability. However, the owner had gotten, it was deferred maintenance. The owner had gotten behind the 8 ball with his own finances, and he had a list price of $875,000. Knowledge is power. Learning that the guy, and also reading who he was and finding out in the industry, in the community, what he was all about and what was going on with him was real important. And I learned that he was challenged, that he really couldn't afford the property anymore. He couldn't afford the upkeep. And all this was really pressuring him to get this and dump this property to move on. So I started working in negotiations. I placed a lower ball offer. We went back and forth. I found out he was in trouble. He was a bad landlord as well. So his tenants all wanted to give me the scoop. Listen, you're talking to a property that's a multi-unit property, for instance. Go talk to the tenants. They know everything about what's going on with the owner. Everything. You want to know how to negotiate effectively? Go talk to the tenants. They will unload on you, especially if you're the nice guy that is going to look to help them and make it a better place. So I use a technique that is dump the monkey and the inspection technique. I got into negotiations, got into a price that we settled on and contracted on. And then I had my inspector go and check the place out. Now, in my inspection report, I actually have the guy list out every single item on the report. That, you know, the windowsill, there's chip paint. Replacing the windowsill or painting the windowsill, he'll give a price tag and will itemize every single item. Replace that painted glass. Every single item will be itemized with the cost of replacing. So with this particular building, there was over $100,000 of challenges in this building that was itemized by the official inspector. The appraiser, if you will, but no, it was an inspector. Went in there, gave me this itemized report. What did I do with that? I took it, and instead of like, oh my gosh, now what are we going to do? How am I going to pay for this? What? I just handed the report to the owner, actually, in this case, to the realtor that was representing the property. I said, deliver this to the owner. They looked at me in horror. I said, well, what's wrong? They're like, what do you want me to do with this? I don't know. It's $100,000+ in repairs that need to be done on the property. You tell me. I bought the property as the realtor had represented. I wasn't buying all these challenges. I'm no contractor. I don't know a perfect roof or a perfect utility when I see one. No, that's your job. And the realtor didn't say, oh, look at all these challenges. They never do. And so when you get the report, I was in perfect positioning to say, hey, all these have to be repaired. They went ballistic. They went insane. They're like, what? You expect us to pay all this? Are you kidding me? We're not repairing all this. I was like, whoa. All right. I understand. Some of these things don't have to be taken care of. They're normal wear and tear. However, some of these others really need to be paid attention to. I got somewhere around $50,000 discount, $50,000 credit, I should say, on the purchase price just from that alone. Who would love to move the needle that much just by effectively negotiating after you're under contract? So the inspection report, it was $118,000 was needed in repairs. We got some of that done, $45,000 credit. There was a couple different other challenges with this. Totaled in negotiation discounts, I got discounts, and more precisely, I got a credit on the contract of $137,000. And if you don't know the difference between getting a discount and getting a credit, we definitely need to talk, because a credit will mean that you're bringing less to the table in cash, and cash is king. Understand the negotiation strategies. All this and more. There's so many different options here. You can learn to stack these things, and that's what I did in this deal. Start stacking my negotiation techniques and really creating a magnitude of results. I want to talk to you a little bit about what all this is about. There's tons of ways to create your world, to create everything that you want. Negotiations, communications. I had a strong desire to be a speaker and trainer, and really just was my passion to make that happen. And I also started hanging out with the right people. Who are the right people? The people that are who you want to be versus the people that you are. This is really key. And so I started hanging out with the people that I wanted to be, other speakers, trainers, people that were already in the real estate game, people that were making multi-millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, is who I started hanging out with. You want to really step up your game. You want to really create a magnitude of results for yourself. Start hanging out with people that are where you want to be versus where you are. It's an old expression, you're the average of the 5 people you hang out with the most. That's in all aspects, not just financial. It's in passion, it's in growth, it's in really achievement orientation, it's in work ethic, all these components that make up an abundant life. I started getting educated by people years and years ago. This is a short list of some of the people. And one of the things I recognized is all the people that were up on stage, I got very excited to, hang out with them, to share the stage, at that point, I was just dreaming of rubbing shoulders with them, if you will, spending a little bit of time with them, because I knew that if I spent just a little bit of time, I would learn, I would understand what they were doing and be able to step into it a little bit more and create that in my life. I saw what they were doing and how they had a lifestyle and a abundance that I so was looking for. What happened was I now jumped the fence. I did get educated. I spent an investment into my future. And then I jumped the fence and started sharing the stage with these people. And now these people are my friends, my colleagues, my associates. I've got their cell numbers on my phone, and everything's shifted. Everything changed. Many of these people became my clients. I started a speaker support system or a support company so many years ago. And for about 10 years, helped support the rest of the story. All their businesses. If you recognize any of these people, go ahead and share it in the chat. Here's some of the fun pictures, if you will, from the people that I've worked with and hung out with and that are my friends. Some people in real estate, other people in Hollywood as well. So I recognize some of them as well. And it all tends to intermingle after a while. These are all the people that, they've been in my life for a little while now. Give you some idea. You meet some amazing people. Here's somebody else that I met along the way. This is Richard Branson. Richard Branson, Sir Richard Branson, multi-millionaire, billionaire. This guy, we had a chance to hang out because this isn't just a photo shoot. This is in his island. That's his island, Necker Island. It's in the Virgin Isles. And we got to hang out there. My wife and I have been there twice now. It's one of the best homes in the world. There's a main house and there's about 7 bungalows, if you will, around the island. It's a small island. And we all congregate at the main house and then go, and the one up in the upper corner there is one of the ones that my wife and I stayed in, which was amazing, because the second floor there is a bedroom that all you see is ocean at all sides. Why am I talking about this? Because, well, when you're hanging out you're the average of the 5 people you hang out with the most. And when you're hanging out with people like Richard Branson and really spending time, there was a few other millionaires. And of course, Richard Branson is a billionaire. My wife is in the middle there doing the conga line with them all. And she was having a great time. I got to tell you, my wife's hanging out with millionaires and billionaires. I wasn't sure I was getting her back. Richard really liked her. And look at his face. You know, one of the greatest things I learned about millionaires and billionaires is how they manage their emotions and how they engage with people. And it's one of the things I now teach is emotional intelligence. Here's a guy who, does he look stressed out? Here's a guy that runs over 400 companies. And he's there hanging out, conga line, drinking, eating, not a care in the world. Here's the key for all of you that are looking to become more. He was like this long before he was a millionaire and billionaire. He was like this when he started, which is why he attracted all that to him. You want to become more, you want to become a millionaire, for instance, you want to become a 7-figure income earner. Start acting like a 7-figure income earner now. And then the money will show up. The abundance will show up. Don't say, oh, don't sit back and wait. Oh, well, I'll do all that when. That's not how it works. Show up as if and watch what happens. It's one of the things that we talk a ton about in the Maverick universe. I've been able to show up as if, and then created the abundance. 6 children, 3 sets of twins, and we've traveled all around the world. And it's been great to have that abundance to be able to do that. It's one of the things my wife and I love doing. Here we are in Sicily and in Ireland and Dominican Republic, and traveling all around, always with a whole group. I mean, just with my family, it's my wife, myself, 6 children, the nanny, the chauffeur, the nanny's boyfriend, because we have to make everyone happy. It's an entourage, and it's why I built the abundance I built in my life. Now it's your turn. You must change. Everything you want is in a place you've never been. Come hang out. I want you to go to getthemaverick411.com. And what are you going to find when you go to getthemaverick411.com? A simple page to put in your name, email, and phone number, and to be brought right to my calendar. Because all I'm looking for is this isn't for everyone, couple of you to come on board and let's talk. I will tell you, I'm gladly talk to all of you. Go make an appointment. This is completely free. This is my gift to you. So what's the catch? Why would I do this? Because there's going to be 1 or 2 of you that I can really help, that I can create a major difference in your world. And the only way to find out is to have a real conversation. And the only way for you to find out if this is real is to take the time. This is my gift where I'll spend probably about an hour with you going through what is really going to move you, what is really going to be the difference, knowing, and once I get some information and talk to you about what's really going on with you, I will share with you exactly the step-by-step process for you to move and to do more. And for a couple of you, there may be an opportunity to work with me. And again, this call is with me directly. It's not a sales pitch. It's not going to be a only talking about, oh, here's the product and do you want it or not. That's not how I roll. It's really a strategy call, and I so want you to take advantage of it. Get the Maverick411.com. Let's spend a little time. So it's easy for you to do, but what about me? How can I help others? You know, so many people look at me and they go, oh man, you've been doing this for so long. It's easy for you. How does this translate? A couple people it's translated for. Chris Phillips was a truck driver just starting in real estate investing, quit his job after 30 days, and were able to help structure and systematize his process to make over $150,000 in profit in the first 12 months. Oh, and by the way, most of my clientele have multiple streams of income, and I help them make profit out of all of it. It's one of my expertise, is to really find the money and find the abundance in everything that you're doing. We built another business that he was ready to give up that was making no money. Matter of fact, it was at a negative. And we built that up to create another $120,000 in the next 12 months. Total, he made over $270,000 more because, well, he dared to have a conversation with me. I know. Maybe it's not for everyone. Maybe you shouldn't have the conversation. But for Chris, he was able to make a tremendous amount. And this is not unusual. Paul Brown, he says, I would absolutely walk over broken glass to train with Paul Fink. I'm not asking you to do that. However, in the first year, and actually it was about 9 months where this happened, we transitioned his real estate holdings from giving him $30,000 to over $175,000 a year in passive income, just by teaching some strategies on how to restructure what he already had and how to acquire a couple more to add to the mix with a new strategy, if you will. Again, with the real estate game, I've done almost every strategy there is, both in commercial and residential. And so I help my clients really get clear with what strategy is best for them and how to maximize within that strategy. This isn't about changing course for you. This isn't about, oh my gosh, I'm gonna bring on a whole nother aspect. It's about really helping you fine tune to create that magnitude in a very quick period of time. Here's Walter. And so for some of you, you do more in the real estate than just being an investor. Walter came on as an investor and a realtor. And in his real estate business, we exploded his business. He really went from $300,000 in 1 year to over $300,000 in 1 month by starting with a phone call with me. Let's get clear. And of course, we've got some people that go to another stratosphere. This is actually a slightly old slide, the newest bottom line for Ken and Barbara Tomeko. They've been with me and coaching with me now for over 11 years. And they've made over 7 figures consistently. And now their company is valued at somewhere between $20 and $25 million starting from scratch. Got to tell you, you're hesitant. Just go to Get the Maverick 411. GetTheMaverick411.com and come spend a little time. 5 years from now, you're guaranteed to be 5 years older, no matter what you do today. However, make the call. Let's get real. Let's talk about what your future could be. Let's talk about some of the steps that you could be doing right now to make a difference. You want to change the needle. You want to really increase your abundance. You could be happier, wealthier, smarter, healthier, and living your dream exactly as a result of what you do right now. I started so many years ago, and as I got into year 6, I recognized how true this was. Do what most people won't do for the next 5 years, and you'll get what most people will never get a chance to do for the rest of your life. Come hang out, come spend time. spend a little time with me. I've been an entrepreneur for over 35 years, owned multiple multi-million-dollar companies, real estate investor for the last 19, almost 20 years now. Spoken for 15 years, 250 boot camps. You want any of this looks of interest to you, come and spend a few moments with me. Get the Maverick411.com. Absolutely key. Let's spend a little time together. I'm also going to put another link in the chat. Matter of fact, if Dave, if you could put this in, MaverickSuccessLive.com, MaverickSuccessLive.com in the chat, because I am very excited to have a live event coming up. Oh my gosh, yes. MaverickSuccessLive.com is a live event that's coming up in a couple months. Go to that website. We've got early bird special tickets on sale right now. You are some of the first people, which is why it's not even a slide yet, because this just went live last night. And we've got early bird special only for a short period of time now. You can go to MaverickSuccessLive.com and go get your tickets for 3 full days of negotiations and sales and strategies and success principles and understanding how to really build yourself up as an entrepreneur from day one and really scale your business. I help people double and triple their income and really create a lifestyle for everything that they do so they too can become the Maverick Millionaire. This is Paul Fink. I'm so excited to be here. I will be here for the rest of the weekend. Absolutely reach out to me. Set your appointments with getthemaverick411.com. And it's been an absolute pleasure. I want to bring Dave back on to say hi. I will make sure to be here for all of you. Guys, make the appointment. I would love to talk to you because, and not just for what I'm doing, but for everything else that's going on here. You want to sort through what's happening for the rest of today and tomorrow. You want to get clear with how to apply all this into your life. Come spend time with me. This is a free, absolutely no obligation, free consultation. Let's spend some time. Thank you so much. Absolute pleasure. Thanks, Dave.
Absolutely, Paul, and always a pleasure to listen to what you do, and bringing people to their best A game is truly a gift, not just to them, but I can't imagine a more rewarding life. So absolutely, always excited to connect with you, to work together on these events, and to hear what you're bringing forth. Next up, we have Dan Page, CEO, Boulder Equity Partners. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever put together a deal that you thought was a really great deal? You needed some lending, whether it's institutional or private. You put all your numbers together. You had everything lined out, and then the underwriter shot it down. Now, when I was in the lending industry, we had a running joke that underwriters had let's just say they hadn't been subjected to the benefits of natural daylight. They were stuck in their own little rooms with their own little form of light and their own little logic. Well, today, Dan is going to peel back a little bit of the behind the scenes of why underwriters are underwriters and how to put together a deal that's going to get approved every time. So Dan, you are officially enabled. Please share your screen. Let's get this going. I can't wait to hear what you're bringing today. Go ahead and unmute and start your share screen. Dan, testing 1, 2, 3. We'll see what we're doing here. Your share screen is in the bottom center of your control. Dan, text me if you're having some tech trouble. In the interim, Dan, as soon as you get your video operational, we'll swap back here real quick. I want to point out the rest of the morning, we have Bruce Dinger bringing wealth management to the table. He's combining real estate as an investment and investment advisor. And this is especially important when you're dealing with fiduciaries and structures and, people that really need to help you preserve and protect your money. Dan, if you're here, please go ahead and start your video and enable your mic, and we'll switch back to you as soon as you're ready. After that, we're going to have a break for lunch, and then we're going to move on to Christoph Maltz. And, sometimes we just have the need for leads in your transaction. So whatever service you're looking at, whether it's probate or, or off-market business, finding leads is absolutely essential. Dan, I'm getting your message. I see that you're here. Please start your video. You need to enable, you need to click the share screen button and unmute yourself, and then start and stop videos in the bottom left corner of your Zoom control screen. All right. Well, Dan, hopefully
I'm sorry. I'm unmuted now.
Okay. Stop video, start videos right next to the mute, unmute button, and share screens in the center of your controls. You're fully enabled and ready to rock.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
You are not sharing yet.
I'm sorry.
We do hear you, Dan, but you're not sharing your video yet. You're not sharing your screen nor your video. You have to enable your video, please.
I'm sorry. I think I'm doing better now.
There you go. Now we're watching your PowerPoint with the slides on the side.
Okay, let me just start from the beginning.
You go ahead and enable your presentation. You might need to swap screens when you enable your presentation.
Okay, sorry. You can see my screen though, correct?
Yeah.
I can see your PowerPoint with the slides off to the side. There you go.
Okay.
Now we got your notes screen. Top center where it says the display settings. Go ahead and hit swap screens. I'm sorry, top left.
In slideshow, taskbar, display settings.
Yep. And swap
presenter.
There you go. Now you're all set.
Okay. I apologize for that, guys.
All right. The show is yours. I am muting out. I can't wait to hear how to please an underwriter. Because in 3,500 tries, I discovered that it wasn't always possible.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dave. Thank you very much for that great introduction. And thank you, Linda, for inviting me to join here. What I'm going to talk about today is that I'm a commercial real estate lender and have been for many years. And what David's just saying, when you look to get a loan and try to apply for a real estate loan, when you come to somebody like me, and we've been funding for many, many years, I have over 20,000 brokers that bring their deals to us. We're all looking at your loan in a very specific way. There's things that we're thinking about and our impressions that you might be unaware of. So what I'm going to share with you today is peel back the layers of the onion, let you peer behind the screens and see what we're thinking, how we're viewing you, how we're viewing your loan, and then how to be able to optimize getting approved for that loan. So just quick background on me, and as Dave was talking about a little bit, I've been a commercial finance expert for over 30 years now. I've personally financed over $1 billion of loan transactions. I've been doing this for quite some time, and I get deeply involved in every single deal that comes through my company. My staff is nationwide. And as I mentioned, we have over 20,000 commercial finance brokers that bring us deals, and I'm probably reviewing personally easily 5 to 15 submissions a day. So I've literally reviewed thousands and thousands of loans, and I know what it takes to get approved. I know which ones get automatically declined. And the bottom line is being able to help you get through so you're not going to have that struggle once you get into it. So first, let's lay some groundwork and talk about why do you want to take out a commercial real estate loan? And there's really two reasons. We do a lot of purchases, a lot of purchase loans. At the same time, a lot of our loans are cash out refinance, where someone owns a property and they want to be able to pull a cash for a variety of reasons. And those are the two primary reasons why people are doing it. And the big part is being able to put equity to work. So if you have cash in your property, some sort of open to buy or equity in your property, being able to leverage that cash. And even Paul was talking about that a little bit, being able to leverage that cash and put it back to work for you constantly. That's the key to being able to grow your portfolio significantly. And not only am I a lender, I'm also a commercial property owner. So my wife and I do what we say we do. We don't just lend money. I don't, but we also own properties ourselves. And we're constantly purchasing new properties. And let me give you an example of what anybody cash out refinance, so we can just sort of jump right in here. So I have a borrower I've worked with for quite some time. She owned a nice portfolio of about 20 real single family homes in Kansas City, and she wanted to buy more. And so we looked at her portfolio, and I was able to refinance that and pull out an extra $500,000 of her portfolio. And armed with that, she can buy another $2 million worth of properties. She owned about $1.5 million right now of properties. We're setting up to buy a $2 million just by pulling out the equity that had grown in her properties over the years, and she'll more than double her portfolio in 12 months. That's the kind of thing that I help people do all day long. And so for a cash advance, there's really a couple different reasons. One of the main things is being able to obviously rehab and stabilize a property. A lot of properties might not be up to their optimal lending amounts, optimal stabilization, and that might not be earning as much revenue as you could from them. So being able to rehab and stabilize a property is huge. And when I use the word stabilize, I really mean getting the property fixed up so it can generate the maximum amount of revenue for you and your portfolio. Other reasons are, and we'll talk about this more in the future, is paying down unsecured lines. So a lot of investors that I meet and I work with, they're leveraging everything they possibly can. They're leveraging credit card accounts and unsecured lines of credit and home equity loans. And every time you do that, and what's called your open to buy is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking on your lines. And when you do that, your rates grow up and your credit score comes down. So a lot of what I do is help borrowers to leverage the equity they have in their properties and make sure they're able to get the loan they're looking for, and lower their monthly payments at the same time, making properties a lot more possible. So let me give you a good example of this. I have a borrower out of New Orleans, and she's fantastic. She goes in and buys these properties that are really struggling. They might have been in the flood. They're beat up. There's nobody living there. And she was using her own personal credit cards and her own personal credit lines. And the very first time I met her a number of years ago, she came to me and she just purchased a property about a little under a year prior. And she utilized every single dollar she had on her credit cards. And her score was in the low 600s to high 500s. Wonderful lady, but she couldn't do anymore because her credit was so bad. So I was able to take her and take the property she had. She'd done a nice job renovating it. She had a good tenant in there. We were able to put her into a short-term bridge loan because that was the only thing we could do at the time with her credit. And then pulled the cash out, and she paid all of her credit cards off, paid everything down. And within 3 months, her credit shot from low 600s up to 780. And we're able to take that high interest loan, pay it off in a few months, get her into a low interest loan, and then use that extra cash she had to go out and do the next property and the next one. And we've done 6 or 7 of these for her over the last few years. And she started off just using her credit cards. So it's a great example how a cash out refi can work so well for you and for your properties and being able to build your portfolio. And there's really 2 different types of loans I'm going to be talking about here. Long-term loans, and what I mean by long-term, anywhere between a 5 to 30-year loan product, low interest product down in the mid to low single digits. Great product when you have a stabilized property that's a long-term loan, a good bet for an investor like me to go in and invest that money on the long-term on a low interest product. The other products we're talking about are bridge loans, and I offer both. I mean, literally, my loans range from $100,000 up to $80 million. So we have a wide range of what we can do. And understanding the nuances of a bridge loan is really important because there are great opportunities there. And by bridge, I mean really a 1 to 2 year term, maybe up to a 3-year term maximum with loan extensions. But the whole purpose of that is to use that money short term, use it hard, turn it around, and be able to earn a good return on that investment so you can then refinance back out into a long-term stabilized loan or sell and flip the property if you want. So a great example of that, a bridge loan, is maybe use that money to invest in the property. You might need to put a new roof on, new kitchens and bathrooms, whatever it might be, to be able to bring that loan up to that property rather, up to stabilization, so you can get a long-term tenant in there and get it into a low interest loan or flip it and buy your next one. Other things like maturity defaults. Right now, we're seeing a lot of folks coming in that have issues with their property because with the pandemic, you have tenants that can't pay, they've lost their jobs, especially in the retail and commercial side. You have tenants that often having rent concessions and they're late, and the loan, when the loan comes to maturity right now with a bank loan, the bank's saying, sorry, we want out of this loan, and the loans have matured and they can't get them refinanced into a long-term stable loan because the property has problems. So what I do is come in here and be able to help them out, get them a loan, pay off their existing lender, and then work with them to get the property restabilized and have on-time payments for a period of time, so then we can finance back into a long-term loan product. There are things like construction loans that might be terming out, and you need to flip that into a bridge loan until the property's stabilized. Problems like tax liens, you can't get a long-term low-interest loan with a tax liens. There are all sorts of reasons where a bridge loan can make a lot of sense. And once that property is stabilized and then you're feeling strong about it, then you can jump right back in again and make things work into a long-term loan. Let's talk about the properties we'll be talking about, because I think everyone here probably owns different types of properties, or if you don't own them yet, you want to. So some example, single family investment homes. I own a number of these, and duplexes and triplexes and quads. Also on the commercial side, multifamily properties, which means 5 or more tenants in a property is considered multifamily, right up to hundreds of tenants. Full-on apartment complexes. And on the commercial side, office buildings, retail properties, light industrial properties, warehouses, mobile home parks, parking lots, any type of commercial property like that, a traditional commercial property, we fund all of them. What doesn't work, just so you're familiar, just be thinking about as you're looking at coming to a lender, just raw land. If you have raw land, it's dusty land in the middle of nowhere, it's really super hard to get that financed. Unless you're a developer and you're developing the property for a building out, mostly multifamily, some office and commercial. If you have it, what's called shovel ready with your entitlements and it's ready to go, that's when we can fund raw land. Rural properties are really difficult to fund. We'll talk about that a little bit later when we talk about population. But if you have a a property that's way out away from everything in a really small town, unless it's a single family type of property that has what's called comps, other properties that are sold nearby, that's going to be difficult for you to finance or purchase or refinance. And also your primary residence, the place where you live, because that's considered a consumer loan and it's not commercial. So that's what we're talking about in this presentation today. And what I'm really going to share with you is, what are lenders thinking? When you bring a loan to me, what am I thinking? What are my triggers? What do I like? What do I don't like? What are the immediate declines? What are the type things you just don't even want to consider? And what are the things that really grab my attention and what I really want you as a borrower? So understanding what lenders are thinking about, what I'm thinking about when you bring a loan proposal to me is crucial. And what those triggers are, there's good triggers and there's bad triggers. And mainly where we're going to end up here is how to optimize your chances of getting your loan approved. So before you even reach out to me or you reach out to anyone else, how to be able to set yourself up for success rather than going through weeks or months of frustration and costing you not only time, but money. Okay, so let's jump in and talk about how me or anybody else is going to view your application when you first come in. First, let's talk about you as the borrower, because it's not just the property. And I may sound like a grandfather or something, but just fiscal responsibility. We're looking for you as an individual to be strong, that you're paying your bills on time, that you show that you're a good borrower. And keep in mind, if you're not, I can still loan to you, but it's going to change the terms about how that might work. Also, what your financial strength is. At some point in time during that process, I'm likely to ask for your personal financial statement, or PFS, as we call it in the industry. And so understanding what your financial strength is, what you bring to the table as a borrower, is all part of the presentation I'm going to be looking at. And lastly, your experience. Are you an experienced borrower or are you not? And keep in mind that if you're a little lacking at any of these things, does not mean you can't get approved. But as a lender like me, I have different, what I call loan programs or buckets. And I have lots of different loan programs, and each have their own variables about where you might fit or not fit. So what I'm looking at when you bring something to me is, which bucket are you going to fit in or not? And what are the things that are going to be most advantageous for that particular bucket, if you will? First, let's talk about credit. And I recognize not everyone has great credit, and that's okay. But just be aware, with few exceptions, I'm going to run your credit report. And I'm going to not only run it, we're not just looking at a score. I mean, we can lend all the way down into the 500s, but we're looking at your credit report and what that says about you as a borrower and what bucket you might fall into. Secondly, I'm looking at you as an individual. How responsive are you? Now, what kind of a presentation are you making? As silly as this might sound, it makes a big difference in impressing someone like me or any lender you're going to work with and getting the best deal you can, the best rate, the best term, the best, without getting too deep into the loan product, without boring you with that, how you're going to be presenting yourself to me as a borrower is going to make a huge difference, not only in getting your loan approved, but getting the best terms you can. And mostly, a lot of what we're going to be talking about is the story. And I'm what's called a story lender. So I'm not only looking at the numbers, I'm looking at the story behind you, what you're presenting, you as the borrower, the property, and why it makes sense or why it's an immediate rejection. And if I'm looking at those, I'm talking of 5 to 15 loans a day. Believe it or not, probably 75% of them don't make the first cut. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's mostly because people aren't prepared and they're not thinking through what they have, what they're looking for, and what their most likely scenario is. So that's what I'm sharing with you, is how to not be one of those 75% that get thrown out before they even get a chance to be considered, but instead end up in that 25% that you want to say, God, I like this deal. I want to work with this borrower. That's what you want. So now we're going to look at the collateral a little bit. When I'm look at this as a lender, I'm looking at the property and saying, what asset class might it be? In other words, what type of property is it? Is it a single family residence? Is it a 4-unit? Is it multifamily and office or retail? And all of those are fundable, but they all take different variables that are going to be affected as to whether or not they're going to be approved. What is the deal size? As I just noted, that we fund anywhere from 100K all the way up to north of 80 million. So which bucket they might fall in also affects what you look like as your borrower and all those different variables. So this is what we're thinking as we're looking at your presentation. And what is the property size? Is it 5 units, 50 units? Is it retail? Is it 200 units? Is it a duplex? And all those variables are going through our head as we're looking at the deal as to whether it makes sense or not to work for you. Location, this is really important. I have a site that I keep up regularly called idecide.com. And when I look at a property, perhaps the very first thing I'm doing, I'm looking at city and state. Where is it located? And I'm looking at the population of that property, of the area surrounding that property. How close to a major city are you? Are you within 25 miles of a major city? What is the population of the county? That's really important, especially if you're considering on purchasing a property. You're going to be best served by purchasing a property that's relatively close to a populated area. I'm not saying it has to be. I mean, I can fund a property in a little town of 2,000 to 5,000 people sometimes. It's in the middle of nowhere. I can do that for some properties, all depending on the other variables that are there, mostly on the residential side. But if you're looking at buying a commercial property in a little rural area, I'm just warning you, it's going to be really hard to get that approved. So location is key. If you're looking at a property for refinancing a property, I'm going to look at how long it's been owned. And that's really important. I'll just give you some insights here of the type of deals that are like immediate decline to give you some sense of it. Classic example, somebody buys a property for $200,000, a residential property, 200 grand, and they get a renter in there and they've owned it for 3 months, 6 months. And then they come to me and say, hey, Dan, the property's actually worth $400,000 and I got it for a great price. So I want you to appraise it for $400,000 and give me $300,000. Can you do that? And as a lender, I'm looking at that and saying, okay, I have a borrower just bought this for 200 grand, and now they want to pull out all of their cash and then some, and put that financial risk on me. And the answer is probably not, because they don't have any skin in the game. They're trying to take advantage of somebody else's money. And I get the whole other people's money scenario, but those types of deals I see every single week, and almost without an exception, those are declines because there's no skin in the game. It hasn't been owned very long. It's not seasoned, and those deals are hard. That's stated. There are exceptions. Not only am I looking for what you bought it for, but I'm looking on improvements. For example, that same example I just gave you, where you bought a property for 200 grand and now you think it's worth 400, but you bought it. It was beat up. It didn't have a tenant in there. There were holes in the roof. It needed to be worked on. You get in and you fix the roof, new cabinets and kitchens and landscaping. You painted it and made it a real nice property. And you sunk a bunch of money into it. And now it's worth 400 grand. You've got my attention. You see the difference in those two examples and the presentation, what it took from just saying, I want to take advantage and just pull cash out without having any skin in the game. In comparison to that, is I really jumped in, I made this property worth more. Then we have a discussion to have. So these are all the types of things that are going through my brain as I'm looking at your deal. Other thing is value, and I use the word estimated value. When I look at a deal, I'm working with my brokers or directly with a client, which is fine. We work directly with borrowers all the time. I'm asking, I have a list of 12 questions I ask, 12 to 14 questions. One of those questions is estimated value. And I put in parentheses, realistic, please. because I can't tell you how many times borrowers try to impress me and over amplify the value of their property. And I'm telling you, that's only working against you when you do so, because part of it is the character. If you're trying to convince me the property is worth more than it is, it's making a statement about you as a borrower. Because what it comes down to, what I tell people, it doesn't matter what I think the value is. It doesn't matter what you think the value is. What matters is what my appraiser is going to tell me. And that's what it comes down to. So if you can really provide an honest estimate of what that property value is, it goes a long way towards emphasizing your character as a borrower. The other thing we're looking at is mortgages and liens. How much is owed on the property? It's one of the questions I ask. And the reason for that is what I'm asking about, ultimately what I'm doing is I'm looking at LTV. LTV stands for loan to value. And if you don't already know what that is, it's just what the property value is relative to the amount that's owed on the property. So when you bring a deal to me, I'm looking first at the population. I'm looking very quickly at you as a borrower, your credit score, thinking what bucket you might fall into. And then I'm running an LTV calculator. I literally have a calculator sitting on my desk at all times. This little simple calculator is almost getting worn out on the back. I have run tens of thousands of calculations in this little calculator. I'm literally picking it right up and running numbers based on, what I see the property being. I'm doing some quick research online to see what the property might be relative to what you're telling me. And I'm doing a calculation. And loan to value can range anywhere between 60 and 80%, what I'm willing to fund on. And with the average probably being 70, 75. And if you're bringing a property to me that, say it's worth $1 million, and I run all the calculation on what your liens are and your mortgages on it. And if you're at 70 to 75% already, and my knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, there's not much margin here. And I'll give you that honest feedback, unless it's something like you already have a high value, a high interest rate loan, and you're just trying to refinance into a lower rate loan, then that'll be an exception because I might be able to save you a lot of money with a lower interest loan. But just beware of that LTV scenario because we're all going to run it. And I'm going to give you that scenario. And it's important because it makes an impression upon a lender about what you might be able to pull out. For example, you might be at a 70% loan to value right now, but I can get you up to 80 on the property and you can sink some more money into it and flip it and earn a lot more, and that's okay. But just be thinking that we're running these calculations and you bring it to us. And that LTV affects how much cash out you're going to get. And what I don't want to do is have their cash out be so small that the cost of funding the loan just aren't worth it for you, unless you're doing what's called the rate and term and you're refinancing it for a low interest rate. So these are all the things that I'm looking at when you bring me a deal. Also, if the property is leased, not all properties are leased to someone. So I'm looking at that occupancy. What is occupancy right now? Are you at 60% occupancy? Are you at 100% occupancy? What has it been historically? Have you had some struggles? I'm looking also, who are your tenants? Specifically, if it's a commercial loan, who are your tenants? How long have they been there? And as much as that sounds kind of silly, especially when we're looking at a retail, office, commercial, industrial type property, or those types of commercial properties, and especially in light of the pandemic, I'm going to be looking at who those tenants are, because a lot of these tenants have really struggled during the pandemic. Things like restaurants and hair salons and nail salons and a bunch of different property types that they've really struggled. And so I'm going to be looking at those tenants, how long they've been there, how good of a job they're doing paying. I'm going to be asking these questions, and we'll talk a little bit later about that story and how that's so important. I'm going to be looking at their lease expirations. I'm going to ask for the rent roll. If all your leases are expiring in the next 3 to 6 months or 12 months, that's cause for concern for me as a lender. It's not going to be looked on as favorably. Not that it's not fundable, but that's going to create some other things we'll have to deal with as much as possibly interest reserves and other things to account for the fact that they're not long-term leases. And I'm going to look to see if these leases are paying on time. And are there any concessions? If you had some tenants that have really struggled and you've had to offer them concessions, and again, all these things are okay, but it's going to affect the rate and term and what I might be able to do and what I might not be able to do. So just super important to think about these things. Also, not all properties are leased out to tenants. Some of them are owner occupied, especially commercial properties. So you might own a commercial property that with your construction company, you're a dentist or whatever it might be, and you're occupying that property, and that's great. I fund those all day long. But I'm going to be looking at you then as a borrower. I'm going to be looking at what type of business are you in? How stable is that business? How profitable are you? I'm going to be asking for things like a P&L, your historical financials, your tax return, because it's your business. And I want to make sure you're going to be in that property for a long, long time to reduce my risk. And I feel comfortable in funding you as a borrower. And if it's your business, I'm going to be asking for something like what's called a pro forma. What's your projection of what your increase of your income is going to be? And if you have struggled over the last year or so, especially with the pandemic, that's okay. I understand. It's not a deal killer, but I want to know about it. I want you to be honest with me and tell me. What I really want to know is that story. And I'll talk to you about some of the stories, and that's really important. And that's why I'm able to fund loans that a lot of people can't, because they're inside their little box, and that's all they're looking at is what's in that box, and they're not looking at that story. So I'm going to help you to create your story so that you can get optimized and get your loan funded. One of the things I'm going to be looking at is NOI. And for those who haven't run the calculation and don't understand it, it's just considered net operating income. And every single one of us, I'm going to run an NOI calculation on your property, whether it's leased or whether it's owner occupied. And if it's leased, it's really quite simple. And this is something to write down and think about. I'm going to be looking at your gross rents. What is the maximum amount of cash you're going to collect every single month from your occupancy right now, and what your occupancy can be when the property is fully stabilized if it's not. And then I'm going to ask you what your property taxes are, your property insurance, your maintenance costs, property management. We're going to impute some, probably a 5% vacancy multiple and other variables in there. And I'm going to get to your net operating income, which means how much cash is left over at the end of the month after everything else is paid, because that's the amount of cash you have to service your debt service with service your loan with. So if it's owner occupied, excuse me, like I said, I'm going to be looking at your business. How profitable is your business historically, and where you are, where you've been, where you are now, where you're going. Again, if you struggle, it's not a deal killer, but I'm going to be looking at that. And so I want to make sure that if it's owner occupied, that you can afford the rent. And once we get past that, I'm going to be looking at what's called comparable submarket rents. Because from a lender's perspective, my biggest thing is, how am I going to be repaid? How are you going to be repaying my loan? So we're always at some juncture going to be looking at worst case scenario. What if this borrower were to default? What would happen? How much could we rent the property for? So I'm going to be going out in the marketplace and look at what current rents are in your market, where your business is. So all those things are going on behind the scenes, okay? Another very important thing to at least be aware of is DSCR, which is called debt service coverage ratio. So what that means is kind of like what I was just talking about with net operating income. I'm going to look at what your operating income, your net operating income is for that property, and run a DSCR calculation, again, with my handy dandy calculator. And you don't need to know everything about it, but it's good just to understand, because for a long-term low-interest loan, typically you want a DSCR of at least 1.25, if not 1.35. So what does that mean? What that means is a simple example. If your loan payment is going to be $1,000 a month, if I want at least a 1.25 DSCR, I want at least $1,250 at the end of the month net income from your property in order to qualify for that loan. Now, it's important to understand this because there's all sorts of different things that involve DSCR. Just because you might not have a 1.25 DSCR does not mean it's not fundable. I fund sometimes all the way down to a 1.1 DSCR with my low interest products. With my bridge loans, I can go well under a 1.0 DSCR. In other words, if your loan payment is $1,000 a month, sometimes you only bring in $500 a month and the property's upside down. I can quite often still fund that because I'm building what's called an interest reserve. So when we fund you, we pull out a percentage of your loan amount and I set it in escrow to make up any shortage in that loan payment for the time period where you're trying to build that property up and get it stabilized. But all these things are important, and I'm crunching all those numbers in the background with the information that you're giving me. So it's really good for you to understand the concept of what we're doing when we're looking at your loan. So how do you maximize your loan approval? What's the best way to maximize your loan approval? First, understand what type of loan you're looking for. Do you think you're going to qualify for a low interest, long-term loan? If so, think about it. Think about what you're going to qualify for, what you're really seeking versus going in just all full of bluster and say, I want the lowest interest rate product you have. It's like, well, my property isn't really doing that well. I have some tax liens against it. I only have 60%, loan to value. I only have 6% occupancy rather, but really, I want the lowest interest product you can have. It's great to ask. It's great to be bullish about that, but get a sense of what you're going to qualify for. In other words, think like a lender. That's all I'm saying. Be aware how a lender is going to view you. So when you're coming in, you're best prepared and know that you want to impress me. If you want the highest likelihood of a loan, be prepared and impress the lender by speaking the lender's language. Understand things like net operating income. Understand the concept of DSCR. Understand that the biggest thing to me is I want to know I'm going to be repaid. If I don't think you're going to be able to repay me, I'm not going to fund you. So if you've got to convince me that this loan's a no-brainer, I'm absolutely going to get repaid. There's no question whatsoever. That's the impression you want to be able to make. So how do you do that? The way to do it is to treat your loan application like a presentation or a job interview. Go in prepared, go in with all your ducks in a row, have all the information available, and think about it. Think about how you're going to be presenting to your borrower. Even right now, as I'm doing this presentation for you, I've thought about it. I thought about the things I want to share with you. I thought about the insights because I want to help you get approved for your loan. And so you want to help your lender get to the answer of yes, rather than, I don't know, I'm not so sure about this. Because what happens is I get another 5 to 15, 20 loans tomorrow. And if yours is unimpressive, it's going to fall to the bottom of the pile. So you want your loan to stay at the top of that pile. And so one of the things you want to be able to do is stress your strong points. Stress the strong points of your loan, why you think you should be able to get this loan, and why you think you'd be a good candidate. But just as important, every loan has weaknesses. Every single one, I don't care what it is, there's weaknesses. So don't hide them. I have borrowers that come to me and they hide, or they try to pretend like I'm not going to find out. And that's the worst thing you can possibly do. Is absolutely a great way to end up with a decline. Because you know what? If there's weaknesses in your loan, we're going to find them. We'll find them eventually. And if you show me your weaknesses right up front, whether it be, I had some credit problems in the past, or I might have had a criminal problem in the past, and we do a background search, or you know, the loan, the property is not the occupancy it needs to be right now, but here's what I'm doing to overcome it. You know, whatever the weakness is, you know what the weaknesses are, share them. Tell me right up front, because it might not be the loan product that you want to have right now, but there's another loan product you can fit in great. And even the biggest thing is because as a lender, as a human being, I'm going to have to, if we get into a loan, if it looks like a good solid loan, I'm going to collect money for your appraisal, for legal, for title, for underwriting. And I don't want to take anyone's money unless I'm super confident that we're going to be able to fund your loan. That's why one of the things I do, I go through a couple stage process. Well, I'll actually go in, I'll collect some high level information up front. I don't ask for any documents at all. I just want 12 or 14 points of information in your property. And I'll look at it and I'll determine, okay, does this something that makes sense and it doesn't make sense? And if it looks like it might, I'm going to ask you for some documents. I'm going to ask you for a rent roll and a number of different documents in an application. I'm going to ask permission to run your credit. And we'll talk about that in a minute. And I'm going to pre-underwrite your file. In other words, I'm going to go in and spend the time and money, and think about that, time and money. I only want to spend time and money on deals that I think have a very good likelihood of success, because right now I'm spending my time and my money. And when I do that, I'm going to go through and I'm going to give you what's called an LOI, or a letter of intent. At that point, when I give you a letter of intent, that's a time when you send it back and you execute it, you're going to have to send me some money. If nothing else, for an appraisal, and all depending on the type of loan, you might need to pay for some underwriting costs up front and legal and title, all depending on the size of the loan and different variables. And I don't want to take your money unless I'm super confident that I can get your loan approved. I don't make anything by spending your money paying appraisers and lawyers and stuff. So beware of that. You don't want to lose your money. So just, again, I can't emphasize enough, address your weaknesses right up front and solve for them. The next thing is be open-minded. I know we all want the lowest interest rate product we can get. And believe me, I want to get you into the lowest interest rate product you can get, because you're going to be thrilled to me. You'll go to Google and you'll give me yet one more 5-star review. But sometimes there's alternatives. There's alternatives to the longest lower term interest rate product. You might be rehabbing a property. You might be selling in a couple of years. Whatever it might be, that long-term low interest rate product might not be the one for you at this particular point in time. And there's other loan programs, other buckets that we call them, you might fall into, that allow you to lower your monthly payments, believe it or not, with longer amortization or cash out to be able to reinvest in your business. That makes a lot of sense. So let me give you the first of a number of very live scenarios where I've helped people with seemingly counterintuitive solutions to problems that they had. So I had a borrower that came to me, and she had a portfolio of about 20 properties with an average interest rate, they're all bank loans, with an average interest rate about 4%. Really nice, long-term, low interest rate properties, interest rate loans rather. And she wanted to buy more property, but she didn't have any cash. And so we started looking at her. I started looking at her loans, and they're all bank loans, and most bank loans are about 20-year amortizations. So what that means is the payments, the way they're calculated over 20 years. So I started running the math on it and said, look, if I'm able to put you in loans that are literally 1.5 points higher, so 5.5%, but spread over 30 years, I was actually able to significantly lower her monthly payments and pull out cash that she could invest in other properties. That's the borrower I was telling you about that had pulled out $500,000 and is in the process of purchasing $2 million worth of properties. We purchased 3 in the last month. So it made a lot of sense to actually get a higher interest rate product, to have lower payments, to take that money, to get back in, buying more properties, and overall earning significantly more income than she could than staying with their low interest bank loans. Again, just being open-minded. especially if you can get more cash out at higher loan to value. Another great example, a borrower came to me looking for a 70% loan to value product, but they weren't thinking about holding the property that long. And I started looking at it and said, you know what? I have a loan product that I can get you all the way up to 80% loan to value, much higher loan to value. And you can pull out that cash. In that term, they were dumping that cash into their business, and they weren't planning on holding that property for a significant period of time anyway. So they were able to take out up to 80% loan to value, pull out a lot more cash, invest it into their very profitable business, and earn 400% to 500% on that cash they pulled out of the business. It made a lot of sense to go with a little higher loan to value product, a little higher rate. And it's just different scenarios for everybody that comes in the door. So again, be open-minded. Be willing to, like a lot of my borrowers are coming in, there's just so many properties right now that are coming available, and be able to seize on a property, to grab it, to rehab an unstabilized property, and then refinance that into a lower interest loan. You're just being thoughtful. Great example of this. I have a borrower that owns a 200-unit property, and they got in some tax issues with Uncle Sam. And they wanted to rebate, they had to refi out of that loan to pull cash out of that to pay off the IRS, but they can't refi it into a bank loan because of the tax lien, just not doable. So I'm in the process of putting them into a bridge loan for a short period of time, higher interest rate. I can pull out, in this case, again, up to 80% of loan to value of their property, pay off the IRS, give that some time to get behind them so it doesn't come up anymore, and then refinance them right back into a low interest rate product. So it's all about being open-minded, thinking about what your options are and what opportunities might be presented to you if you just kind of get in and dig a little bit and think about it. More tips for optimizing your loans of approval. I can't emphasize enough. Don't shotgun your loan requests. In other words, don't go a whole bunch of lenders and go to a bunch of lenders and shop it all at once to see who's going to give you the best deal. I know that seems to make sense. I know it sounds good on this front, but I'm telling you, that works against you. Don't do it. And let me tell you why. Because what happens as lenders, a lot of us know each other. We talk on a regular basis. And believe it or not, I'm talking with my competitors. I don't view competitors as a dirty word. It's a great word. I know my competitors and I have great relationships with them. And especially what happens, and you'll go out to a broker, and like a loan broker, and loan brokers are great. Like I said, I work with 20,000 of them. They can really help you a lot. They're going to charge their fees, which is great, but that can help you in getting lower rates sometime, or you come direct to somebody like me, and you don't have to pay those extra broker fees. But when I see a loan out there, a broker brings it to me, and then a week later, I get it from another broker. A week later, I get it from another broker. I'm like, okay, this loan's being shopped. I mean, literally, I step back when I see that happen. I don't want to waste my time if a borrower is not committed, because you're ending up in that 75% bucket where those loans, I just go, ugh, I'm not interested. I want to focus on those 25. And especially if I get to the point I run your credit report, because not only am I looking at your credit report, but I'm looking at what your, not just the number, but how many credit inquiries have you done over the last 6 months? Who have they been with? And I see all my competitors and real estate lenders out there. You know what that tells me? You've gone out and you've gone to these other lenders looking for loans, and you've been declined. And you've been declined, and there's something you're not telling me, so you're lying to me, and I'm not interested in your loan. And your numbers might look good, but that would be most likely an interesting decline for me too, because there's something that you're not telling me. So as I mentioned, working with brokers can be great, but if you don't come to a direct lender like myself, be aware that brokers are going to send your loans out to multiple lenders, and everybody's going to see it, and that's going to work to your disadvantage. So if you get declines, learn from those declines. So if you get to a borrower or to a lender, you get a decline, ask why. Find out why. And if there's a problem with that, solve that problem. You have a good answer to that problem. So you go out to the next lender, say, this is my weakness. I was declined for this loan. Here's why. Here's what I've done to solve it. I'm going to be much more impressed if you come to me with that than if you're hiding that stuff from me. Okay? And the biggest thing is advocate for yourself. If you know you're a strong borrower, list all the strong points of your loans. Advocate for yourself. There's a great example. I had a borrower came to me with a retail shopping center. And there's a knee-jerk reaction among lenders like me, retail shopping lenders right now, like, because it's so scary right now because so many restaurants and nail salons and hair salons, other types of clients are really struggling, and it's sad. But they've had rent concessions, they're behind on their rents. So there's a predisposition to be really cautious about retail centers right now. Property values have dropped. And I explained all this to him, but he said, no, my tenants are really good. They've been paying me on time. I had a couple of rent concessions. I got back on time. And I said, well, show me. He showed me his bank statements. He showed me his leases, showed me all the way through this pandemic. His bank statements were showing deposits coming in on a regular basis. He might have had maybe a 10% reduction in rents coming in, but they were strong and they had plans getting back on their feet. I loved it. I funded the loan because he came to me prepared for what would have been a weakness. And we ended up funding that loan at 70%, which is really high for retail in today's environment. So again, advocate for yourself. One of the biggest things, as I mentioned, is going to kill you are late mortgage payments. If you have late mortgage payments in your history, it's almost a guaranteed deal killer. Because if you're coming to me looking for a loan and you've been paying your loan late, like hell, I'm going to fund you because you're not doing good, being good on your bills. So I had a borrower came to me recently, and he explained to me right up front. He said, Dan, a couple of years ago, I went through a really bad divorce. It was very acrimonious. To make a long story short, I had a bunch of my mortgage payments that were late because during the divorce, the ex was not paying them. They were supposed to be, so on and so forth. And I ran his credit, and he had 43 late mortgage payments under all circumstances, almost all. That's an immediate decline. But he showed me, I asked him a question, he showed me when his divorce was, when the divorce decree was issued, that the late payments were within that box of that divorce, that time period during the divorce. And as soon as that was over, he was right back to paying on time. I approved the loan, funding him next week. See, there's a weakness, and we discovered it right up front. We talked about it, we answered it, we wrote a letter of explanation, and I funded him. Every other lender he'd been to had declined him. But knowing that story and planning for it made all the difference in the world. Another example of a loan I funded recently, that during the process of the appraisal, this is for a purchase of a single-family rental home, we had to do an estimate of the rental value, what that property was going to rent for. And the appraiser came in and said it's going to be $900 a month, which decreased the loan amount. We went from 75 LTV down to 65 LTV because there was not a high enough DSCR to qualify for that loan payment for the higher 75% LTV. And my borrower was indignant. He said, like hell, I was going to rate for $900. I can rent that for $1,150. So I said, prove it. So during the process of getting the loan approved, he went out and marketed to his base, got a renter that came in there not for $1,150, but for $1,195, $1,195. He got the lease, he got the down payment, first month's rent, deposited in his bank statement. He showed me that bank statement. I brought it back to committee, funded him at the higher loan to value because he advocated for himself. So thinking about these things and work through it, you're going to get as much money as you deserve. I have another scenario where, remember I said, give me the honest estimate of your value. This borrower came with the honest estimate of the value of their property. And they said it was $20 million. And we were like, no, it'll be 15, 17 million max. And he was adamant, it's going to appraise for $20 million. And I want a loan based on $20 million value. He goes, I'll even pay for the appraisal at my risk, just to prove it. And we said, okay, Absolutely. He went out and paid for a very expensive appraisal. It's an expensive commercial property. It appraised at $20.7 million, and he was right. And he's getting the loan that he was looking for. And so I was wrong, but I offered to prove it. So wrapping up, in conclusion, first off, just decide if a commercial real estate loan makes sense for you. Does it make sense? Run your own internal ROI analysis and determine if your money can be reinvested to generate additional income. Again, additional income, buying more properties, invest in your business, investing other opportunities around you. If it makes sense to pull cash out of the real estate, it's the cheapest money you're going to get. And if you're looking at bridge loans, just think about it. Think about what your viable exit plan is. I haven't talked about that much yet. If you're looking for a bridge loan, they're only short-term loans. So you need to think about how is my lender going to get out of this loan? Because when I'm looking at a bridge, I'm always looking at that. What's the exit going to be? How are we going to generate enough income to refinance that loan at the end of the 1, 2, or 3 year term? Or will you be selling the property? So understand what lenders like me are going to be asking. It's important to think about that. Just understand what I'm looking at when you're bringing the loan to me. And think about that. Make the best presentation you can. And lastly, tell your story. Advocate for yourself. It's going to make all the difference in the world. Believe me, all the difference in the world in getting approved for a loan or not getting approved for a loan. And I can tell you that from experience. You can go from that 75 that end up in the wastebasket to that 25 that are going to make it to the next stage. So I hope this has been successful. David, I'm at the end. If you want to make it available for questions, I'm more than happy to take questions.
And you have some good ones. First question, if you purchase through a business, are you looking at both the business and personal credit?
Yes. With any loan, almost any loan, there's going to be a personal guarantee. So I'm going to look at your business, how that business is doing, and I'm looking at you as a borrower. And typically, it can range. Typically, in today's environment, I'm looking for FICO scores of at least 650. Well, that's your middle score, because there's 3 scores: Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. I'm looking at your middle score. However, if it's a bridge loan, credit is not as important. I've funded bridge loans with credit down in the low 500s. But yes, we are likely going to look at it still, because we want to see what your experience as a borrower, are you paying your bills as planned?
Awesome. And what fees are charged on average, and what states do you lend in?
Great question. I lend nationwide, so pretty much all states. There's going to be some exceptions with some loan products. There's a few states like the Dakotas who might not lend in. There's some other states where the loan products have exceptions, but the simple answer is I lend nationwide depending on the loan products. The fees are going to be totally dependent on the product. I have one loan product, but the only fee is upfront. You're going to pay for an appraisal. It might be $600 or $800. I have other loan products for very expensive commercial real estate loans. You might be giving a deposit for as much as $15,000 or $20,000 if you have a $15 or $20 million loan. So it's a little difficult to answer that question on a global basis, but be prepared to pay for a deposit for appraisal, legal, title, and some underwriting.
Great. And FYI, I sent you a personal message with Bruce's connection information. That information has also been posted in the general chat. So feel free to reach out to Bruce. This has been a terrific presentation. After 14 years in lending, it still serves to get educated and a little background on what you're getting into and how to make this work, because lending, I don't think it's ever been tighter in the last 24 years that I've been around it. And
Absolutely, it's incredibly tight right now, David, but we're funding more than ever because a lot of people really need loans right now. And that's why it's super important to be prepared and be willing to be creative and be thoughtful, because you might go in thinking you're going to buy a Chevy and you end up buying a Ford.
Completely understand. Last question. Do you lend for short-term rentals like Airbnb?
Yes, our loan products that can loan against Airbnb. It might be a bit of a struggle to have a long-term low interest loan. However, if I can make the justification with market rents, then I can make that work. Absolutely. And if anybody has any question, my name, email, and phone are on the bottom of every slide here. You're welcome to give me a call or shoot me an email. I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
And Bruce, I already shot you an email while you were in the middle of your presentation. So maybe I got to be first in line there. We'll see.
All right.
Very good stuff. Next up, we have Bruce Dinger on that. And I think I just put the wrong information in there. Dan, if you would post your information in the chat. I think I just posted Bruce's by mistake.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that people are able to connect with you. In addition to Bruce, who's coming up next with another exciting topic.
Okay.
Dan, if you would go ahead and stop sharing your screen. We are watching all of your email and underwriting in the background.
Oh, sorry about that.
I probably don't think you want to share that.
You can't shut me off on your end, right?
I could, but it wouldn't be a nice way to do it on that. So,
okay.
No worries there. Bruce, welcome to the May event. And Bruce has got another topic that's exciting today, specifically to real estate investing from 3,000 miles away. There are those in this industry that will not leave their backyard. There are those in certain states that will not leave their states. But at the end of the day, money is still green. And if you understand the laws of the area that you are working within and you've done your due diligence, you can find deals all over the place, even in markets that people wouldn't generally jump in. Also, finding those deals in markets that people wouldn't generally jump in means that there's a lot less competition for that deal. So without further delay, Bruce, feel free to go ahead and share screen if that's your plan. Dan, you're still sharing screen. Please eliminate that. And
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I thought I had stopped it. Told it to pause.
I'm still.
Dan, if you go up to the top, you'll hit stop share, and that will eliminate the screen share.
Thank you, Bruce.
Sorry about that, guys.
No worries, man. No worries whatsoever. Technology is great when it works, right?
Yeah.
So, guys, a pleasure to be here. Linda, thanks for having me. Dave, thanks for the nice introduction. So I want to talk about really, there's a number of things I could talk about. I'm an investor in both the financial markets as well as the real estate. And the unique thing about me, is, I do projects all over the country, actually all over the world. People always ask me, they'll say, there's no opportunities in my backyard. How do you do it? It doesn't matter where you live. If you don't have opportunities in your own backyard, then you look in another zip code. You take a look at something else. And I always tell people opportunities are everywhere. The key to it, though, is you have to be systematic. And that's the thing when I hear people say, I'm afraid to go outside my realm of geography. It really just comes down to because they don't have a system in place. They don't know really how to evaluate properties from afar. And once you learn that, once you learn how to go ahead and evaluate properties regardless of zip code, and I always say be zip code agnostic. If you can do that, you have the whole plethora of opportunities available for you. So if you have a market that's slowing down or a market that's heating up, you can go in the direction that you need to go in. So I live in the San Francisco Bay Area here in California, and I do most of my projects. I'd probably say 95% of my projects are out of state. I just recently put under contract and closing on a project here, a commercial property in the Santa Cruz County, and I'll tell you about that in a little bit. But that's kind of like falls into the 5% category for me. And it's not that I don't want to do projects here. It's just that I find, for whatever reason, a lot easier to do projects in other parts of the country. And people will say, oh, it's pricing, right? And it's not necessarily pricing. It's not because of the value of properties here in California. It's in my area, it's very, very competitive. You will still have, you'll have people come in with what I call retail money, and they'll be driving up the projects. And that's why it's really even off-market opportunities. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Finding off-market opportunities out here is not difficult, but then you have investors, or you have the owners of the projects that know where they live and they understand how hot the market is. And that's what makes it difficult. So I've found it a lot easier to go in other areas of the country. And that has forced me to really kind of systematize my business where I can do projects anywhere. And I was having a conversation with Dave, and Dave says, yep. He goes, that's how I do projects. It really doesn't, money's green wherever you go. You just have to understand, how do you evaluate a property? And I want to give you guys, so hopefully you get some paper and pen out, because you're going to want to take notes. I don't have a presentation that I'm going to show you. I do have some projects that I will show you. A matter of fact, we are just putting another project on the East Coast just this morning. An offer's going in, all cash offer on an out of the state project that I've never seen before. And people say, whoa, you've never seen the project before. Doesn't that make you nervous? Again, it's about having systems and knowing what you're doing. It's about being able to have your inspection, leadway, where you can go through and know that if it doesn't work out, you have your escape clause where you can get out of a contract. So know the areas that you're going to get into. And this is what I want to talk about. If you want to expand this business, those of you that are either new in the business, kudos to you. Congratulations on being able to join and step into the real estate investing business. It is a very lucrative business. The other thing that I would see is, for those of you that are been in the business for a while, but you're thinking, man, I can't scale my business. I think this will add some value to what you're doing right now in a couple of ways. Because I'll touch on a couple of key points in the next 45 minutes. Marketing and raising money from private money lenders. And we just heard Dan on the call talking about how he deals with investors. I will tell you right now, folks, money is everywhere. And when it comes down to money, when I get to that topic, you're going to realize that the lenders are not doing you a favor. They'll tell you they are, but they're not. You're doing them a favor. You think about how the low interest rates are. And people are looking at how do I get more out of my money? Their money needs your projects, believe me, but you have to buy right. That's the key thing. You have to buy right. And I heard that message loud and clear from Dan. So here's the thing that you want to take a look at. You want to develop systems right out of the gate for this business. You want to be very systematized on everything that you do. That's going to allow you to be able to expand. It's going to be able to allow you to duplicate your business. And it's going to also add speed to your business. The first area that I would say focus on is decide what your focus is going to be. Think about, because when you do real estate, you can do a lot of different things. I run 3 different investment firms when it comes to real estate, and some focus on residential. Another one focuses on commercial. And then we have one that we do ground leases, which is also very lucrative. So you can go in any direction that you want when it comes down to real estate. Even in the residential redevelopment arena, there's a lot of different ways you can go. You can take a look and say, I want to focus on pre-foreclosures, which in my opinion is probably one of the most lucrative areas that you can get into. But it does require a different type of a skill set. Not everybody's cut out to deal with somebody that's going through that emotional state of a pre-foreclosure. But and it doesn't have to be you. That's where when you talk about bringing on, you can bring on partners. I do a lot of joint ventures. I don't believe in bringing on partners into my business, but I do a lot of joint ventures. But if you're that type of individual that says, man, I see the value of this business, but I'm more of a behind the scenes type person, you could hire someone who's more of an extrovert, who can go out there and negotiate with different individuals, talk to people that are going through like a foreclosure, and being able to let them see you as a solution as opposed to someone that's just trying to take their home. So there's so many different ways you can go in this business. Pre-foreclosures, I would say, in my opinion, is one of the most lucrative things. One of the other areas that I focus on, and that's how I was able to go ahead and get the. I got a phone call. Let me just delete that. One of the things that I would go ahead and focus on is out-of-state owners. Out-of-state owners is a great way to go ahead and that's a niche market in and of itself. Because if you think about it, and this is what people always say, you're not going to get deals, in my opinion, you're not going to get deals off of the MLS. You're hiring people that are hiring agents, and they're looking to market. They're trying to go ahead and get the highest price, as they should, for their property. That's not the game that we're in. We're in the game of finding off-market opportunities and being able to even thinking about people that maybe they haven't really thought, or it's in their subconscious mind, or they thought about it a little bit, but they haven't taken action on putting their market up for sale. Those are a lot of them are the out-of-state owners. And I focus on the ones that are at a certain age range, because they're at a time in their life. And this is how I found the property in Santa Cruz County. It's a commercial mixed unit property valued at $1.3 million. That's on the conservative side. I have it under contract for $755,000. $755,000. Now you think about that. People say, "Whoa, how did you do that?" And this is the thing, when I know that when people are just getting into this business, a lot of people get in their own way because you're trying to think what other people are going to think about, what other people's reactions are going to be. And you can't do that in this business. You don't know who's going to buy. You don't know who's going to sell. You don't know what price point. You don't know what's motivating them. These are all things that are the unknown. You can try to find that information out. And that's what I did here. So I had an out-of-state owner who is in Oregon, had the property for years now, was in her 80s, health was declining. So her motivation wasn't money. Her motivation was, I want some cash and I want to liquidate some of my assets. And this property was a part of her portfolio. So when I originally talked to her, I asked her, I said, how about, originally she was asking, the retail value was really 1.3 looking at the comps. And I can easily increase the NOI, the net operating income. But she was asking for over $900,000. You know what I offered her? The low 600s. Now, most of you wouldn't have even done that because you thought, oh, I don't feel comfortable offering such a low price. And I always say, what are they going to do? Hang up on you? What possibly could they do? You got to get a reaction out of them. You got to find out, you got to have a starting point. So I like to be able to say, get a little bit uncomfortable, making an offer. So she's offering 9. I offer in the low 6s. And you know what she told me? Are you crazy? That was her reaction to me. Are you crazy? And I said, well, what would it take? And then we both laughed. And I said, what would it take to go ahead and get you to move? I said, I can't do 9. What would it take? And we ended up at 755. And so you don't know what people's reactions are going to be. But this all comes with the focus. So my focus on the residential side has always been on being able to take a look at pre-foreclosures and out-of-state owners. And I'm just starting now to get into more commercial properties. And this was my first commercial property here in California. So I'm real thrilled about that. And it's not one I'm going to go ahead and flip right away. I'm going to keep it, increase the NOI, because a lot of the tenants in there are paying very, very, very low rates. I mean, you can tell the management, the folks that were managing it didn't do a very good job. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And that's what we take a look at in this business. We look for opportunities, whether it's on the commercial side or whether it's on the residential side. But you first have to think about what is going to be your focus. On the residential redevelopments, my key focus has been focusing on ARVs with a range of about 800,000 to about 1.1 mil. 800,000 to about 1.1 mil. Now, if it was in California, I would go past the 1.1 mil because there's a lot of buyers out here that just given the zip code, they want to buy. And that's not going to be a problem. But going beyond that, I have found in my experience, it attracts, in other parts of the country, it attracts a different type of an investor. And that could be rare. So I want to make sure that when I'm buying, I'm always thinking about, and I heard Dan talk about this, I'm always thinking about what my exit strategy is going to be. So I'm thinking about when I'm buying a property, are there at that price point, Are there a lot of sellers that could afford to buy this property? And if there's a few, that's not of interest to me. So I found that niche market 800 to 1.1 works well for me. Here's the other reason I focus on that area. And this is what I'm saying about having a clear focus. This is how you're going to be successful in this business. When I focus on 800 to 1.1, the profit margins are larger. The profit margins are larger. So what does that do for me? It also makes sure that I'm protecting my investment. So if I have slippage, and you are going to have slippage, you're going to get into a project and you're going to find out that something that wasn't seen arises, and you're going to have to pay more than what you obviously expected. If you have a property and you're focusing on the lower end ARVs, you're in trouble. You're looking at possibly at best breaking even in some cases, and then you already start to lose money, and you don't want to do that. So I like to focus on ones that have, because it takes me the same amount of effort to do a larger project as it does to do one of the smaller ones. So between 800 to 1.1 is my sweet spot. The other thing that does, I'll tell you guys, is it shakes out a lot of the competition. Because most folks that are in this business, well, I don't care if you've been in the business, one day, or you've been in the business for several years, most people are uncomfortable with raising capital, because that's the other thing that stops people from getting into this business. It's either finding the projects or being able to raise money for them. And when you take a look, and that's the other skill set that you have to develop, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but raising money for those projects, when you start to get into a project that has an ARV of 800 to 1.1 mil, you shake out a lot of the competition. So that's one of my criteria is having that price range there. The other thing for me is looking at the school districts. And again, even if you don't have kids, you're not the one that's going to be living there. You're going to go ahead and fix up the property, and you're going to sell it to another couple. Even if they don't have kids, I'll tell you this, having a good school district is a really good sign that the area is well-to-do. So how do you may say, well, how do you figure out what the school districts are, Bruce? It's all public information. I mean, you can even go to Zillow, and they have embedded in their software on Zillow. You take a look at any project, and they have down there how the schools rank on a system called greatschools.org. So they rank it from 1 to 10, 1 being the worst, 10 being the best. So I don't need a 10, but I prefer, my preference is to have an 8, 9, or 10. A 7, I'll take a look at. But when you start dropping below a 7, here's what you're doing. I'm not going to say it's impossible, because people will buy the properties, but what you're doing is you're giving your seller, and you have to think into the future, right? You're giving your seller one more checkbox where he can say no. And I don't want that. I want to have as many of those checkboxes on the yes side as possible. So for me, my preference is to go ahead and take a look at great school districts that fall into those categories of 8, 9s, or 10s on greatschools.org. Again, 7 being acceptable, but I really have to take a look at other factors as well. So that's one of the things that I take a look at as well. So I'm looking at price points, and I'm also looking at school districts. What's the other thing that you want to focus on? In my opinion, you want to focus on liquidity. How liquid is that market? So when you're going through and you're taking a look at the prices of homes, take a look at how quickly the homes actually sold. How long were they on the market before they actually got sold? If you have a very, very liquid market where you put, like in my area here in San Mateo County, you put a property on the market, it's gone within a week, week and a half. That's really liquid. That's also, it can work against you because there's a lot of competition in that area. But if you are fortunate enough to find a project in the area that's that liquid, you're not going to have any issue being able to sell that project. So that's also a good thing. But I like to take a look at, I won't go over 45 days. I like to take a look and see what the average is for days on market. So I'm looking for 45 days and lower is what I'm taking a look at when I'm looking at a project. So again, it goes back to taking a look at focus when you're getting into this business. And those of you that are looking to expand your business, you think about the more you know an area, the more you know the school districts, how liquid a property is, what the price range of a projects are. That's when you're able to go ahead and buy properties, boom, sight unseen. You don't even have to take a look at the property. And again, it doesn't have to be in your own backyard. Once you find out the area that you're going to focus on, you start to, and we'll talk about like a desktop analysis. There's many things that you can do from afar. There's many things you can do from 3,000 miles away. You don't have to be able to touch, sniff, and smell the project. You don't have to do that. You know, the project that I'm putting under contract right now, I've never seen it. And I'll show you that in just a minute. But it comes down to being able to be very familiar with your project. So then you think, well, Bruce, how do you do it if you don't live in the area? How are you going to know and have confidence that your investment is going to be safe? Well, you can do so much work on taking a look at like Google Earth. You can do so much work on taking a look at comps. You can do so much work by being able to do your desktop analysis and putting in, and I'll show you my spreadsheet that I use for doing that. But you do have to have some boots on the ground. It just doesn't have to be you. That's where you can go ahead and either have, and I leverage, now check this out. Some people want to be cheap about it. And they'll say, I want to use my cousin Johnny, who's an agent. Okay, well, cousin Johnny has only sold one project in the last 24 months. You know, so you want to get real with this, right? You don't want to be cheap with this project. You want to be able to go ahead and have partnerships, build out a power team. And it starts, in my opinion, it starts with the agent. So when I'm taking a look at any area, it doesn't matter what area that I'm looking at, I go and I look at who the best agents are. You may say, well, how do you find out who the best agents are if you're not from that area? Go to Zillow. There's other resources that you can go to as well. And you can go to Agent Finder, and they categorize the agents, and there's other softwares that do that as well. They categorize the agents, and they go ahead and list out how many homes, not that they list it, how many homes did they sell in the last 12 months, in the last 24 months. And I'm going to go ahead and do research on those individuals. I'm going to take a look at what awards that they have won, how long they've been in the business, what projects are they focused on, what have they sold, what did they sell it for, did they sell it for over the market value, the listing price? Those are things that are important to me. And then I'm calling them up and I'm saying, hey, this is Bruce Stinger with BKD Ventures. How you doing? I'm an investor and I'm coming into your area. And when I come in, I usually come in hot and heavy. So I don't come in and just do one project. I do multiple projects once I start my projects. I was reading about your background, and I got to say I'm impressed. I saw this award, this award, and this award, and I saw that you're ranked the number one agent in that area. And I'm wondering if we can go ahead and set up some time to talk on a Zoom call. And what are they going to say? Of course, they're going to say yes, because they want to deal with a professional. They want to deal with an investor because they're not seeing one commission check. They're seeing multiple commission checks. That's what they're saying. And then once you're starting that relationship, then it's like, hey, can you go ahead, Dan, and can you go ahead and I have a project actually under contract. And this is what I always tell students as well. You don't want to go ahead and waste somebody's time. If you have a project that you really think is worthwhile, and there's things that you have to do to go through to learn if a project is worthwhile, you put it under contract. You don't sit there and say, man, that project looks good. Let me ask this guy here. Let me ask Linda. Let me ask Dan. Let me ask Paul. You want to put it under contract. You have your escape clause. You can get out of it for whatever reason. So put it under contract. You're calling the agent up. You say, I got a project under contract. Let me give you the address. And I'd like for you to take a look at it and let me know if I fix it up properly, what could I sell it for? And see if that number matches the ARVs, the after repair value number that you're coming up with. That's going to, so you're getting assurance on it. And you're also, a lot of times people do a big miss. They look at the agent as, oh, let me hire the agent on the back end. You're hiring the agent on the front end. Why? Because they're your partner. If you're talking to the top agent in the area, they're also going to know things about the area. I've been in projects where I've never seen before, where I had a project under a contract and the garage was detached. I wouldn't think that would make a big difference, but apparently it did. It affected what the agent told me. Here's what you're going to be able to sell for, because everybody wants an attached garage in this area. I didn't know that. So you find out those little nuances by having your intel on the street. That's the agent. So a lot of times, here's the thing I do too. Getting them involved early is I'll have them walk through the property with the contractor. Why? Because they're able to say, here's what's selling in the area. You know what? I noticed that there's 3 bedrooms or there's 4 bedrooms, whatever the case may be, but all of them are really rinky dinky. They're all small. And you need to none of them are really designated as a master bedroom. And if what's selling this in this area, what's going to put you above the rest is creating a beautiful master bedroom with the full bath. You can guess about those things, but you don't know what is selling in those areas. These folks know who's buying. They also, here's the other thing too. Many of my projects get sold before I'm actually completed. Why? Because I have my agents doing private showings. They already have a list, because this is the thing I'll ask the agent. Okay, so I got this project under contract. You're telling me I can sell it for X. Do you have any buyers in mind? Most of the time they tell me yes. Because if you think about it, if they are the top agents in the area, they have a laundry list of other people who are looking for properties. And think about when a property gets sold, how many people will win? It ain't Sharon. There's only one person that's winning. One. What happened to the other 5, 6, 7, 8 people that were also interested in that property? And to think about it, the agent already knows what their budget is. They know what in that area, they know what they're looking to pay for that property. All these things matter. So you may think that going with somebody who is a friend of yours and going to give you a discount on the fee is a win. It's not. Pay them what they're worth. A good agent is worth everything in this business, because they can also introduce you, as you talk about building your power team, they start introducing you to contractors. Now, and I've had people bring contractors to me and say, hey, I'm going to use, this person has done great work on my kitchen, or they did great work on fixing up this, that, and the other, or they did great pool work. I ask them, have they ever done a full-blown residential redevelopment? And they'll say, no, but they do great work. And that may be true. But you have to know that going in if you want to give that person a chance on the contractor side, because it's not just the contractors doing great work. It's also the relationships that they have with the county, with the city to get those permits. And you think about that for a minute. If you and I have a relationship together and you work for the county and you like me, and I'm doing job after job, and you know I do great work and I have a great reputation, it's a lot easier to go ahead and get permits done. So think about that for a minute. So, but who helps you gets introductions to the contractors? Well, it's typically the agent. So these are things you want to think about. You want to think about building out your power team. There's a lot that goes into this business, but once you get it up and running and you systematize it, you're off to the races. The other thing that people don't think about until the end is the buyers. And you don't know what you're going to do with the project. You may go ahead and do a complete rehab of the project. You may need quick cash. You may want to go ahead and do a wholesale deal and have the contract where you go ahead and assign it to somebody else. You're assigning the contract to another buyer. Well, how do you find those buyers? You find them ahead of time. You're going ahead. You ever see those signs in your area? And I'm sure you have. The ones that say, we buy ugly homes. You probably ignore them. Most of you do. I know that to be true because I've asked other people about that are in this business. You want to call those signs. That's not your competition. Those are people that you can collaborate with. You're calling those individuals up and you're saying to them, hey, look, I saw your sign, we buy ugly homes. I'm also an investor. You think we can sit down over some coffee? And I want to find out, what type of homes are you buying? What's your price range? What zip codes are you not buying in? How quickly do you move? These are the things so then when you have a project, you have multiple exit strategies where you pick up a project. Maybe you think you're going to do a residential redevelopment and you think to yourself, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just flip this thing. I'm going to go ahead and instead of fixing it up, I'm going to sell it to John, who I met, who I know what his price range is, and I'll make whatever, 10, 15, maybe $20,000 on the flip, on the wholesale deal. So these are the things that you want to be able to do. Going to REIA groups is going to be powerful for you. This business, I think if you were to ask Linda, you were to ask anybody that's on the call, any of the moderators, they're going to tell you this business can be summarized in one thing. It's all marketing. Marketing, marketing, marketing. You are marketing for homes. You're going ahead and you're having your system in place on how do you find off-market opportunities. You're going ahead and you're marketing for buyers. You're marketing for investors. And people, you never know what you're going to find. People always say, I'm going to go to this REIA group. So REIA groups are great places to go to meet whoever. You don't know if you're going to find somebody that says, hey, you know what? My uncle is going through a foreclosure. You don't know who you're going to meet. So I always say it's not what you know. It's not who you know. It's who knows what you do. That's important in this business. You have to let everybody know what you do. And when you're at these REIA groups, or you're at different networking groups, or you're going to different auctions, or you're going to different charity events where money is, you never know what you're going to pick up there. And when you're going there, you're going to be able to say, you know, that's when you have to have your pitch down. You have to have your pitch down about what it is that you do, because money, my friends, is everywhere. But if you don't know how to present yourself, you're never going to be able to find it. You're not going to be able to uncover that capital that you need for your projects. So when you take a look at, when you're going to a meeting and people say, hey, what is it that you do? What would you say? What would you say? What is it that you do? You don't say your day job if you're not doing this on a full-time basis. You're going to go ahead and say what? You're not going to say, I'm a fix and flipper, because boom, the conversation will probably end. You want to go ahead and leave it open for a conversation. So you go to them and you say, I'm a residential redeveloper. And most people will say a residential redeveloper. And their next question is, what is that? And that's when you say, well, you know, I find properties, off-market opportunities at a great discount. I go ahead and I fix them up and I flip them. And those investors that are fortunate enough to be able to go ahead and fund my projects, I give them a nice return on their money. And it's all backed by real estate. I put them in first lien position, so they are protected in case something goes wrong, which it won't, but it does. They pick up the property for pennies on the dollar. The next thing they're going to say is they're either going to say, well, I know people that are looking for that are looking to sell their home. They haven't put it on the market yet. Or they're going to say, and this has happened to me many times, well, how do I get involved in that? And I'll turn them and I'll say, how do you get involved in what? They say, well, I want to fund one of your projects. That's why I don't have any projects that need funding right now, but let's go ahead and have a conversation one-on-one where we can sit down and talk about, what it is that how we can work together. And in that meeting, I'll have them bring 2 years of their statements of wherever their money is parked that they're planning on using for an investment. And I do that to educate them, not me. I do that to educate them, to be able to show them that their money's not really doing that great. Maybe they're making 3%, 4% on their money after all the fees that are involved. And that gives me leverage to be able to go say, I'll offer them 8% annualized, backed by real estate, or maybe 10%. Depending on what type of investor, what type of relationship you're going to build, you can offer them between 8 to 12%. I've never paid anyone more than 12%. And people talk, well, that's expensive. If you're going to make money, it costs you nothing. That's always been my philosophy. If it makes you money, it costs you nothing. But you, in this business, you're marketing for projects, for buyers, for contractors in new areas, and for investors. That's what it is. But the whole thing about it is this. When you're talking about our business, people always get it wrong. I'll ask them, I say, when do you think investors, when do you think we as residential redevelopers, when do you think we make money? Now, what would you say? Most people will say, well, you make money when you sell. Now, that's when you actually realize the transaction, but you make money when you buy. So let me show something with you. This is the business that you guys are about to embark on. And I want to bring these up and just to give you some idea about what it is that you're taking a look at. So this is actually the project. I'm going to bring this up yet. Let me share my screen. This happens to be the project that, let me move this out of the way. So I haven't even seen this project yet, but yet I'm putting an offer down on it. Now look at this. Most of you got mold. You can see mold on the wall. Most of you say, I'm not going to get involved in that. But you're not going to make money in this business. Let me show you another one here. Same project. This is what was sent over to me. Look at this one here. Where am I at? My Zoom. Let me share this one with you. Look at this. Look at that. What do you see? I see opportunity. Most people run from this. Let me show you another one that goes with this. Here's the bathroom. Let me share this with you. Take a look at this, my friends. Now, could you imagine yourself having Saturday morning breakfast here? Bacon and eggs served up. Nice coffee. But this is opportunity, guys. This is a real project out on the East Coast that I am going ahead and putting an offer in on. And actually, where is it? Let me bring this up. Hang on one quick second. Let me bring this up. Where is it? Right here. So you can see here, and this is just recently, 1 hour ago. Where is it? My Zoom. Share this. So you can see here, putting in an offer this morning for $235,000. My investor, Bruce Dinger, is copied on this email. If you have any questions, please let me know. Now look at this. So that's the project. Those are some of the pictures. And she sent me over videos and everything else. So this is my whole point, is that when you're taking a look at opportunity, it doesn't have to be your boots on the ground. What it has to be is you're building out relationships with individuals. And it could be a wide variety of different individuals. It could be people that you're doing a joint venture with that's running another business. I do a lot of these things with my students that are looking to go ahead and get into this business. And Melissa, the lady that went ahead and found this project, very, very aggressive, has been with me for probably 3 weeks. People always say, how quickly can you go ahead and move in this business? As quickly as you want, as quickly as you want. It's really all depends on you. Let me share something else with you real quick. I want to bring up a project, and I want you guys to take a look at this. Let me share my screen with you. Let's see here. So this is another project that I did in the same area. Boom, this one here. So look at this, guys. Let me share this with you. So this happens to be a project that I did a while back in the same area. Can you see how dark it is? Can you see how dark it is with this? And I just want to make sure you guys are able to see the screen, correct? So you see how dark this is? Perfect, thank you. I had a contractor come out and tell me, I can paint over this paneling. And I said to myself, yeah, you're not the one that's going to be the contractor. So you want to take a look at what's behind that paneling. And we took a look, and there was, nice wall there behind it. So we were able to take that off. Actually, we knocked this whole wall down as it came to fruition. But take a look at this. This I kept in place, this fireplace. Now keep note of this because you're not going to recognize the property. Look at the fireplace. You're going to say, is that the same property? Look at the fireplace. Look at these windows. These are the ones that I kept in. That's the only thing that I kept in on this. Now look at this. So this wall came down. That's my daughter. This wall came down here. You can see how dark it is. We're out there in the middle of the day. On this side is the dining room. On this side of the wall is the kitchen. You'll see the kitchen in a minute. How dark it is. In the middle of the day, how dark that is. Just terrible. Let's see there. Let me stop this. And stop this. And I want to bring this up now. Oh, here's the look at the kitchen. Look at the kitchen. Very, very similar to the project that we're going to be doing right now if we get the contract. Look at this. Look at this kitchen. Just ugly. But I look at it as opportunity. Opportunity everywhere. Opportunity everywhere. So we took down this wall here. If you go back here, here's the kitchen. We opened up this because that's what's selling in this area is kind of that open space. Now watch this, guys. Let me see if I can find it. And this is the other thing. This is the other thing that I do is I put all my projects in a private Facebook page. And I'll tell you why I do that in just a minute. But I do videos, pictures. Look at it. You can see here. I'm gonna go through this. I want to go through the finished product here. I want to be respectful of the time. But look at this. Same project. And you may think, holy smokes. Look at this. Remember the fireplace I told you to remember? And the two windows? Looks very, very different, doesn't it? Let's see if I have a picture of the kitchen here. You can see the kitchen there. The wall's gone. All those walls are gone. Opened it up. See if I get an up close picture of the kitchen. Look at that. Look at that. Now, here's the other thing about it is I knew what this was going to cost before I did the project. And you may think, well, how do you do that? Again, remember I talked out and I started talking about you have to be systematized. So I keep track, and this is the other thing that I would pass on to you guys. I keep track of everything. When I'm doing projects, I have Excel spreadsheets and I put down what the flooring is what the SKU code is, what it cost me. I put down the countertops, the backsplash, the sink, the Kohl's faucet. I put down everything. I listed out what the price is, where I got it from, what the SKU code is for those particular items. And I'll tell you why I do that. It's being systematized, because once you do one project, you're able to do another project in that same area, doing the same thing, knowing exactly what you're going to do. And you're able to go ahead and pass off to a contractor to say, here's my scope of work. So there's no guessing. It's not like when you're talking about the white on the wall, you're talking about Navajo white, and you have the Sherman-Williams color code for that. There's no guessing where you walk in and say, it's not really what I wanted, or that faucet isn't what I wanted, or that sink isn't what I wanted. You know exactly what you're going to do. It helps with structuring your relationships with your contractors. It makes sure that you keep within budget. These are all things that are important, and it makes you be able to expand, duplicate, and speed up your business. That is going to be key for you. That is going to be absolute paramount for you going forward in a business like this. So when you talk about, and I want to share one other thing with you guys on here. When you're taking a look at people want to guess about, hey, what's this going to cost me? Am I going to make a profit on this particular project? Am I still sharing my screen? Can you guys see or no? Let me see here. Maybe I'm not sharing the screen anymore. Let me see. No, I don't think I am. Hang on one quick second, guys. I'll bring this up again. Here's what you want to take a look at. You want to go through, when you're talking about, you want to have I'm a nut about having spreadsheets. And I'll tell you why. Because I want to make sure that I'm doing it right. I want to make sure that I can expand my business. I want to make sure that I make money. So I have on these spreadsheets here what the cost is for the project, what the after repair value is. And I typically, when I'm doing after repair value, I won't do an average. You hear a lot of people talk about the average. For a conservative side, I go through and I take a look, and I don't go by the raw number. I'll take a look at dollars per square foot is what I'm measuring it on. Dollars per square foot. So I'll take a look at what the square footage is, what the property sold for, and I figure out what the dollars per square foot is. And I take the lowest one in that area that's within my radius that has sold in the last 6 months, and I'll plug that into my sheet. And even if the agent says, I think we can get more, the market has increased, I still go with the lowest. Why? It protects me. And I talk about what my budget is, estimated repair cost, all these things. You get estimated repair costs. I have that all built in terms of being able to go ahead and walk through what this is going to cost, all from a distance. And you only get better and better and better at that. And then it comes down to being able to say, okay, what's my net profit after my holding costs, my selling costs, everything, the cost of money, what's the profit going to be on the project? These are things that are going to make or break you, is being systematized. If you're not systematized, you're running and you're flying by the seat of your pants. That's not how you're going to do this business. It's not going to how you're going to scale the business. So we make money when we buy the project. You have to buy it right though, but you have to know what you're doing. And that's the other thing too. When you're talking to investors, people say, oh my gosh, I'm so scared of being able to go ahead and ask for money. Why? Their money. If you talk to Dan, he's being real. He's looking for projects to put his money in. He just wants the right project. He wants to make sure that it's in the right project with the right person that's going to do them justice and keep his money safe. The only reason you won't get funded is an investor doesn't believe that you know what you're doing. They don't believe that you're going to keep their money safe. Those are only two things. So you want to make sure that you're starting to systematize things. When you go to them and you say, hey, here's the project. I've already packaged things up. Even if you're going to do just a wholesale deal and you're getting the habit of being able to do all the work where you're putting things into a credibility packet and you have your project listed out there and say, hey, this is all the stats on the project. And by the way, here's my deal analyzer. Here's what you can make on the project. You can verify it if you want to. You're going to build yourself a reputation where people want to work with you. They want to work with individuals like that, building out a credibility packet and whatnot. So again, keep it in mind as we wrap up here, guys. It's going to come down to marketing. It's going to come down to marketing. It's going to come down to marketing. You're marketing for homes. You're marketing for investors. You're marketing for buyers. All the things above are true. And you just got to get out there and hustle. But if I were to go ahead and tell somebody who's just getting started in this business, and I do that all the time because I do coach people through this process, It's going to be systematizing your business, tracking everything that you do for the business, having the contracts that you want. And that's the thing that I'll tell you, for those of you that are looking to scale your business, or you're looking to do this business and really be able to expand and make more money, well, then you're going to want to contact me. And I think that Dave had put my contact information in there, and that is my mobile number, but only contact me if you're serious. So what I would offer you is this. If you're, what I'm looking for, so everybody wants something different, right? So Dan's looking for different projects and stuff. I'm looking for different projects from a different level. So I want to be able to work with students that are coachable and that I can train. So I don't have a link that I can send you and say, hey, go ahead and sign up, because I also want to have a conversation with you, a one-on-one conversation to find out if you're right for me and I'm right for you. And if you are, I share my system with you in terms of being able to go ahead and talk about how do we do marketing? How do we look for off-market opportunities? How do we go ahead and find out-of-state owners? How do we put together a credibility packet? I already have all that. How do you go ahead and have the 6 critical documents that you need for working with a contractor that protects you, your investors, and the contractor? How do you deal with the scope of work? How do you take a look and say, you know what, I want my kitchen to look like this. And instead of having to walk down the aisles of Home Depot, Lowe's, and specialty shops, being able to know what the cost is going to be, being able to know what the SKU number is going to be. I have that. How do you do foreclosures? What does that look like for you? If you want to work with me, reach out to me and we'll have the conversations. It's not free. I charge $10,000 for it, but it's not for 6 months. It's not for a year. It's not for 5 years. It's for as ever long as you're in this business. And I'll go through the details of you, what that involves. But if you're serious about getting this business off the ground, you're serious about expanding, there's benefits for me as well in working with somebody who knows my systems, because then I know you're going to bring me properties that are worthwhile taking a look at, much like what Melissa has done. And then we can do deals together, and I'll help fund those projects, and we'll do a joint venture on the projects to get you up to speed quickly. So hopefully you enjoyed this. Linda, I want to give a big shout out to Linda Pelagas, because it is not easy to put together an event like this, but she always brings quality individuals to the event. So Linda, thank you very much for having me. Dave, thanks as well. And guys, hope you got some great benefit out of this. My name is Bruce Dinger. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, we're a couple minutes early. If you want to, we do have a question or two.
Let's do it.
The chat's been very active. So if you've got a question that you put in the chat and we scrolled past it, please go ahead and put it in the Q&A, and we'll try to make sure we get it answered here. Preya R, why real estate returns as low as 8%?
Why real estate returns?
That came early. That came about 15, 20 minutes ago. I think you were talking about vetting your investors.
Yeah. So private money lenders, I've actually done lower than 8%. In this market, you can. So when you're talking about, so it's not the return on the investment. That's not what it is. It's talking to an investor that says, I want to fund your project. I want to fund your project. I'll fund the entire thing plus the rehab, which is typically what I do. I get the money for the home, and I get the money for the repairs. Depends on Priya. It depends on who the investor is. It depends on that type of relationship. There's some investors I'll give 12% annualized on their money. There's some I've offered as low as 7% in being able to do that. So in this market, you can probably offer lower. My top investors I take care of, because I want them coming back and I don't want them going anywhere else. And there's a lot of investors like the ones in Boulder Creek that I went ahead and put under contract. I simply texted my investors a text message, and they said, where do I wire the money? That's the relationship I have with them, because I give them top dollar. But you don't have to do that when you're getting started. If you're meeting with a potential private money lender, you guys are just getting started, you can go ahead and say, hey, in this market, I noticed that you're making 3-4% on your money. I'll offer you 7%. So that's the cost of money. I'll offer you 7% annualized on your money. Try that out.
How much pay realtor after you have in contract?
Say the question again, Dave.
It's worded kind of funny, so I'm gonna read it word for word. How much pay realtor after you have in contract?
So
I'm assuming they're asking about discounted real estate services from residential real estate.
Yeah, I don't really get into discounted services. I always believe you pay for what you get. So when the service that I see for an agent is their intel. You know, their intel for the area, their intel for potential buyers for the project. A good agent is worth their weight in gold. My typical, you'll see in my spreadsheets, my typical is 5% is what I put in terms of cost for the agent. But yeah, I'm not going to go ahead and haggle with an agent and try to get him down to to give them discounted services, because again, I'm looking to build relationships, and if you're buying the project correctly, you're not going to have to worry about that.
Awesome. And from Mike, first of all, welcome back, Mike. Good to see you on here again. What's your biggest project?
What's my biggest project?
Mm-hmm.
On the residential side, it would have to, all my projects are pretty significant. Ones that I did in Maryland, in Howard County, those projects there sell for about close to $1 million. And I'm usually able to pick them up for, probably 50% below market value. I have a system that I already have in place out in there. So those are probably the biggest projects that I get are on the East Coast. There are some projects that I've done on the pre-foreclosure side here in California, but even those weren't as big as the ones that I'm done on the East Coast. The commercial side, I'm just really getting started with the commercial. I've had offers on the project. Again, if you buy right, you attract other people. The project that I have out in Boulder Creek, 755, I've had 2 offers on it where I could flip the contract if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. One offer was for one offer was for 1.1 mil. But I have other plans for that because it's a 3-unit commercial property, and it also has a residential unit as well, which I'm going to Airbnb. It's in a great location, and I already have a lot of interest from some executives from different companies around Silicon Valley.
Awesome. Well, that's what we have going into lunch, folks. Come back at 1 p.m. We're going to take it into lunch at this point. Paul's going to be running the afternoon, and we're going to kick off with Christoph Maltz from Land Voice, talking about lead generation for your next transaction. Bruce, that was just loaded with gold nuggets. And if people were listening close, you had a couple of awesome ones in there. I want to point out one in particular, if I can say it right. And the combination of using the realtors to vet your area, but the way you presented your pre-qualification for potential investors is absolutely among the elite of how capital is raised in this business. If you are not paying attention, if you didn't catch that gold nugget from Bruce on how he vets his investors and how he gets them to the table, definitely reach out to him. We're going to make sure his contact information is reposted here in a minute. But as a former capital raiser in the syndication world, hands down, one of the most effective strategies I've ever heard, taught, and used. And just so happy to see it working across the board and from 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Dave, people are going to find out that are getting into the business. We all have different strengths. I just love my Superman strength is my hero strength is being able to raise capital, but I do it all the time. I'm very comfortable doing it. I'm always raising capital for future projects, but having those relationships is really what's key. But yeah, I mean, I wish the students the best of luck, and I look forward to hopefully working with some of them.
Good luck with that. Reach out to Bruce. What an amazing opportunity and an amazing possibility to get into a very elite group and either jumpstart your real estate investing career or take it to the next level. With that, we're going to move into lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, and wish everybody a very enjoyable lunch hour. Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
some hats on. All right.
All right, guys, 5 minutes countdown until the land voice webinar. Going to start right.
You are in the right place at the right time. We are going to start exactly at 1 o'clock, and we've got some amazing people coming on board now for Land Voice, and just wait to see what's up. So very excited to hear all of that and more. So get ready. Make sure you've got yourself in a comfortable place. You're paying full attention. Your focus is right here, because you're going to want to be able to take really good notes and pay full attention to every word. Coming up in just a moment. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're just getting everybody raring to go and rock and rolling here. This is the place to be. My name is Paul Fink. I'm the Maverick Millionaire, and this is the Realty411 expo. This is the amazing place where you want to learn about how to really move the ball, if you will, and create abundance in your life. Every single one of the trainers here has expertise, has knowledge that will create a difference in your world. When you apply their techniques, their strategies, when you grab hold of their skill sets, it's going to create a difference. And I speak from experience. When I first got started in real estate back 20 years ago, I went to every program there was, grabbed hold of every seminar that I could, and tapped into the knowledge base that was available to me. And it's one of the things I would encourage each and every one of you to do, is to tap in. We've got so much knowledge that's being shared with you today. And the challenge is that when we receive all the knowledge, we have a tendency to do two things. Either discredit it and go, yeah, I've heard that, and forget the fact that we may have heard it. However, did we actually apply it? The other thing that happens is that we grab hold of it, and then that's the last time we ever think about it. That we never quite put it into practice and apply it into our world. We also, and I want you to recognize, almost every one of the speakers has given you access to them. In one way or the other, they've given you consults, they've given you abilities to tap into their knowledge base, to grab hold of their information, and to really do a deeper dive. I would highly recommend taking advantage of that. It's what will make the difference in your future. You know, for all of us, time is ticking and time's going by really quickly. We want to be able to make the highest and best use of that time. And how do we do that? Is through applied knowledge. So absolutely grab hold of this information. Absolutely pay attention to what is being delivered here. give us your full attention and take really good notes, and let's get in the game so that you can really make a difference in your world. We should be ready to go. It is exactly top of the hour, and so I am going to introduce our speaker. Are we ready to rock and roll? I know Chris is here.
We are. Yes.
Jonathan, awesome.
How's it going?
Guys, welcome, welcome. Linda, we're ready to rock and roll. I believe I've gotten the A-OK. Awesome. So everything's in place.
Perfect, yes.
What was that?
Thank you. That's perfect, Paul. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. That's what I'm here for. And this is a great community. Guys, welcome. And I'm going to do a quick introduction. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I'll do a quick introduction, and then I'll hand it over to you guys to take it over with your brilliance. So we have Christopher Maltz and Jonathan, is it Matoyer?
That was very close. Yeah, Matoyer. Yeah.
Matoyer.
You got
awesome.
it.
And so how to overcome low inventory and buy more properties now. Both are national trainers, and I haven't met you guys, so I'm really fascinated to hear what you have to say. So this is great. So often we have people that have been here over and over. You guys have a great voice and new training as they share ways to overcome low inventory, which is absolutely key in this day and age. Explore today's most effective strategies, proactively find and connect with motivated sellers who are highly likely to sell and to stand out from your competition, which is really key. You will learn how to uncover these sellers through technology, automation, and permission-based marketing that follows the DNC rules and regulations, which is important. Land Voice has been investing in real estate agents and investor success for over 30 years. Love that. Helping them thrive through all economic conditions, because we know we've been through the ups and downs over the last 20, 30 years. They make sure you wake up every day to a new list. Oh my gosh, a new list of local sellers, which includes property details, homeowner contact information, which is obvious, mobile numbers and email addresses. Who here loves that? Land Voice adds fuel to your fire so you can buy more properties. Guys, absolute pleasure. The whole field is yours. Take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What an amazing introduction. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Well, let me just forward to the slide, advance a little bit here. Well, we are excited to be this Saturday afternoon with you. And you're absolutely right, Paul. We are new to your group, and although we have been in business for 30 years. So let's do a little introduction so you can get to know us, everybody. And by the way, we know in the audience, we have a lot of investors. We also have a lot of licensed real estate agents. And the trick is, how do you talk to both of them? So we're going to try to do that today. There will be some segments where you say, okay, that applies more to an agent, and other segments, oh, that applies to an investor. So stay with us. We're going to speak to both of you. We know that you're both listening. So my name is Christoph Malzl. I'm VP at Land Voice for over 10 years at Land Voice for business development, public relations. My passion is data research. We find niche opportunities in any area in the United States, and we give it to those individuals in our industry that we love, that they can get either buy more properties or sell more properties. So we're going to talk about those niche opportunities today. I'm excited to have also with me Jonathan Matoyer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Matoyer. I also work in the business development department with Christoph. I'm one of the executives here. I do most of the training here for Land Voice. We travel stage to stage, event to event, and do a lot of webinars. We're really excited to present to you guys and talk about what our top agents and investors are doing to find great investment properties, and of course, to list more homes. We're going to talk about different scripts and strategies that I hope some of you will put into play after this webinar. Again, Jonathan Matoyer with Land Voice, thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I wouldn't love to do this without you because your disruptive approach is incredible. So you
Excited
guys
to share.
Thank you. Quick overview, Land Voice has all these, it's a toolbox where you have leads that basically help you to go through any economic environment. Expires, for sale by owners, neighborhood search, pre-foreclosures. Who wants to learn about that, right? That's awesome today. Call capture and all expires. That is the gift of the gods of real estate. I can't wait until we get to that point. So we're gonna tell you that the purpose of Land Voice is to empower achievers to create abundance. That is you, the achiever. We empower you, and there's something that you have to do on your own. Once we give you the training and the scripts and the leads with the phone numbers, you can make it happen. Yep. Especially in this hot market that we're in right now. We say hot market, and some agents and investors say, no, it's the opposite. I wish it was an easier market. Well, we're gonna make it easier and fun for you by shaking up things a little bit. We have some scripts for you. Those are especially great for real estate agents. If you have a license, those scripts are golden for you. So make sure you download those. Also, the investors, make sure you download them. There are some nuggets in there that you will enjoy. The reason why we do that is so that we don't have to stop at the webinar and say, write down the script, go back a slide. Here it is for you in PDF format. Okay, I just lost my screen here. So next. The data is kind of tricky. What do we share, right? Because we want to talk about real data that applies to you. And we have investors and agents from all over the United States. So we're going to share some United States stats, averages, but we focus a little bit on Orange County and San Diego because a little bird told us that many of you are actually in Southern California. Nice. I hope that little bird was not a liar and this actually applies to you. Okay, so we talked about 5 easy and predictable listing sources for agents and for investors, sources where you can buy properties more likely than if you focus on the wrong source. And the reason why we do 5 is because in this environment today, it's important to be diversified and not only focus on one thing. You may have become really good just doing this one thing really well. Maybe your past clients, right? And you work that or your database. In this environment right now, if we want to overcome low inventory, it is very smart if we diversify a little bit, just as it is smart with a portfolio in the stock market, right? You want to be diversified. So let's start with the first one with expires. Jonathan, take it away. Perfect.
So guys, I don't know what you think when you see the word expired, but for me, one of the first things that comes to my mind is timing. Getting to these sellers before my competition. For the last 27 plus years, Land Voice has been perfecting this process, pretty much handing all of the sellers to you on a silver platter. The correct cell phone information, ran through the do not call registry. But why expireds? We know expireds are the ideal listing source, really, and they're also great investment opportunities. Depending on how far back you go, we see investors going after expireds all the time. They have one hand in the air saying that they want to sell their house and another hand in the air saying that they're willing to pay you. So it's not the worst lead source, right? To develop a duplicatable, consistent process to where you're beating your competition to these sellers every morning. Right. And you notice how a lot of people say morning with expires. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. You don't hear about prospecting the expires like after lunch, right? Like, hey, let's call expires and get a bunch of listing appointments after lunch. Crush it in the afternoon. You don't hear that. You don't hear it. It's because according to NAR and my clients, 70% of the time when you're first to communicate with one of these individuals, you get the listing appointment. You get the appointment. So it definitely pays to be early, right? The early bird gets the worm in this case. How can we help you do that day after day? You guys are going to give us the name of your MLS or the areas that you cover. And what our company does is we round up all of the expireds, cancels, and withdrawals out of your top 2 to 3 counties, and they filter inside the Land Voice platform. And what we match everything up with we'll lay it out for you. The names of each owner. If you look to the right, you'll see the cell phone numbers that match up to the owners. We run all of the cell phone numbers through your local do not call registry to keep you safe. Another fantastic thing that we do is we provide email and social media for the expireds too. So if they're on the do not call, that doesn't mean do not approach, right? It means figure out an alternative option to scream, look at me. And a lot of our clients are getting great responses on social media. How did you find me here on Facebook? You're the only investor that sent me a message here. I think it shows resourcefulness. And of course, it shows that you're willing to follow the do not call registry rules. Another thing that I like that we do is we track down the absentee owner records for every lead.
That is so important. Yeah.
Especially out here in Cali. There's so many people relocating. I mean, pretty much all over the country. You don't want to search far and low for absentee owner records for any individual property. You would want that to be included. And it is included if it applies. Another thing that we do that you'll like is we cross-reference every address to your MLS or the MLS in the area, and we'll tell you who's sold, who's active. And that's why these expired leads, they kind of get like, it's like fine wine, really. Over time, month after month, they age and they get better, and less competition pursues them. So I do like having the leads filter into a database where we do all of the scrubbing and filtering for you. So the leads basically just stay, nice and shined up for you. Every day, Christoph and I are asked by our clients, what do I need to duplicate if I'm trying to win big calling expireds? You guys have been here for a decade. I'm sure you know what success looks like. I've already alluded to one of the first things: you can't sleep in, right? Don't wake up at 10 a.m. and go crush it calling expireds. All of those appointments have been scheduled. You're late to the party for sure. Me personally, as a trainer, all of my clients are inside a platform like LandVoice by 7:15. We're scouting out our top 3 properties, and we narrow it down to our number 1 property that we want to get to by 7:45. And give or take a couple of minutes, we make the call. We lead with value. One of the things that I've learned over time is leading with value gets you listing appointments and the appointment call after call, especially when you're first to communicate with them. I want to break it down in a quick, short script for you guys. And I also want to give you a few tips that our clients are conveying when they talk to an expired in the morning. Let's go through it. Hello, this is Jonathan with ABC Realty. I'm calling you first thing today to let you know you're going to be getting a lot of calls today. As you probably know, your house listing expired as of midnight last night. Did your agent tell you this would happen? Most expireds I'm talking to are super shocked. I'm calling them early, so I know I'm interrupting their morning ritual. I want to do that so nobody else gets to them before I do. And they're like, oh my gosh, no, there's a sign outside and I didn't hear this from my realtor. And, I let them talk for a long time. I just shut up because that's the time for them to just kind of release, right? And I'm so sorry. Well, I actually called you early to break it down and give you some tips that will help stop the calls that you're going to receive. I don't know if anybody's told you, it's going to be a hectic day. You're going to get anywhere from 30 to 50 calls on any phone a realtor can find from you today. So it'll be a little hectic. I'll give you some tips to stop the calls. Can you do me a huge favor? Take out a pen and a sheet of paper. I'm going to give you some tips right now that you need to jot down. Take these serious. Tip number 1, record a voicemail on your cell phone. Tell every realtor who's calling you that your listing expired as of midnight last night and you're already interviewing your top 2 agents. Guys, this is blocking out competition, 1, and we're leading with value. We want to lead with value. Trust me, by the time we're done, we're on their side of the fence. Tip number 2, tell them that their phone number is not on the do not call registry. Say, hey, did you know your phone number is not on the national do not call registry? Most expireds will respond with, what is the national do not call registry? Just tell them it's a national database that they can add their phone numbers to for free. Text them the website. Keep on providing the value. Say, hey, here's the website. Add all of your phone numbers to the DNC. And if anybody calls you tomorrow that's not me, make sure you give them one warning and let them know. You're on the DNC. They should have a filter that tells them that. That's their last warning. Not only are we empowering them, they will remember this forever, and we're blocking off competition. Tip number 3, Any expired we get on the phone, we have a report ready to go. What type of report is this? I want you to literally do a side-by-side analysis on the realtor who the listing expired on. Look at their photos. If you've had better photos on your listings, bring them with you. Look at the description. Could you jazz it up and make it much stronger? Bring it with you. Did they do drone videos on the listing? Have you done them in the past? Bring them with you. Everything that you would do differently if it were your listing. And we don't think homes should be expiring in this market. We don't. You should tell that story. This is a report that we want to drop off right now. And we want to suggest that they read it before they communicate with their realtor. This way they can hold their realtor accountable as to why their listing set on the market for 65 days. So Mr. Expired, can I come drop this off now, or is the afternoon a better time? Lead with value, you'll get listing appointments. Guys, our average realtor does 2 to 3 closings every single month, calling expireds with me for about an hour to an hour and a half, Monday through Friday. Through consistency and the correct cell phone information, we're getting appointments. We're ending up at kitchen tables. 2 to 3 closings a month is not enough. We're going to talk about diversifying yourself, looking at other lead sources that will really help you knock the roof off the house. Christoph's going to explain why old expireds right now is the best lead source in all of our markets. Go ahead, Christoph.
Absolutely. Old expires is going to make it happen, especially if you find that you have a lot of competition and low inventory. Why? In Cerritos, I took one example, of course, $733,000 just 2 years ago. 18% increase to today to $866,000. So all of you licensed agents out there, okay, I'm going to talk to you right now. You now have a seller who is highly motivated to put the home on the market today because of $130,000 appreciation. I know some other areas in the country, it's maybe 36,000 or 40. It's all relative, right? But nevertheless, they're happy to make more money today than 2 years ago. What's in your favor is that nobody is reaching out to expireds from 2 years ago. We do those questions and surveys and everything all the time. Talk to hundreds of clients, and they all tell us, I'm the only one calling leads from 2 years ago. Okay, because we give the data to them, of course, and then they start calling, and then we get that feedback. So now let's see what happened here. This is very, very, very representative of all over the country. It started with appreciation, kind of nice, right? Then there was a little dip. In 2019, many homes did not sell at that time at the price that they were asking for, and they took the home on them off the market. And then they said, okay, let's put it back on the market in 2020. That's going to be an awesome year, before everybody knew that COVID would hit. And that year came and is gone, and people did not put the home back on the market. And that's why we have such a large inventory of unlisted homes that were listed 2 years ago. And those homes are the ones that I would focus on right now before I start complaining and say there's no inventory. There is an inventory. A lot of motivated sellers that say, let's put the home on the market today. Okay, Orange County, 18% appreciation. So I just want to show you now how we can help you win big with expireds and old expireds. If you focus on the daily inventory, you have to be aware there's a lot of competition. They're trying to reach them, and everybody's trying to beat the other one to the clock. You will be first to talk to those, because Land Voice will give you the phone number. So if you have Land Voice, you have something in your pocket, you know, that is gold worth, and that's the cell phone number by 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, that's how you can win big with daily expireds. You can win even more looking at the larger inventory from 2020, 2019, and even 2018. We find a lot of homeowners that come back on the market right now that have had the home on the market in 2018. Absolutely. Now, how do you gather that data? How do you filter that? Make sure that they haven't relisted or sold. Seems like a lot of work, right? If you have to go through thousands of records. Well, LandVoice has a patented technology that does all that for you. We developed the technology about 10 years ago. And I would say just in time, because today, The number one request we get from our clients is all expireds. Our phones ring, I mean, really every day from 7 in the morning until late at night, people want all expired. So I'll show you really quick how we do that. Our technology removes all the foreclosures, actives, and solds. Then we add the cell phone numbers to it of the homeowner, absentee owner lookup, give you the address and name and the cell phone numbers of the homeowner, run everything through the do not call registry. And here's the best part. With all expireds, we make it exclusive. So you're the only person calling on those leads in your particular zip code that you chose to prospect in. And you can ask us, we help you pick the right one, and we make those leads exclusive to you. Here's a script that I would use. Now that's a realtor script for those of you who are realtors. And I love that one because it works. My name is Christoph. I'm a real estate agent with ABC Realty. Looks like you tried selling your home back in 2019. Is that right? And I let them talk a little bit. Well, the reason why I'm calling you is I specialize in bringing homes back on the market that didn't sell in 2019 and 2020. Did you know that home prices have risen a lot since you took your home off the market? Again, let them talk. They want to show off how much they know. Have you thought about selling your home again? And they almost sell themselves. They say, yeah, we actually tried doing that last year. And it was frustrating. And we gave up and we said, no, let's not do it now. We gave up all those conversations and we decided to do it this year. When do you think is a good time? Should we wait until the summer? Should we do it now? They have now finally an agent on the phone or an investor who is an expert, who knows the market, who give them expert advice. And then you have to zip your mouth. You don't tell them the number of appreciation, even though you know it. You just say, I would love to provide you with a free home evaluation and show you some comparable homes that recently sold in the area. I think you will be surprised at what you can sell for right now. Would you like me to get that to you right now, or would this afternoon be better? I want to show you really quick, Karen Hadley. She's an agent in Kansas City, Missouri. Did phenomenal with old expireds. She sent, we stopped her at a show and she said, I want to record a video for you guys because I'm grateful for you. Here's what she said.
I just wanted to thank LandVoice for increasing my business 81% over the last year. The first week on my LandVoice, I listed 10 homes. In the last 6 weeks, I've listed 17. They're the best thing I've ever done for my business. You ought to try them. Thanks and good luck.
Okay, so for you agents out there, she was speaking directly to you, right? You can get a lot more listings right now than you thought possible by focusing on all expired. For you who are investors, here's an incredible resource and lead pool that nobody is focusing on. And you can pick those out that are motivated to sell the home. Maybe there are some great deals that you can find out. You can do that research. We help you with that. So for each one of you, there's an opportunity. Niches get richer. The nicher the niche, the richer the rich, right? Let's tattoo that on our brain. We have to be more niche than our competition. And I personally, as a data expert, I don't know of any niche than old expireds. And Jonathan agrees with me. We see all our clients crush it out there. Now, that is a boat, though, with a window of opportunity, okay? It's actually taking off right now. The opportunity for old expireds is between May, June, and July this year. We predict at LandVoice that there will be an extreme drop-off at the end of July, the third week. Most of those old expireds from a couple of years ago will have found their way on the market. Okay, some of you investors may buy them, others will sell them, but they will be basically dried up by the end of the summer. So don't be like those dinosaurs who like to listen to webinars and say, oh, I forgot to take action. Well, that was great information, but then you're going to say in a couple of months, was it today? I think I missed the boat. And you see those agents and investors having a party right here and say, we jumped on old expireds. So we want to help you, make it easy for you. The best thing about webinars is there's always a solution, right? Or something that makes it easier. So here's how we can make it easier for you with getting the right old expired zip codes and help you crush it out there. Jonathan, how can we help him?
Well, there's a few things that I want to do when you guys text me your top 3 to 4 zip codes. They're exclusive, completely exclusive. We will not sell them to any other realtor or investor once you purchase that zip code, if it's available. So that's the first thing I need to see. Is it even available for you to purchase? We are suggesting 2018, 2019, and 2020. I'd stick with 2018 and 2019. We love the 2019 expireds. They're ready to get their property sold because they didn't sell throughout COVID, right? A little paralyzed. So they're ready to get their home sold. So I love 2019. Anyhow, we're going to see if it's available. Then we're going to check and make sure there's a lot of inventory. We don't want to sell you anything that doesn't have a lot of inventory in it. And then appreciation. We want to make sure homes appreciated. Some of you may want to know that in some cases, right? Some of you may want to know the other way. Did they depreciate? And we can definitely help you on both sides, actually. So send me your top 3 to 4 zip codes, and we will find all of the old expireds and let you know if those years are, if that zip code and year are available. And the data is yours. We'll provide all of the cell phone numbers and information to you for each of those owners that still haven't resurfaced. They're our best leads right now, for sure.
Awesome. I think we should tell them also the price.
Right, the price. So normally it's $250 for one zip code and year for the entire year. For this webinar and anyone watching it, it's half off forever. So you guys get your zip code and year combination for just $125. Thanks for reminding me on that, Christoph. A lot of people, they hear the zip code and year and exclusivity. They think, okay, this is going to be expensive. Yeah, that honestly is the last thing we're trying to do. We know we could sell these zip codes in years for a lot more money, but we want these things to go quickly because the timing is very short.
I haven't met anybody who actually got an old expired zip code from us who didn't get a couple deals in the first week. That would be unheard of. They would just not have to call any of their leads. They'd have to put it in a closet and say, never come back. Exactly. So this is probably the highest ROI that you will ever have. Now, let's talk about for sale by owners, because we all know this is a great opportunity for real estate agents and for investors. Yet, even though it's great, a lot of real estate professionals are struggling with the right way to approach for sale by owners. Too much rejection, too much call me back in 3 weeks and so on. We don't want anything of that. So Jonathan, tell them how we do it.
We know how for sale by owners are. They used to be one of our toughest lead sources for our clients to get business from. We used to hear it all the time. They're a tough sell. I can't get a word off. I'm going to open you guys up to basically cracking the code with all of the for sale by owners. First things first. If you're looking for sale by owners on your own, there is a much easier way. I hope you guys all know that. You guys give us your top 2 to 3 counties that you work the strongest, and we'll filter in all of the for sale by owners that put their home on the market. Our company started off with for sale by owners for our first lead source 27 years ago. So this is the best lead source that we're really good with FSBOs. We scrape the data off 1,300 different websites every night. It filters in by 7 a.m. And like all of the expired data, you get what you need, right? The names of each owner, all of their property details, bedroom, bathroom, square feet, all the way to the far right when they put their house on the market. Then we get the cell phone numbers ran through the do not call registry. And then we cross-reference every address to your local MLS, so you know who you can and cannot communicate with. So like the expireds, the FSBOs are almost like great wine as well. They age, a lot of competition stops reaching out to them. And there are tons of for sale by owners that literally slip through the cracks, that investors are basically getting great offers in. They're getting them to take them, get out, get ready for the next play. Realtors, of course, are getting their foot in the door, scheduling listing appointments with the FSBOs who didn't sell in the first 3 to 4 weeks. Orange and San Diego County have a lot of for sale by owners. Year to date, 271 FSBOs inside the Land Voice platform. 6 months, 363 FSBOs. Inside the Land Voice platform, cross-reference to your MLS that you can communicate with. So we like FSBOs, but you have to use the right scripts. They hear so much from realtors and investors that they almost can smell the commission breath. You will get what we like to call toddler feedback, and it stinks. No, I'll do it myself, unless you have a buyer, right? And that's if they're being nice. I want to show you guys something that really is our code cracker here. If you add the value, you will become the brand. Find a way to add more value than anyone else. And we all know who this is, right? The guru, Tony Robbins. Guys, this is my pitch. And a lot of investors actually tweak this to work for them. For realtors, this is my pitch. Hello, my name's Jonathan, and I'm a realtor with ABC Realty. First things first, I'm not calling you to try to get a listing from you, okay? I'm positive you're receiving several calls from agents every day trying to list your house. And that's not why I'm calling. I'm actually calling because I want to offer you a 24-hour for sale by owner marketing system. This is going to help you generate more buyers, track all of your buyer leads, and never miss an opportunity to follow up with any of those buyers. And I'll even do you an extra favor. I'll have every buyer instantly pre-qualified for a loan, so you're only opening up your home to pre-qualified buyers. Just to keep you and your family safe, it's all free. And I already know what you're thinking. There's nothing for free. What's the catch? Okay, so this is absolutely free, and there is a catch, if that makes you feel better. I'm going to send you a short video. It's a text message video. It will explain the program, the system that I'm going to give to you for free. It also is going to explain what's in it for me. It's only 1.5 minutes. Watch it. You're going to love it. I'm going to help you sell your home for free.
So you want to sell your home on your own? Great. Here's how I can help you sell your home without listing with me or any other agent, and I'll help you for free. I will give you access to a technology that is currently being used by the top agents in the country to sell houses faster and at higher prices than ever before. Here's how it works. I will give you your very own toll-free number with unlimited extensions to use on your ads, flyers, yard signs, social media, or anything else you use to advertise your property. This will drive significantly more potential buyers and free up your time in the process. For example, put this new toll-free number and extension on your for sale by owner sign. When a buyer calls the 800 number and enters the extension for your property, they will hear a beautiful property commercial I've had professionally recorded for you for free. Now, at the end of this recording, the buyer will hear your asking price and have the opportunity to press a button to speak with you directly, set up a showing, or submit an offer. And here's the really cool part. When the buyer hangs up, the system captures their information and the extension they called, then you receive an instant text message or email with that information. Now, if you want, you can follow up with that buyer at the peak of their interest. I will also give you a professionally created property flyer with your photos, property information, and your new 800 number for free. You can print this or use this flyer to post your house on websites like Facebook or Craigslist. All this marketing will open your house to many more buyers and help you sell your home faster and for more money. The best part about this is that you don't need any extra hardware or software. All you need is your cell phone. You are probably wondering why I do all this for free. Well, since only one buyer can purchase your home, I would like to work with the rest of the buyers who don't purchase your home. I get to help them buy other homes in the area. See how this system can help both of us? You sell your home on your own, and I get access to more potential buyers and sellers. In addition, working together will give me an opportunity to demonstrate to you the value I can bring in helping you sell your home. So if you ever do decide to list with an agent, I'd like to be the first considered. I know you will love this technology. It's simple, fantastic, and it works. If you're ready, let's get started.
Guys, we absolutely love this program for so many reasons. We're actually crazy about it. We're crazy about it. We're holding it in. There's a reason why we love this video. Number one, you guys already know FSBOs, they're kind of a tough sell. Mm-hmm. Leading with value literally is the code cracker here. And the text message video does all of the work for you. We already have text messages pre-scripted. And investors, by the way, you guys know how you can use this. We have a lot of investors that tweak the wording and tell FSBOs they can use this for free. And if they don't find a buyer in 30 days, here's their offer. You know, however you want to tweak it to work your way, Value is the key to building relationships out there. And there are a lot of for sale by owners. So anyways, guys, the text message does all of the work for you. We showed you how we're providing you the cell phone numbers for every FSBO in your 2 counties, right, that you work the strongest. And this video just does all of the explaining. Now, once you get the FSBO to agree to let you come over for a demo, our company does a beautiful property commercial. It literally sounds like a Super Bowl commercial. We also do a flyer for the house, and we stick your lender on the flyer, whoever you want on there, right? To keep that wheel of reciprocity spinning. Anytime that lender comes across anything, it better be yours, right? And you get 1 toll-free number and unlimited extensions that you can use in multiple areas for whatever projects or whatever FSBOs you're going after. This just makes it easy, not only to generate buyers that you're allowed to call once the FSBO says, hey, this buyer's not mine, but we literally have the FSBO in the bag when they throw their hands up in the air and quit and say, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. We've developed a platform where you can track all of your buyer leads. They're not just going to be sent to you on your text message. There's a platform that you log into where all of your buyer leads reside for life. So you'll never miss an opportunity to get back to anyone. You won't miss a beat. And for my investors and realtors out there, for listing appointments, and let's say you're going to go meet with an expired or meet with a pre-foreclosure or a FSBO, and you want marketing put together for that house. We have all of that completely covered with LandVoice. All I need from you is the address. My team digs up all the info. We make a beautiful recording for the house with the sign writer that you clip underneath your real estate sign. And then we do all of the marketing, a postcard, a door hanger, and a flyer. And we do that all for any house that you want within 24 hours. We want it to be quick. We don't want any time wasted. And we want you to differentiate yourself every turn you make. Make sure you download our scripts, guys. www.landvoice.com/free downloads. Also, one of my favorite all-time ebooks, 10 Listings in 7 Days. It's literally a step-by-step success formula to converting FSBOs and expireds into listings, leading with value. It feels good. Christoph's going to finish pre-foreclosures and circle prospecting.
Oh, before we get to that, there's a testimonial that came in yesterday. So we did a similar webinar just like earlier this week, or last week. And I just want to read that really quick because that came in yesterday. After signing up from the webinar with LandVoice, we jumped on the opportunity for our own professional voice recorded message. We used it on a sign writer from LandVoice with a property. Within 1 hour of signing up, we had our first caller, then our second, and by day 3, we not only had the property under contract, we are also working with 5 other buyers from the system. Love it. Very professional. Thank you, Jonathan, and your team.
Christoph, this guy, Wes Walker.
Yeah.
My gosh. After he got these sign writers and all of the marketing material, he approached a builder that was building tract homes next to his home.
Yeah.
So he had us record a few of those tract homes that he's building. His sign writer is now up on 15 different tract homes that are being built right now. They're from the studs up. So the system works with builders, investors. I mean, he approached the builder because he said, hey, I have a sign writer that I want to hang outside that will describe everything that you're building so we can get these things sold. You can sell this first track and, just know that the money's already checked off the list. Builder signed with him right away. Those types of stories come all the time, guys. Using technology creates relationships, and providing value is key.
Yeah, and another client told me that's too easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, Totally. Really, it's you call 7 and 5 of them say, I'll take that for free, of course.
Especially out here in Southern California, by the way. All of the FSBOs in high-end areas, they should not be advertising their cell phone number on Zillow, Craigslist, wherever. Tell them that you have a 24-hour concierge service that answers all of the buyers' questions about the house. We have a way of tweaking the wording to make it sound really luxurious, and you will convert multi-million-dollar FSBOs into listings.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Jonathan, let's talk about pre-foreclosures really quick, because pre-foreclosures is something that's misunderstood by a lot of real estate professionals. They think the moratorium gives us time that we don't need to worry about pre-foreclosure, reaching out to them, because it's not going to happen until the end of June and July, right? On the contrary, we have already almost 34,000 foreclosure filings that happened in Q1 of this year.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So much to that
moratorium.
That doesn't even apply to everything. You still have to qualify and apply for it. So even last quarter, we had a little bit less than that. So they are there. What comes before a foreclosure? A pre-foreclosure. As an example, Orange County and San Diego County year to date, 460 pre-foreclosures were issued, and almost no agents or investors knew about this. Okay, here's what I would do. I would go back to January 1st, 2020, and I would actually get in the LandVoice platform all of those. In the example of Orange and San Diego, almost 5,000. In other areas, it's maybe a couple hundred, all right? But nevertheless, it's a lot of leads. And I will reach out to them. Why? Because most of them actually did not end up in foreclosure yet. And that's where the moratorium comes in place. Those proceedings have not continued and not escalated to the point that they are actually, at the brink of losing their home. There still is time with them to get the home sold, put in the market, or for you as an investor to have a great opportunity to buy a home. And then out of that many, you will find many deals.
Heck yeah. This is where all my investors are getting their secret, hard to find properties, actually. Mm-hmm. I mean, with this mega database that goes back a year, year and a half, 2 years, as far back as you want, as an investor, you guys need more options. You guys all know that, right? You need more options that will create into smarter investments. And then having all of these pre-foreclosures who are underwater, Christoph's going to show you a little script that'll get your foot in the door. I'm sure you guys have some, but don't be too humble about this, Christoph. There's hardly any inventory on the surface. If you guys help the pre-foreclosures take advantage of the offers people are writing right now, you guys will win big. An investor, realtor, no matter what.
Yeah, and investors, you will find, like I said, out of thousands, you will find many great deals. What we give you every day is the name, the address, the phone number, run against the do not call registry. Oftentimes you get the delinquent date right there with it. And here's a cool part. If you want to know who has been in financial difficulty in the last 5 to 7 years, you can search that far back and get thousands and thousands, actually tens of thousands of homeowners who fit that category in the past or currently.
And then type in your zip code and make sure you call everybody outside of your backyard first. Well, depending on where you guys are trying to market. Mm-hmm. Real quick, Christoph, you investors, you guys could change the counties anytime you want. Wherever you're looking, wherever the next game plan is, you don't have to just stick with Orange County and San Diego. You could say, oh, actually, we're looking in Colorado right now in this particular county. I need all of the data filtering into LandVoice this month from Colorado, Denver. Or, hey, we're working Tucson. We have a few opportunities out there. We need the leads filtering in from this county. So just know that you're not locked into the county. You can change it any week, any month with me. It's a piece of cake.
Oh, wonderful. Here's somebody that I really admire because she's killing it with pre-foreclosures. She got like 65, 70 closings, something crazy in 1 quarter. Here's the data that she trusts and why she's even doing it.
We are absolutely crushing it on LandVoice. The pre-foreclosure data is spot on. Our team in less than 3 weeks has 17 listings. I highly recommend it. We're getting ready to go through a shift. A lot of us are already in the shifting market, and leveraging the pre-foreclosure data and getting back to things that worked 10 years ago in short sales has been super powerful for us. So highly recommend it.
Yeah. And of course, the king of pre-foreclosure data is not only name and address, it is a phone number, which is where LandVoice really outperforms anybody.
Right.
Okay, so here's the great script. Jonathan already told you, don't call them out. Oh, you're in financial difficulty, or your home is in foreclosure, or you received a pre-foreclosure list. You ended up on my pre-foreclosure list. Let me help.
Only if you want to get hung up. Only if you want to get hung up on.
If you want to get hung up on, that's a great script for that, by the way.
Totally. If you want to kick them while they're down and get hung up on, just say, hey, I saw that you're in foreclosure and you're underwater.
Yeah. If somebody would call me with that, you know what, I would say, okay, thanks not knowing you. Goodbye. So here's a script that works, and it is great. I'm calling everybody in the neighborhood right now because home prices are up. If you were offered the right price for your home, would you be willing to sell? Tweak it a little bit for investors, right? Another one. I know your home is, that's a great one for investors. I know your home isn't for sale right now. Have you ever thought about selling? Right? What you know that they don't know that you know that is that they are in pre-foreclosure, because that's a lead that we give you, right? So you know there is a certain motivation for them to say, how much is my home worth? Should I sell right now? Should I wait? And there you are making that phone call very, very politely, not embarrassing them, right? So we want you to have those scripts and many more that you can download at our website. We flashed it a couple of times already. Make sure you do that, get that those scripts for you. Now, finally, the geo-farming is something that has become a buzzword. It has become super popular during COVID. Everybody's talking about it. And many agents and investors notice, oh my gosh, my database is kind of outdated. It's kind of junk, actually. I have wrong numbers, wrong addresses, wrong names. I used to think, oh my gosh, I have 10,000 people in my database. I'm the king, you know? And then I noticed it's basically worthless, right? So why is geo-farming, connecting with neighbors, even so important? But every time there is a peep of real estate activity in any area, right here smack middle, let's say this house is just listed or just sold, other homes are going up for sale. Other homeowners want to find out how much is my home worth. Others saying, oh my gosh, you know, I want to buy. There are activities in different levels, but it's almost like magic, and it's not a coincidence. It all starts with an activity in the neighborhood. So it is important that you reach out to neighbors, you brand yourself. They have to get to know you. They have to know that you're the go-to person when it comes to selling a home, buying a home, or finding an investor, you know, who's interested in my home at a good deal. So we want to introduce you to a tool that will blow you away. This is the best neighborhood search tool on the market right now.
And before you play, for all of you guys who have been asking, this is for everything: duplexes, commercial, land, townhomes, apartments. There is absolutely no limit to any criteria where you can get the cell phone of any owner. Okay, Christoph, quick disclaimer. Go ahead.
It takes a lot of work to become the trusted real estate agent in the neighborhood. You really need to know a lot about the area and be connected with everyone. That's easy with the new neighborhood search from LandVoice. Neighborhood search makes it simple to create prospecting and marketing lists in specific neighborhoods to build connections, establish trust, and fill your sales pipeline with potential buyers and sellers. In just a few clicks, you'll have a list of homeowner names, addresses, property details, and phone numbers, so you can do what you do best: connect. You'll see if it's a home or mobile number, and all phone numbers on the National Do Not Call Registry are indicated. Use the built-in search filters to narrow your search to specific types of properties or property features to help you focus your time on the properties or homeowners that matter to you most right now. Neighborhood search is perfect for finding new clients and for finding current contact information to reconnect with your past clients. Use neighborhood search to create targeted mailing lists to let neighbors know of your new listings or properties you just sold, to advertise your open houses or for branding campaigns. Use it to identify new buyers, sellers, and investors to build your sphere of influence in a specific neighborhood. You can even export your lists and add them to your favorite CRM, marketing system, or mailing tool. Organize your list right in the application. Use notes, tags, and favorites to keep track of your interactions and your followers. LandVoice Neighborhood Search arms you with the data you need to become the trusted real estate expert in your neighborhood. Sign up today and watch your business grow.
Wow, wow, wow. Guys, this tool, we are releasing that actually this month. We have a basic neighborhood search tool, but this one is it's like on steroids. It's gonna make you powerful and turn your business around. This alone. Okay, so I wanted to show you what Jonathan was talking about earlier. He said we can do also land and commercial. Right here, you can select what type of property you want to target and you need the information for, and build a targeted list, and then bedrooms, bathrooms, square footage, and so on, and it will give you exactly that list. Okay, we allow you to capture, and get this, 3,000 individuals with all the contact information and their home data every single month. In other words, in 1 quarter, you add 9,000 more individuals with all the contact information to your database, right? And if you are struggling building your database, growing it, connecting with it, this is an easy way, and that's the answer for you. And the really cool part is we have a competitor that tried to develop something similar. It's half as good as this one, and they're charging $300 a month for that, right? We actually make it part of LandVoice, of all those tools that we have. We don't even charge you extra at all. And we allow you to capture 3,000 people. So this is how LandVoice really shines. All right, we talked about a lot, and your head is maybe buzzing and you're saying, oh, this is so exciting, I want it all. Well, let's break it down really quick, just for 1 or 2 minutes. Let's do a little recap. Jonathan.
Absolutely. So from left to right, let's go through this product description flyer. We first started off the webinar explaining why it's so important to have the correct cell phone information for your expireds, cancels, and withdrawals every single morning before your competition. It will help you get more listing appointments. It'll help you seize those opportunities before any competitors get to it. Cell phone information and having everything scrubbed is key. To the right, we just covered the neighborhood circle prospecting platform. That literally will cover you in any field you guys are in. You know, we went over that completely, and that video, of course, was very powerful. So I know you guys see what you'll be able to do with that neighborhood search with your business. For sell by owners, guys, we love pairing the value proposition with the for sale by owner leads that we're providing. If that's not your angle and you just want to target the FSBOs who haven't sold, great. But if you want to also provide value and get your foot in the door 7 out of 10 times, we already have that process laid out. All of you have seen it. Pre-foreclosures. Guys, this is a huge opportunity for all of you, not only to help these owners get out of the situation they're in, but to make a lot of money and find some great investment opportunities. We have realtors showing buyers to pre-foreclosures, turning them into listings, double-siding a lot of their deals. And we definitely have investors helping pre-foreclosures with cash offers and all of this good stuff that you guys could roll out for them. Old expireds, to sum this all up, guys, you already saw how passionate Christoph was about the old expireds and why we feel those are the best leads in today's market right now. So I hope you guys got a lot of value out of this. My cell phone number again. Well, actually, before I give you guys my cell phone number, we should actually tell you guys what the price is for all of this. Christoph, let me give back to you.
Awesome, thank you. Well, we make it easy for you. We bundle everything together. If you want to, you can unbundle it and say, give me a special quote for just a part of it. But here's what I would recommend. Don't underestimate the power of diversification. If you have access to all those leads, that's going to help you tremendously when one of the lead sources in 1 month maybe doesn't perform as well. You will have another one. Sometimes it's like a seesaw, right? So here's a price. For all of this together, it's only $19.97 for the year. That's our regular price. Now you are at a webinar. You were with Realty411 webinar. So we negotiated an incredible deal for you. $9.97 for the first 10, okay? I wish we could do it for everybody, but this is for the first 10 because we cannot lose our pants in this process. Here's how you get it for only $9.97 for the whole year if you text the word elite to Jonathan. 801-810-1295. I know you wanted to give that phone number, Jonathan, and your phone is going to get ringing pretty hard here very soon. And we also give you a gift. You already noticed that the old expired is something that you most likely want to do in your area. I hope you will, because we know it works. We give the first 10 elite clients an old expired zip code in year absolutely free, normally $250, we throw it in. So now you not only pay half price, you also get for $997 at $250 all expired for free. So, Jonathan, you did a good job monitoring the chat. I slacked on that. Is there anything that we didn't answer?
No, we are 100% good to go. I believe we've answered all of the questions in the chat. You guys have my cell phone number. Please feel free to give me a call. And let's see, I'll also throw my email address in there too for you guys. Actually, I think I already did. So my cell phone, email is in the chat. I'll be on the lookout for you guys. You have a wonderful Saturday. And let's take advantage of this special while it's here.
Awesome. Let's have an awesome weekend. Let's connect on the phone and then next week.
I think somebody's calling me right now from the webinar. I just got I'm getting a call from a 619 area code. I'm going to go ahead and take this. I think
it's the way to do it.
I got to go.
Guys, go take care of business. That's how we do it right here. Thank you so much. Awesome, awesome. Anyone who is paying attention, go to the number that's in the chat. Go to that number, text in the elite for your special offer. Absolutely take advantage of this. This is well worth it. Christoph, thank you very much. And anything else that you'd like to add?
No, we're just here. I mean, today maybe for another hour, but not Monday is maybe the day. But I would say send a text message today so we can put you in the reserve a seat for you. Okay.
And that's really key. And for everyone that's here, to take advantage, and when it's in front of you, do it. I know for myself, those numbers, the webinar goes on, we're about to introduce our next speaker, and all of a sudden we get in the mix of things. Take advantage now. Go to your phone, type in the number, press in elite, make it happen. Christoph, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Pleasure. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. How amazing is that? And like I said, with all of our speakers, there's great stuff to take advantage of. And even if it's not right for you right now, make sure that you connect. Almost every one of our speakers are able to connect with you in multiple ways. So reach out to them, make the connection, make it happen for yourself right away. And right now, Robin, we're a couple minutes early. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Are you ready to go? She's here. She just froze up. I'll give her a chance because we're just top of the hour and it just froze. Are you okay?
I am good.
Are you okay?
I'm wonderful. Yes.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Then we are ready to go. If you're ready, I'll introduce you and we can move right along. It's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much.
So Robin is here to talk to you about solar energy and how it's disrupting the real estate industry and discover how to really capitalize on the trend that's going on here. Robin's been self-employed for over 30 years. Love that. A soulmate, very much serial entrepreneur. She left corporate America after many years of working in the telecommunications industry. With very little experience in the financial industry, she became an insurance Series 6 and 63 license, took the plunge into the world of self-employment. Understand that. After her divorce that left her with 3 children to raise, no easy task, she left the industry because of long hours in pursuit of something that would be more flexible with her time without working evenings, absolutely focused on creating that balance. I have continued to use my gift of spotting talent throughout my career and have become self-proclaimed power connector, information broker. Her newest website, www.theinfobroker.com, will list her current collaboration projects with other successful entrepreneurs. So go for that and take a look. After going back to school for environmental studies, Robin became active in spreading the word about solar and renewable energy, which this is the time and the place to make that happen. Everything I do, Robin says, everything I do is Everything I do is about the future of financial literacy, the future of our environment. I can't have one without the other if we want longevity and legacy for the next generation. As a father of 6 myself, I understand that completely, and it's something that is absolutely key for your future. Solar provides a great opportunity for realtors to provide homeowners with a solution to rising electricity costs and to add value to their homes. And in this day and age, the costs of all these factors are going up and really skyrocketing. Now is the time to pay attention to how to transition to solar energy and pay attention to how we can do that with Power. Power has a program specifically designed to educate realtors and to add another stream of income. Who here would love another stream of income? Absolutely, to their existing portfolio of business. It's a win-win for everybody. Robin, I know you were some technical challenges. We on task? We ready to go?
Yes, we are ready to go.
Take it away. They've heard everything about you. I've continued on. You are the key person to show us how to create solar, create extra income, make it a part of our life, and take care of our legacy and our environment and our financial literacy. Robin, here you go.
That is so important. And thank you so much, Paul. Can everyone see my screen?
We can, I cannot.
Okay, so let me.
Not yet. We see you beautifully. And
see me.
Again.
Okay, so let's see. I'm going to share screen and let's see.
You have the capability?
All right. How about now?
Now it looks like has started screen share, but we do not see a PowerPoint. So what are you sharing?
Do you see a screen that says take back your power?
Nope, it just says has started screen. Now it just clicked in. Beautiful.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I am so excited to be here today and to get to talk to everybody about the power of solar. And just to give you a little bit of information about me, because it's really important that you know who you'll be working with. You have so many options out there when it comes to solar. And so what I want to do today is I really want to talk to you about
Robin.
For everybody involved.
Robin, this is Dave Grimm. Excuse me just for a second.
Okay.
You are apparently on a slower connection. You got a great presentation going with your power and your website, but I highly recommend stopping your video share from your headshot and taking advantage or further using that bandwidth a little more efficiently.
Okay. All right. So then let me just go ahead and do that.
But don't stop your presentation. Just the headshot that you're on. You're freezing up quite a bit.
And I think that took her off.
Well, she's working on it. She's working on it.
She's awesome.
Yeah,
and
let's see.
While she's taking care of that, I will say this is very common. I will tell you, I've been a speaker for 15 years, and man, every time you think you've got it under control, technology has its own way with you. So
don't you love it?
Grace,
don't you love it?
Tons of understanding to say, hey, we've all been there. So
if you're having trouble stopping that video, I can do it from this end as well.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't I give you the controls?
No need. Right here. 3, 2, 1. All right, that should help out with your bandwidth problem right there.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you again, everyone. And again, my name is Robin Mansell. I am here in Southern California. I am your solar consultant. And I am so excited to get the opportunity to talk to. I know we have a lot of realtors and investors. talk to you about the value. I have lived in Southern California all of my life. Recently, I went back to school for environmental studies. When I went to school for environmental studies, I was just so amazed at the different areas of things that are going on in the world. Those of us that live here in California know we're always having the fires. We have the cost of our electricity just continues to go up. And so I got very passionate and excited about the opportunity to work in the renewable energy space. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm really excited about solar, because solar has so many benefits. And in working with realtors and investors, I want to talk to you about how the solution for these homes and energy in our pocketbook happen to be solar, but I really want to talk to you about how we can partner together. I think it's really important in this day and age with everything that's going on that we look at how we can add value to our clients and how we can be there for them in numerous ways. And so that's what Power is about. Power is a company that is based out of San Diego here in Southern California, but we actually when the pandemic hit, we had to make a change, and that change was to and why you should.
Robin, we can't hear you anymore. Your presentation's going, but your voice is cutting in and out pretty bad. Are you able to?
She just disconnected. So one of the things that I will recommend to Robin when she comes on, whatever it is, her Wi-Fi or internet connection isn't strong enough to sustain both the website going on. A video would have been one thing, but being on a constant stream off of the internet is probably what's straining it. So I would recommend that she talk, and then when she wants to reference to the website to go back to it, but to really just do a facial presentation, because she's saying some great things. We want to hear what she has to say, and the pictures have been consistent. So as soon as she comes back on, I'll recommend that, and we'll see how she does. And I think
that's cool. And if that works, that's awesome. We also have the option of having her dial in from her phone and eliminating the audio stream.
Robin, are you there? You are in mute mode now. Come on board.
So I am going to try one other thing here and see if that works.
What I would recommend is if while you're not referencing or playing around with the website specifically, to talk simply with your video on so that we can see your face and talk to us without going to sharing your screen.
Okay.
That streaming online with that video constantly running is what's probably taking up your bandwidth.
Okay. All right. Then let me log out of here and I'll just log back in.
And you were doing great. We're hearing your words great, and we've seen the pictures. So I think So you want to just take that off and then I'll talk from here? That would be great. We can do that.
Okay. All right. So then let's get rid of power.
And
start video.
And seeing your beautiful face.
Oh, it says the host has stopped it. So there we go. It says that the host.
So are you going to keep it like this? Or close this down and just see your face?
Yeah, so it says that the host
I'm
has
sorry, I was
stopped it,
muted.
so I cannot start the video.
I put your presentation up on the screen. All you need to do is talk.
Oh,
okay. All right. All right. All right, you guys, we're going to get this. We're talking about we're going to get it right. So I want to continue our conversation and talk about how we can help your clients and how we can help America reduce their energy costs. And I want to talk to you about how we can work together. And I guarantee you when we work together, we're not going to have these technical difficulties, I promise you. So what we want to talk about is why solar? Those of you that are here in California know that California has a mandate. And as the previous speaker was talking about a new development going on, if you are in the state of California, solar is mandated. So it means that the solar panels must come with those new developments. It is the way of the future right now. And so I want to talk to you about providing that opportunity for your clients, for your homeowners, whether they are investors or whether they are people who live in that residence. We want to talk to them about how they can take control of their power. The electric companies have been given rate increases, some of them as high as 14%. When you go with solar, the benefit that you have is that you get a flat rate and you stop those rate increases. So your rate is going to stay. For example, I have seen where people have had a $300 monthly bill, which is not unusual here, especially in warmer areas where we're running the air conditioning all day. And I have seen those bills drop as low as $100. And that's a big savings. When you think about your return on investment, that is a very huge savings for anyone who is interested in perhaps using that money to invest in other real estate, or just saving money is really making money. And so we do a free quote. With that free quote, we show you how you can reduce those costs permanently. So in the past, there were a lot of times that one of the reasons realtors were not that excited about solar is because there really were some bad contracts out there. There were some bad proposals that actually put liens on the property, and solar has come a long way. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. There's lots of opportunity to get solar, and there is a huge 26% credit from the federal government when you go and have solar added to your homes. So there's so many benefits that have to do with the environment, have to do with you being able to create a smart home and for you to be able to use a cleaner energy. So you can save so much over a 20-year period, and that's a huge ROI on that. And so what we do is we start with a free quote. That free quote does not, you're under no obligation. We do that for you from the privacy of your own home. And we like to provide that as an option for you to decide what works. So right here, as you see, it says the power process. It is simple as getting the utility bill to get started. Now, what I want to talk to you about this is because this is how we can work together. One of the things that we do with what we call our solar ambassadors is that we pay $1,000 referral on every lead that you send to us, and that client decides to move forward with getting solar. And you can send that in as many times as you like, whatever number of your clients that you have. We take care of everything. So we give you a dashboard, and this is the ambassador program that you see that's listed here right up at the top. It says ambassador. When you go to that link, you're going to get a dashboard where you are able to upload that client's electric bill. When you upload their electric bill, it then goes to someone like myself. We then take a look at how much energy that they're using. We put together a free proposal. Again, there is no obligation. It is just so that they can see what the difference is from keeping themselves on the grid and then using solar. So we do that. We also have some benefits that we give back. For the month of May, we are giving back a year of payments. So when a person signs up with solar and with power, we're giving them their first year payments back. And that does not take away from your $1,000 referral that we give to you. And so you literally have a very easy job to do. And that is simply, and even if you can't get the electric bill, we can still help that client for you. We give you a link and it's very, very simple. And so what the customer does at that point is we take a picture of their home, and we do that with Google Maps, and then we create a design for them. And from that design, we get on a Zoom call, takes about 30 minutes, and we go over what they're paying now and what they would be paying once they have solar. We select the best plan for them. Again, this proposal is customized for them because every home is different. In fact, not all homes will qualify for solar because it really depends on how the sun is hitting their home. So not all homes will qualify. So we send out a site survey that is no charge also, because we want to make sure that they get the best information. We want you to feel that once you have passed your client over to us, that you can feel real comfortable about the steps that we're going to take to make sure that they're getting what they want. The benefit they have with working with power also is that we don't have one particular type of panel that we offer to the clients. There are a lot of different panels out there, and we like to give the client some choices based on what it is that they're looking for. Some people really is aesthetics is a really big deal to them. So we have a really classy black on black solar panels that looks really nice. And we often try to make sure that the design is put on the back of the home. There you can see that's our promise to you about what we have. And that is our CEO. That is Jonathan Budd right there. He is the CEO of Power. Jonathan decided that he wanted to do something to help the environment on a trip to the rainforest. If you can push that watch now, perhaps they'll be able to see that.
Give me just a moment to optimize for audio, and we will do that.
All right, thank you so much.
So how does Power give back? Honestly, that's the entire purpose of our company. So when I was 26 years old, I went to the Amazon rainforest because I wanted to change my life, quite honestly. I wanted to find a career that had meaning and purpose and really do something different. And I went down there on this journey, and I had this eye-opening experience and decided I actually wanted to come back and dedicate my life to solar energy and sustainable energy. So the very origins of our company was rooted in how do we make a difference? How do we create impact? But since then, we've really expanded it. So Power Incorporated as a public benefit corporation, which this means we have a legal initiative in our corporate bylaws to actually do good for the environment and for society. So that's important to us. And how we back that up is we created a employee team company-wide carbon offset program. So we spent a lot of money. In fact, you can visit our carbon offset page, which is in this email or wherever you're watching this video, and you can look at all of the projects that we fund and all the things that we do to offset the emissions that our team creates. But we took it one step further. And we became the first solar company in history to also offset the emissions from all the manufacturing of solar equipment. So look, solar is an amazing thing. It's going to produce clean energy for 30, 40 years, these panels. But the industrial process is kind of messy. And a lot of dirty energy is used to make all of this equipment. So we decided to put up the money out of our own profits, basically, to eliminate all that. And how we accomplish that is we plant new forests all over the world. We do carbon capture projects in Colorado and Brazil. We purchase cook stoves in Uganda. Instead of people using kerosene and all these old dirty fuels, we give them new types of technology. So you can go to our ledger and see all of our carbon offset initiatives. But every single month we spend thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars supporting these projects and initiatives all over the world to get the carbon back out of our atmosphere and into the soil where it belongs for a healthy planet. And that's not just it. We actually do more than that, and we decided to essentially crowdfund our business so that our business could also be owned by the people. So we're owned by almost 1,000 of our members and consultants and team, so that this is really a company owned by the people. It's for the people, and really with a purpose to make a difference. And I hope that that inspires you, and I hope it makes you proud to be a part of our organization, and it makes you feel proud of your own decision to go solar and be a part of this journey with us, and the difference that you are making, because every single one of you is making a huge, huge difference when you go solar. It's about the equivalent of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of carbon emissions every month. Just imagine a BMW floating into the sky every month of pollution, and that's what you're eliminating when you go solar. So you're making a huge difference. I'm so glad you're here, and I look forward to doing more great things with you in the future.
I thought it was important that you get to hear from the owner of the company, because as we know, those of us that, we're all in business in some way or the other, it's really important that you know who you are doing business with. These are some of the testimonies from different clients and the reasons why they chose Power when they had so many different options out there. And you, as a real estate professional, you have a lot of options. There's solar literally everywhere that you look. So we think it's important that you know what kind of company that you are, that we are representing, and also what you represent by referring business to Power. And so that's why it's so important that you know that it isn't just about making a sale to Power, making a sale to solar. It really is about the client. So it's about your client, it's about you, and it is also about the relationship that we have working together. And so I'm really excited to talk to you. I really didn't feel that it was necessary to go into a lot of the technical things about solar, because the bottom line is you've probably been hearing about solar for quite a while. You want to know what's the difference. What is the difference between you working with someone like myself and you working with other companies? And that, again, I can say is the mission behind. For every solar installation, we also plant several trees. We just have a really good initiative to really support people. Myself personally, I send every one of my clients after their installation, I send them a green packet for their home. So I send them something so that they can really see the benefits of looking out for the environment. I'm a mother, I'm also a grandmother, and I think about what I'm leaving my granddaughter and then the great grandkids I probably won't even get a chance to see. I really think about what type of planet that we're leaving here for them. So just want you to know that working with us is not just for financial, it's really so that we can make an imprint on the planet, but do it the right way. And so that we can make sure that our clients are getting exactly what they need. I would really want to impress upon you, even for yourself, if you're not really sure or you've heard different things and have myths about what you're thinking about going solar, is to let us give you a free quote. It is zero down. You're not going to come out of pocket any money. In fact, we're going to actually give you some money back, and you're going to save a lot of money on your electricity costs. And so I would say just try us out. Try it out. Try the service out for yourself. Get on a Zoom. We also have quite a few presentations that we have put together for realtors. We work with quite a few realtors who have added offering solar to their portfolio. So it's a really good way. You can do it as just an ambassador. You don't have to get that involved in it, or you can get even a little more involved, and we'll increase the amount of that referral to you also. But it's just a great time. We saw what happened in Texas. I know you guys, some of you maybe that are here from Texas. I had a woman contact me who was out of power for 7 days. 7 days is a long time to be out of power, especially when you have children. Now, solar alone would not have taken care of that. They would have needed to have a generator or a backup battery. But what is good to know is that there are options. And a lot of people really just don't know what their options are. They just really don't have any idea. There is something also called a smart home. So the great thing about this too is that you can actually make your home a smart home. So let's say that the family is downstairs in the family room or in the kitchen cooking dinner, but nobody's upstairs. You actually get an app that you can regulate where the energy in your home is being used. And that gives you the ability to make your home a smart home. You also, when you start taking in more energy, or you're producing more energy, you actually, at the end of the year, the electric company now has to give you a check. It could be, the amount of it really depends on the amount of power that your solar is producing, but that's an added advantage to you also. We like to say that we are turning your home into an asset, because for no money out of pocket, you are now bringing in more money than you were putting out. And that's a true benefit. Anytime you look at your return on investment, which I know is important to you, to your clients, to your investors, how that money is being sent. Oh, thank you, Ray. That was so nice. Yeah, thank you so much. And it is, I'm always available. You can call me at any time. I'm just really very passionate about the opportunity to help people with their needs. And again, it's a very simple process. As Ray just showed you, you just become an ambassador, you get your dashboard, and we just really love sending you those $1,000 checks. I've had I've had people say, wow, I forgot to ask my homeowner if they wanted solar, and then found out later that they were getting solar. So because you've built really good relationships with your clients are not going to mind if you ask them that question. You'd be surprised. They probably aren't even thinking to ask you that question. But if you bring it up, what are they going to do? They're either going to say yes, or they're either going to say no. And if you tell them that they can get a free quote, they'll probably say, well, you know what? I've been thinking about it. I don't really know how it works. I'm going to go ahead, because you guys are the center of influence with your clients. If your clients are making a purchase with you, like a home or investment property, they are probably doing that. They chose you because they trust you. So if you give them some additional information, I can guarantee you that's not going to be a problem to them. It's probably on everybody's mind right now, especially with so many things that we're watching go on. Like I think the gas hack that just happened in the South. It's really a good time for us to be prepared. It really is a perfect time for us to do something and to get ahead of the curve instead of being behind it. It's unfortunate that sometimes that's the situation we find ourselves in. So he's our $1 million of our reasons we have listed here. Every homeowner has their own reason. They ditched their utility bill and gone solar. And these are some of the stories here, because it won't always be the same thing. There are some people that it's the environment, some people it's the savings. It's just a number of different things. And if you have a pool, if you have an electric vehicle, this is really an opportunity for you to reduce that energy cost and know what your bill is going to be every month, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be just that amount. It is not going to go up. It is going to stay exactly where it is. And you get to be part of that decision. So we're not going to just come in. We don't have a one size fits all. We want to make sure that the client is getting exactly what they want and they are happy with the decision that they made to go solar. So we spend as much time as it takes to make sure that you passing that to us, you're going to get a happy client. So does anyone have any questions for me? I would love to answer any questions about the process, about what it's like to work with me. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
There was definitely questions, Robin, in the Q&A.
Okay.
And they were asking about, is this also for commercial? Can we provide through power panels for commercial property as well?
No, unfortunately, our purpose right now is residential. We are looking at going into commercial, but right now it's simply residential. But I do network with some people in the commercial space, so I could make a really great referral if they're needing that.
Awesome. Also, they were asking, and I didn't hear you mention it, is where the panels are actually made. They were asking if they were USA made, international. Not sure.
So we do have, we have both. We're one of the companies that we actually have 12 different panels that we can recommend for clients. And yes, a number of those are USA made panels. That is a big thing. A lot of people ask about that. So yeah, we do have quite a few options for our clients.
And really significant is they were asking about how long it takes to recoup their investment. How long, if they get involved, how long should they expect it to take?
All right. Yeah, that's a great question. And it will depend, but let me say on average 15 to 20 years. The reason I say it depends is because there is that 26% rebate. There is the rebate that we're giving, and sometimes people decide to pay cash. I have a client that is in Cardiff by the Sea out there, San Diego, and she just had rehabbed a home. In fact, she is also a member here for Realty411, and she just took a home from 3 bedrooms to 7 bedrooms, and she just wanted to pay cash because you save about 18 to 20% when you pay cash. And she just wanted to recoup those savings, the full amount of it right away. So her time is going to be a little bit shorter than somebody who is doing the purchase. So yeah, I'm going to say about 15 to 20 years. They are also fully transferable. If you decide to sell your home, you can transfer that over to the new buyer. In a lot of cases, it does show that there is an increase in the home. That is still a little subjective, to be quite honest, because it depends on I'm sure you guys know this, it depends on who is doing the appraisal. But there are statistics to show that a home with solar, when you can say that you're not going to have an electric bill, that is something that a lot of people are looking for.
Is that something that people are adding to their homes to make them more sellable? So right before they put it on the market or while it's on the market, they create that solar panel on their house to create that sale?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because of the mandate in California, if you see new homes, all the new homes are now required because of the mandate to come with solar. So what are you competing with? If you really think about it, if someone has a chance to get a brand new smart home, they are taking that into consideration because depending upon, like I said, a lot of people are buying electric vehicles and people have pools. And just the fact of knowing I can pocket $300 or $400 a month, that's put into the right investment. That's a big deal. So yeah, some people are looking at adding it to add value and to make it more sellable.
Yeah, that's a really powerful tactic and something on both sides of the fence here for the people that are selling their homes as well as for power and your representation of solar panel. Great market, because it definitely is one of those things that'll up the value and more importantly, attract the people to your doorstep with all the competition that's out there. So really key.
And with that competition, that was why I wanted people to hear the message from our CEO, Jonathan Budd, because it's important that you know who you're doing business with. And it is important that you know what their core values are. And so that's why I thought it was important that they hear the message, because it isn't just about selling solar. It is about, we also have gone down to Ensenada and it built homes in that area also for the needy. So we have a pretty big mission.
Yeah, that's awesome. He was absolutely impressive. Absolutely impressive.
Thank you.
I'm always amazed at the the younger folk of us, and as I'm the old man now, the younger folk, and he's just powerhouse, and really understanding where the world is going and what's happening, and that's really
it makes you feel. Well, having a granddaughter, it makes me feel good knowing that there are, like you said, the young people are looking at the world in a different way. So it just makes you feel good.
Yeah, no question. So I don't see any other significant questions, and I'm just checking all the chat. Anybody else have some key questions? Otherwise, absolutely go and sign up. I know we've had some people already taking advantage. Anything that you would recommend for someone that's signing up now, as we had one of our people sign up to be an ambassador? What's their next steps? What should they be doing next to really take advantage of this and make the most out of it?
Okay, so what I do when you become an ambassador, I'm going to give you a call, make sure that if you have any questions that I can answer them. We have a video that is specific to ambassadors, because we want to make sure that you know exactly the process and how everything works. And we want to make sure that you are okay with that. And so I will be your person of contact. There's my phone number and my email there, and I answer every call. In fact, even some that I probably shouldn't with all these telemarketing calls. But we just want to make sure that you're getting the steps that you are needed. I did see a question that they were asking about the size, and our design team, what we're trying to do is give you 100% efficiency. There is a requirement by the electric companies that you have to keep, like, I think it's like $10 to $15 is on, you have to be a part of that on the grid with them. But we do the design based on the kilowatts, because every home their use is a little different. And so we do the design, we then get on the phone, we show you what that looks like. We ask you a number of questions to make sure, we want to make sure that you're getting to the point to where you literally do not have an electric bill and all you're paying is just for the solar. So let me give you an example. Let's say you were paying $300. That's how much your electric bill was every single month. you're going to swap that out. So instead of paying $300, you're going to be paying for the solar, which in some cases can be $100, $150, definitely less than what you are paying there. And that's it. So no out-of-pocket costs. You literally are just swapping one price for the other price. So you're going to get rid of that dirty energy at a higher price, and you're going to get that clean energy with the solar plan. And again, it is zero down, a number of benefits that you're going to get coming back to you. That 26% has been extended to year 2022, I believe. And we're told it's going to go away, but it was just extended, so who knows. And then for the month of May, we're going to give you back a full year of payment. So you're not even going to make any payments for a year if you choose not to.
So one of the questions was, and just for clarification, $300 a month, driving it down to zero. It's really that you're not driving it to zero. You've got a situation where you're transferring some of the bill. It's lowering significantly, and now you're paying for your solar bill versus your other electric bill.
Exactly. You got it. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Exactly. Yeah. Because you're just swapping. Sometimes I've had people that think that they're paying for the bill and they're paying for the, no. It's a swap. You're only going to pay your solar bill is now going to be less than what your electric bill was.
And that's really key, is that it's you're recouping your expense almost instantly because of that, because of the savings every month. So, and is there payment plans on purchases?
Oh, absolutely. And everything is customized. That's what we want people to know. It is customized based on what you're looking to do. We will give you, based on the electric bill, which is the best indicator of how much energy that you've been using, we create a design from that. But you have a lot of input in that, because you're going to see what the design looks like. You know, sometimes there are people that say, oh, I don't want that in the front of my house.
Right.
And so we'll do a design where it only goes off the back. Then there are some people who actually like the look of solar on their home. They feel like it's a badge of honor, and they are happy with it being right there in the front. So it's very customized. It just depends on what they want to do. Do they want to buy the panels? Do they want to lease the panels? But we want to make sure that it's something that works for them and their situation.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds like the perfect storm and the perfect scenario. So I would encourage everyone, go and check it out. This is definitely where everything is going. There's no question. So let's make it real.
Thank you so much. And thank you guys for working with me through my technical difficulties. This was really fun. Oh, the life of the panels, we give you a 30-year, you get a 30-year warranty. And that's something different with Power. Ours is a 30-year warranty. So we take excellent care of you. So you're not going to have a problem with those panels at all.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I think we're great. Just want to thank you so much, Robin, for being here. Absolutely. The technical components are not a big deal. Everything else was superb. And love it.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Linda.
Take advantage. The link is right there to contact Robin directly. Make it happen. It's all in the chat. Thank you so much, Robin. And we can bring back control, I think. There we go. And
we are enabled.
There we go. All right. So we are going to transition, and I'm just making sure everyone is here. We are ready to rock and roll with our next speaker. So assuming that they are all set, and I believe they are, I know them, they're high-end professionals. They're ready to rock and roll instantly. And I'm just going to assume that's the case. Yes. We've got some special presentation that we're rolling into right now. Somebody that I've known for a very long time is here to talk about the Flip Deal Analyzer. Anthony, how are you, buddy? And he is, and I'm going to go through a little of the introductions, and then we'll say hi. Is that good? Awesome. So we're going to be talking about the Flip Deal Analyzer, and Anthony is into the business of scooping up neglected homes that no one seems to want, fixes them up, and sells them for huge profits. What a great way to help clean up the neighborhood, which I know he does every place he goes, and build wealth at the same time. It's truly the American dream for Patrick and his wife, Mindy, who's also here, and their whole team and all their team partners. Over the years, Patrick has been, mastering the art of flipping houses, buying to hold certainly wasn't easy at first. He made costly mistakes along the way, and now is reaping the financial rewards of staying in the game for all these years. Patrick admits real estate gets him excited. Oh, yes. And he says that he simply loves the adventure of the entire process of the transaction, which he does. This business is truly my passion. I feel blessed that I can do it and that real estate is my life's work. Patrick went through the countless trial and errors of learning the business. He says he has a lot of empathy for his students who are now doing the same thing. I've been through everything and anything you can imagine when it comes to flipping a home, and he knows the pitfalls. He admits that he's the handholder that'll walk them through the process. If there's anybody that you want by your side, Anthony Patrick is the one, because he will guide you step by step. Anthony's American dream was realized through real estate. He began as a handyman, graduated to real estate inspector. Today, he has flipped hundreds of houses and has shared the stage with influential leaders of wealth, Susan Orman, Ron LeGrand. Although he prides himself at being a self-made man, Anthony acknowledges that he's had a lot of help to get where he is. My beautiful wife, Linda, his beautiful wife, Linda, is his right-hand woman.
Mindy.
And they have
Paul,
phenomenal.
That's Mindy, bro. That's Mindy, sir.
What?
It's Mindy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were thinking of Linda. Linda was on your mind.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Mindy is his right hand. Linda is his wife. Mindy's here. And wow, I can't even believe I made that mess up. Thank you for that. No, it says it. That's why it says in the thing, actually, Mindy instead of Linda. My beautiful wife, Mindy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I understand that too, but I mean, Linda's been a big part of our team also, as far, and you too. I've known you for so long, and all of us, I'm sorry to cut you off here, but we've stayed in the business because we love to share the truth, and that's why we continue to stay in our business.
Here. And I'm going to go off script to say, man, it's great to see you here, and so blessed to be introducing you. Anthony and I, we've known each other in the speaker world, in the business. He was there when I first got involved in real estate investing, and was one of the people that I really looked up to when I first got started. And now it's so many years later. Gosh, that must have been 13.
Exactly, somewhere around there. Yeah. Been a while, buddy. It's been a minute, man. And it's funny today, as we look back, we've talked about it when we met with you and your beautiful wife and your family and your 75 twins, 75 twins that you have. But I'm just kidding. But we've talked about all the people who have lost their path because they didn't have the truth like we do.
Yeah, so true. And it's one of the things, and we're here with Linda and Linda Pelagas, and we've been part of this community for a long time, you and I both, and the value of the people that are here, because so many of the people that are here within this community are the people that stayed the course, that really were passionate about what we did, truthful about and honored what we did, and everybody that we worked with. And the proof is in the pudding. That's why we're still standing and still here after all the ups, downs, and sideways in this industry.
Yeah, and you've came a long way, man. I remember we were just, if you remember going back, I'm not ashamed of it. Hey, we were getting people into mentoring, and now you are the mentor. You take people from just like by the hand and say, hey, wake up. You got to do it your way, but let me help you, show you my way, and then add bits and pieces and make them very successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I want to make sure that they get all the value from what you're delivering. So want to give over the reins to you. Listen up, everyone. Take really good notes, because there's some real value coming with Anthony. It's great to see you, buddy.
You too, buddy. Before I put on my share screen, but let me tell you a little bit more about myself and what I'm doing today. I'm continuing to flip homes. I'm in Southern California. I work in the IE. And my professionalism is staying in the first-time home buyer market, because just in case, I know the market's really hot right now, but when I put an offer, on the table today and it's cash, I'm still bidding against higher offers that are just people that are trying to get them to buy and hold. But that's why I have a wholesale team. I have a real estate company that I own. I own a flipping business. I do mentoring also in real estate. You do mentoring in everything, Paul. So you like from Amazon to being the best dog whisperer in the world. You know what I mean? Hypothetically, because you guys all know me. I'm a big dog lover, and my dogs are my advertisement. I'm also reopening my construction company, and that'll be in business next month. Even though I was that before, but I used my team, but it's just better off because I have a lot of people wanting me to run their rehabs and things in that nature now. So that's what I'm branching off and doing a lot of kitchen remodels now as we talk. But again, let me go back. I stay in the first-time home buyers market because I always have a strategy to leave. Just in case I have to rent that property, I can get good rate of returns on my rents. So I'm in and out of my properties. But this is the faults where I see with a lot of rookies, that they think real estate is like the TV series. You cannot flip a home in a half hour. It takes forever to do this. And what I mean is forever is on you. Now let's go back. If you have to have, and Paul, I'm going to relate back to you, mentoring and what you do, which I do, is there's a start and a finish. And you help them along the way like I do. And I'm going to show you that today, what I do, but you can add your twists and turns in here to make it that much better for you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to, my deal analyzer. And remember, my numbers are different from you because my wife sells the house, I run the construction, and then I have all my contractors. So again, what you're going to end up doing is probably, if your wife's not an agent, or if you're not an agent, you're going to have other costs that I don't generate. So understand that too. And hey, there's a lot of you out there that are probably maybe flipping $1 million homes and making big profits, but mine are in and out, in and out. I'm like a baseball player, and this is what I mean. Base hits win games. And think about this. If you're a home run hitter and making and getting those big swings, but as they say, girls love the long ball. But at the end of the day, how many home run hitters are still in this game? A lot of base hitters are in this game. So if I make 40 grand, 50 grand, 60 grand, 70 grand, I'm in and out. I don't have to make 80 grand, 100 grand per house. And let's think about time. So we're going to go all over this today. And I have 45 minutes to teach you what I can. And then my wife's here and she'll see the questions that are coming up, and I'll stop in between. So here we go. You guys ready? I'm going to share my screen here.
Rock and roll.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, you're good to go.
All right, just want to make sure I'm going to move this over here. Okay, my companies are New Harvest Ventures, LLC, New Harvest Realty, Inc., and coming soon, BCB Construction. So these are the companies that I have and I'm generating. Okay, so this is a property that I did last year sometime, but I'm just going to continue to stay on this property because you're going to understand. So I'm going to take you from the start to the finish. So not only am I going to show you my deal analyzer, I'm going to show you how I analyze a deal to go through it. So let's just say like this deal here is a wholesale deal that I got from one of my wholesale guys who actually his name is Chris Sumners that works for our company and then brings the deals to me. Now remember something, I want you guys to understand something. It's better off to get your own deals. You're going to make more money instead of getting a wholesaler buyer to another wholesaler buyer to another wholesale buyer. There's a lot of money that's going to be eaten up there and you're not going to make your rate of return. Now watch this. Do your due diligence. And I mean this, do your due diligence because you don't know what you're up against. I know a lot of people make blind offers and buy the houses that way. That's not what I do. I'm sorry, I've been in the business too long to do this. So this is a house I got up here in Apple Valley. It's been a while. Like I said, it was sometime last year when I got this, COVID came in and stuff, but I want to keep on this house and show you something. So let's just say you bought this house unseen. Think about the numbers you guys you're writing down right now. Get a pen and paper and write these numbers down. And if you need to get a hold of me, it's Anthony@anthonypatrick.net, Anthony@anthonypatrick.net, and I will send you this slide. So go see your property with a contractor. What do you see in this screen here? Do you see electrical that's completely missing? If you have hard money on this property, what do you see? That's a long time to get the electrical back to this property. So if you have hard money on it and you're thinking, hey, I can get this house flipped here in 3 to 4 months, 5 months. I'm sorry, guys. Bringing electrical to this house is a total inspection by Edison and at this time it was Apple Valley. So they're all going to have to come together and actually draw new lines. If it was taken, that means there was probably illegal activity happening here. Look at inside here. A regular restroom doesn't look like this. They demolished it. They had a bunch of kids come in here and demolish this property. So let's say you would have just said, hey, my property would have been $30,000 worth of construction. Well, I'm sorry, this would have gone up. So understand, make sure you go see the property with someone knowledgeable besides yourself and a contractor. Always do this. And if, for example, you don't have a contractor and you want even better results, I would do a home inspection because you're going to have a 7-day or 3-day period to check this out. Take a home inspection and tell them you just want the bare minimum bones inspection. And what they'll end up doing is doing it for a couple $100 to see what needs to be done and if it's a pass or a fail. We use Elite Home Inspection in my area. So is it basic repairs or hidden repairs? Question, if you go with your contractor, make sure they take, now listen to me, I'm going to say it again, make sure they take a ladder to get in the attic. Because you know what, a house like that this has been sitting, how do you know it doesn't have rats in it, mouses in it, what have you, that could have been chewing through a lot of electrical? How do you know, for example, they didn't have today, and there's just a lot of stuff like this, a weed growing in the attic? How do you know there's not people in the attic? How do you know? The attic's very important because electrical's very important, plumbing's very important, roofs are very important. Take that. Paint, carpet, all that, that's not big numbers. We're talking big numbers. So basic repairs, major repairs, or hidden repairs. Try to find everything out because I'm telling you, rehabs are the one. Now remember this, when you buy the property, it's your rehab that's going to make you or break you. The realtor's going to get paid their 2% that I pay my realtor to sell the house. And then the buying agent, they're going to get 3%. Escrow's going to get paid. Title's going to get paid. But every time you go over $1, whose pocket does it come out? It comes out of yours. So remember that. Every dollar that comes out afterwards, if your rehab's 25 and you go up 30, you've just lost $5,000. But I'll show you how to try to get around it and to give some space. Does the house have septic? Septic could cost $12,000 to $13,000 if you don't understand what septic is. A septic it's a big old, I would say, big tank. Now, I don't know if a lot of you know what septic is, but up in higher deserts and even newer homes, believe it or not, that they're just by themselves, they have septic. A septic tank is a big old tank that when you flush or drain the water or use water or flush the toilets, it goes into the septic tank and then it goes into leach fields. But then all the debris has to get, maybe once a year, depending how many people live there, it gets pumped out. Now, if a septic tank is cracked, they're going to have to pull that septic tank out and add a new one. Or the city might recommend you, hey, or tell you, not recommend, tell you, you have to bring it to the street. And that can cost $50,000 sometimes. 50. You've just gone under. So know what you're doing. That's why when I'm saying deal analyze, and I'm going to show you my analyzer, but it all falls into knowing where you invest. So like, for example, this was Appavelli. I knew for a fact that there was nothing. And here's a good way. If you know, here's a good way to find if there's a septic tank or not on your property. First of all, you'll see these big old tubes coming out of the front of the property, big old tubes right near the sprinklers, right near the water bibs and stuff. They're big old pipes, approximately 3 inches, 4 inches out of the ground. But also you can go into the street and see is there any sewer. So you can see sewer, what do you call them? The grates or the covers, I should say. If there's sewer covers there, that means it's most likely 90% of the time it's going to be, you're going to be having regular sewer systems. But if you just see a straight path with just street, then most likely it's going to be septic. A lot of times in this type of area, you're going to have septic. So know what you're doing. So that can kill a deal. A roof costs from anywhere from 12 to 15. It may look good, but get on the roof if you have to. If you're older, don't get on the roof, have your contractor. I actually recommend let your contractor get on the roof. That's what you're paying them for. You have an electrical person there, make sure all the panels, everything looks good. The plumbing, you can see what you can see, but you can tell if it's good or not too. I recommend when I go look at the houses, to make sure when we're bringing our whole team in there, make sure the water and the gas and the electricity is on. That air conditioning, if I didn't check and I made a blind offer on this house, I would have never seen that air conditioning here. Think about that, how much that cost me. Now, a lot of the times the new air conditionings you're not using the Freon. And so I'm going to say 90% of the time when that air conditioning, unless you have some good people and know how to replace that with the Freon, you're going to have to go and change the heater, all the condensers, new lines and everything. And most likely 99% of the time, I'm going to be working with the city because I'm pulling in electrical. They're going to check my rehab. And now you're pulling permits on everything, except the windows and certain windows because those are replaced. And just replace and repair to set in. Any questions we have so far?
Not yet.
Okay. You're with me so far. Foundation. There's another issue that can make you, hey, walk away. So write these down right now. If you're watching us right now, write these down. These are the most important part of a deal. Septic, roof, electrical, plumbing, air conditioning, heating, foundation. Got that there? Look at this kitchen. What would you do? When you're looking and going through the house, what would you guys do? Now, remember, again, I stay in the first-time home buyer market, so I get in and out. If you guys are doing million-dollar homes, it's a whole different game because of the fact that you're going to have, instead of buying a $150 faucet for your sink in the kitchen, you're going to maybe buy a $400, $500, maybe $1,000, depending what you're doing, what area you are. But remember, $1 million homes aren't $1 million homes like they used to when I first started out. Get help from your team. Very important. These are my top dogs of our team here. That's Brody and Cody. Does a little bit of a marketing, and our dogs do market. And BCB Constructions, Brody, Cody, and Brisk, who's not in this picture, but this here is part of our team. Mm-hmm. So they're always getting those deals. Other costs to think of. We have a question right now.
So this is from Steve. Any tips to look out for raised foundations?
Yes. Okay, so a raised foundation. A lot of time. Good question, that's Steve. A good question, Steve. Thank you, hon. A raised foundation, I'm gonna go back to a raised foundation. So you'll know it's a flat foundation as you go around the house. So usually your houses in Southern California, usually your houses that are in your 70s and above, they're usually on a flat foundation. But when they're on a raised, you can tell when the houses are more in the 60s below, and you can see the way the porch comes up, and you can see actually if there's like a big opening to get under the house, the crawl space. Again, go with your contractor. And you know what? A lot of you guys that are in this business, don't you have tools yourself to take with you? I recommend a screwdriver, maybe even a drill, inexpensive drill gun to take off things. You know what I mean? Look for yourself. It's your money and your hard money if you're using hard money to invest. Because a lot of times, if you do this wrong and you're using hard money, it isn't called soft money or private money, it's called hard money. Now think about this. That hard money on a little mistake that you make or a big mistake, they're going to make more than you. And that's not what you want to happen. So you can tell if it's raised. And a lot of times if you start looking, like I said, in the houses in the 60s, 50s, you can tell. And a lot of times when you're starting to look in the houses, that was a good question, Steve. Another thing I'm going to go back to is you're going to have to understand too, look at the electrical panel and see if it needs upgrading. That's another big key. Because a lot of people nowadays, if you think about it, how many kids, if you have 3 or 4 kids, they probably have a laptop, they have a computer, they have all, so they have all their things running in one room. So how many appliances, how many your modems, your cameras, everything you have is running nowadays in the house, and it could be popping breakers. So electrical today is a big key. Also, besides septic, those are the 2 ones I look at besides roof and everything, but I have an order and we can go over it. Again, you can reach me at anthony@anthonypatrick.net.
Foundation would be one of the big
and foundation,
yes.
If you have a foundation crack, and Steve, I'm going to go back to the foundation issues too. If you see a crack in the garage and it continues to go through the house, I recommend, hey, if the house is empty and no one's living in it, it's a wholesale deal. Hey, why not pull up the carpet and see how far that goes? Because that could be very costly if it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, because then you have a main foundation issue. But then that's a key for me. If something's like that and you're a rookie in this business, I would get a home inspector. Again, we use Elite Home Inspection Group. Give them the code Anthony Patrick, and I believe they can give you like 10 to 15% off. Just talk to Josh, ask for Josh or Mike Spears. Don't forget, guys, if you're buying the house for cash, escrow and title doesn't care if you have insurance on it. Hard money does, but think about insurance. You need to put insurance on the house. A lot of times when I have my bus tours, people don't understand, or investors like, what do you mean we have to have insurance on the house? What if there's an earthquake insurance? What if there's vandalism? There's vandalism insurance. What if there's just a fire? That's what you want to keep it for, fire more than anything. So remember, you have insurance costs. The overages, I used to say 15%. Keep that in your budget, 15%. But now I go 20% because of everything is so expensive right now. So I would use overages 20%. So put that in your number. Listeners, listen to me. An alarm. I use Simply Safe. You can move it from house to house. Simply Safe. Understand something here. We have COVID. And it's still there. But in California, if they come into your house, how are you going to get them out? because now you're fighting the COVID laws. So that house, you could actually lose and sit for a year. Let's just go back, maybe 6 to 7 months or a year with someone sitting in it and you can't do anything because someone broke in. So please put an alarm on your property. Simply Safe. They're no more than $400 to $500. I have 12. I have 12 of them right now, and I have like 7 in use right now. So you can buy them. Go to simplysafe.com, and I would get the siren and get the package. It's no more than $400. But think about that. That $400 could save you thousands upon thousands. Remember, you got to put utilities on, and utilities be for 1 month. Hey, think about it. It's going to go for 1 month, month and a half. They're going to take off. But don't forget, when you show the house, you're going to have some air conditioning running. You're going to have the water bill going because you want the grass green. Don't forget you had landscaping in, and then you have supplemental taxes. Now remember, supplemental taxes will come in. You're going to purchase the house and sell the house. Those are supplemental taxes that you're going to end up paying from the purchase and the profit. And usually they're around, I'm going to say, I would keep $1,000. We're going to go over I think my next slide is the supplemental tax. You'll see what we paid on there. And don't forget permits. Are you moving walls? Are you guys adding water heaters? Are you adding a roof? On this property, we're going to have to pull permits because of the electrical and everything comes with it. So, and then holding costs, and that's if you're using hard money. Now, here's my deal analyzer. Do I have any questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay. I want you guys to look at that. That's okay. I do have 2 questions coming in here. It's, let's see, anonymous attendee. You're local, and I am in Ontario, California, not far from you, Anthony. Yes, I'm in Rancho Cucamonga off of Haven, and we'll talk more where I am. And my bus tour costs, it all depends. It all depends what Linda wants me to pay, but usually it's a 3-day tour, and I supply the food and a great time, and I bring in great people to talk about from beginning to end. And it's not a sell-a-thon. It's people to bring in guidance, strength, and wisdom in real estate for you. But they're usually $199. And with Linda, I recommend if you put Realty411, I usually just charge you $99 to get in, and that's for 3 days. And we pay for your food, and you go on our bus, and we do everything. But I can't open up until our beautiful governor wants us to start doing this. But you can come to our office if you're in our area, and we can talk, and we can come over a strategy plan. So this is my deal analyzer. So look, this is the house. I purchased it for $250. Okay. Excuse me. That's our ARV. Look at it. After repair value, $250. My purchase price is $150. My wholesale fees that I paid are $10,000 after escrow. Okay. I can put it in the escrow costs or write a check. Title charges, $2,000. My escrow charges are $15,000, insurance $1,000, and $1,645. That's the total right there that comes out to. My rehab estimate with permits are $35,000. Utility, maintenance, and alarm, and you just plug this in, and I have this as a formula. My alarm monitoring, termite, total my rehab $37,000. Then my sale cost, title, another $5,000. Now remember, I do get a binder. So if I know I'm going to sell the house, I do get a binder. It's a little bit more. So, but and it lasts for 6 months, but I know that I'm going to sell the house right away. So I'm paying less. And it's like $500 less per transaction. But hey, $500 can go on something on a rehab to make it nicer. Escrow charges are $1,000. I work with a luxury escrow. They give me some good cost on escrow, but a lot of times they only charge me $500, but I've earned that. But you know what? You can talk to me about how to get good escrow charges, and I'll be able to help you out too. The commission, $7,500. Supplemental taxes on this one was $2,000. This is my projected property. This is a little base hit in and out. So, and this is 17 and this is all cash, that's 17% rate of return, not bad. I'm seeing a lot of people that 10%, you know, what is your number, Anthony? What is your number you have to make? What percentage? No, it's not, it's about how much I spend. Like if I spend $1 million on a property and I have to put, I want to make some good money, but I want to get in and out. I'm on those guys, as they say, like flies on poop. I'm in and out. I'm in and out, in and out. I want to get that house on the market right away. And just like any house, but I want to get it out, and I know I'm selling it because I'm not going to rent that property. With these, and those, sometimes I'm making 150 to 200,000, even more sometimes, but I will make that much. But it's going to take, and I'm going to have to pull permits and do everything correctly on everything on a higher expensive high-end home. I'm pulling permits on 100% of everything that I'm doing there.
So tell the listeners, what does that time frame turnaround look like?
Well, as far as with a higher end home,
start to finish.
With a higher end home, I'm probably from start to finish with a higher end home. I'm probably 6 to 7 months, a little bit, because I'm doing it right, making sure it's right, and it all right now because of COVID. I'm in the hands of the city, so it's taking a little bit longer. But usually on these small in and out projects, I'm probably from point of purchasing to sale, I'm probably in and out. Would you say 3 months, 3 to 4 months? Yeah, because we're going to go over the first time home buyer, what you guys have to look after. And then we'll take some questions. After close, could you guys, if you were in the class right now, I would say all say together, time is money. Prior to close, visit the property. If you've already said, I want it now. And if you're going to close that day, you know what? I have my guys already waiting there at 8 in the morning, waiting. So that way I close and they're starting. The utilities are already switched over to my name sometime that time. Insurance is on, utilities are on. I'll be pulling my permits right away. My demo begins the next day. Landscaping begins that day. No trespassing signs are on there front and back with pictures. So that way the cops will work with you, and especially the alarm goes on that day. The for sale sign goes up, but we don't put my wife's sign. It says, we buy houses for cash, coming soon, call me. My wife does visit neighbors. She visits neighbors and say, hey, this is our property. You need to get a hold of me. And now we can do it as of yesterday, if I'm correct. She goes open houses, things that, hey, we're selling this house. Here you go. Here's your card. Believe it or not, that's how we get other deals in the area. I just got a question. Buy in trust or LLC? I buy in my LLC. So I'm going to tell you something like this. So I only do, it says, do you close deals or wholesale? Okay, so I do flip and wholesale, but my wholesale team, Chris, takes care of that. But I do buy in my LLC. Now, listen, I have a total of, I would say 5 to 6. I have 6 LLCs. I only flip. That's a good question. And that was anonymous again, attendee. Great question. I only flip maybe 3, 4 at the most LLCs. Flip homes in the LLC. Reason being, and then contractors, I only probably use on a contractor, let the contractor do 2, maybe 3 at the most. If he's my main contractor and I've been working with for years, maybe 3 at the most. I don't use the same contractor if I'm running 12 deals at one time. If that one contractor, something happened in his life, or something happened or turned, or something, it can ruin your business. Understand? And if something goes wrong with one house, it could affect. So it's like a domino effect. So I have renewing works, WNL. I have different entities that I flip in, and it all depends. I have a buy and hold entity also. And in my buy and hold, I keep, I think, no more than 4 houses in my buy and holds, or 5. It all depends. And then I have umbrellas and things like that. You can get a hold of me. Again, you can get a hold of me at anthony@anthonypatrick.net, or you can give me a call at 909-694-2221. So let's go back. So set a timeline, and you need to meet your timeline. You are in charge of the job. Do not let the contractors be in charge of your job. Unless you have a property manager that's taking care of that job, then they're taking care of it. Okay? Understand, it's you. It's your money. Time is money. Complete all outside work first. I work from the out in, so that way it looks nice, curb appeal. People are already just banging those phones and giving me a call, or my wife, depending. So remember, we buy houses for cash and coming soon. We don't put my wife's sign on it because you're not allowed to do that. Remember, I own the real estate company. We have rules that we have to go by. Okay, I have another question. Yes, I do. You have all contractors says, do you have a clause on the contractor if they are late? Of course, that has to, okay, a contractor needs to have that in his clause. We can talk about that later, but yes, he has to finish the job on a certain time unless you guys are adding things to the job. Well, you know what? I didn't like this tile. I want to change it. So if there's change orders. Now remember something, and that was a good question, and it's going to relate to this question and answer that I'm going to give you. If a contractor says, hey, what is can I see the bids that you got and you received, I should say, and I will do it lower, don't trust that contractor. The reason I'm saying, because they will upcharge you. They will continue to upcharge you. Does that make sense? They will upcharge you on anything they do, upcharge you. You got to find a team with you that will build your real estate dreams. I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it in a different way. Build your team before you build your real estate dreams. You could have a beautiful, team, but make sure you're all on the same page. Make sure, a lot of people say they're all, I want a team of lions like I used to at my bus tours, but no, I want a team of geese. Because and this is what I mean, ducks and geese. Do you ever see them fly like this? They fly at an angle. But think about it. When one gets tired, it falls back and the other one leads. That's what you need on a team, leaders. Leaders, okay? Remember that.
May I also add, if your contractors are done before their time frame, then you also do give them bonuses?
Yes, definitely. I take care of my contractor, my wife right now. I don't know if you heard that. If my team is done before, I'll bonus them out too. If they're done sooner, we'll put that in the contract. We'll bonus them out too. And you know what? A lot of times when I go on Friday, I'll take them waters. I'll take them lunch. Don't take them green drinks because I'm into green drinks. They didn't like that, but they weren't into healthy. So they want burgers and burritos and things of that nature, of course. But you know what? I bring them ice during the summer if it's really hot. I tell them to be careful running the air conditioning. If they're working inside or spray, no, you can't run the air conditioning when you're spraying the house. It goes in the vents and stuff. You got to understand how to work with being a contractor and then getting my contractor's license over again, doing everything. You got to understand what's happening. And remember, when you buy the house, think about this and just keep this in your notes. Buying the house is the most profitable. What you buy the house for is the most important part of the deal. Remember that. Because right now the market's hot, and especially in Southern California, our houses are selling for $28,000 over asking price. 28 minimum. Think about that house in Berkeley right now, how the market's hot. It was on the market. You can Google it. Berkeley house sells for over $1 million. It was on the market for $1.2 million, and they sold it for $2.2 million cash. You know what? If I was the neighbor, I'd go hug that guy and sell my house for $2 million. That's $1 million more. I'll find myself somewhere to live. So the market's really hot right now. I'm going to tell you about one of the properties I have that's on the market. Go ahead.
Okay, this question is from May. Thank you for being so patient. Where do you add your hard money holding costs? And then she also added mahalo. She must be from Hawaii.
If we'll come back to it right now. May, I'm going to show you where I add my hard money. And I have another, because everything is cash. Also, guys, if you're in probate or if you need hard money, I do buy houses for cash. Please give me a call. I have great hard money lenders. I work with a great team. And if you need anyone to talk about probate, I have a probate team that also works, that can even lend you money right now if you guys are in probate. But I'll show you right now, May. I have another deal analyzer that I'm using, okay? How do I find leads first? Okay, then there's some more questions here I'm going to take. How do you find
door knocking.
Leads door knocking? Okay, that's a great question. Anonymous, you're awesome. You're anonymous. I love that. How we find door knocking. So my thing is, once we're in, hey, we own the house at 2008 Hale Street. Hey, we bought it. We bought this. We're going to put it on the market for approximately this. Are you interested in selling your house? You don't know if that person there, you don't know if those persons in the surrounding area. My wife probably hits like 12 houses within that area on that street. You don't know if anyone, we can find out, yes, but you don't know if anyone are losing the house, or maybe we can help them sell their house because my wife's a realtor. Or maybe they want to leave, or maybe they're going through a divorce. You don't know the story until you go in and make conversation. So that's how we get some of our leads, door knocking. But also too, door knocking, this is for regular people, but to door knock and go through those situations. But a lot of the times too, you can have title searches that will help you out. There's title companies that will help you out. We use different companies to help us find leads and generate leads like that. So again, that's a good question there. But door knocking, you don't know their circumstance. And hey, they might be, think about this, they might be, everything's fine with their or they might even be a renter. Let's go with the rents, but they might be up to date and they're financially everything's good, but how do you know they're not going through a divorce? And they just want to sell the house for cash and just leave.
Or you just beautified that home in their neighborhood for more value, and they decided to also move.
Right. So that's a great, yeah. So they want to move also. Well. So this is what we do. It generate leads and interest on the property. So marketing time, this is what we do. This is another house that during this time, this was a house in Cherville last year in Rancho. Beautiful house. See how we started from the outside in? The inside wasn't even done yet. It wasn't even, we had to put a new roof and everything. So we're working with the city. So look how nice it looks. It says we buy houses for cash. This one says we buy houses for cash, and then it says coming soon. So this is how we're marketing right away. And then my wife would be goes to every house and talks to them. Plus, we always talk to the neighbors next door. If you can see on my screen where my arrow is, and saying, hey, we're going to be working with the house. Here's our phone number. If our guys are leaving trash or anything, please give us a call. This is the house on Sahale. It's sold. Look at how nice it looks. You know what I mean? And now remember, this is drought resistant area. So we go what it needs to be done. Look how beautiful this house is. Think about this. This is right here. This is tile, but we come and spray epoxy on it. And then all we do is we can either, instead of getting rid of the cabinets, now it's all in the budget. I could have put can lights in here, but I have a budget. And a lot of times the way this house is, it's beautiful lighting, the floor, everything, new appliances. Look at right there. Do you see that? What is that? That's an alarm. We stage our properties, all of them. And all we do is stage the restrooms, a little bit of the living room, nothing big, just to make it look nice, just appeal, bright lighting. Okay, listen, here's something we do. If you have windows and you've put in brand new windows in the whole house, I don't put in blinds. I don't put in blinds at all. But because I want them to see the new windows. But if the windows and you don't have it in your budget and they're looking nice, I will put in some nice blinds. That's just some food for thought. I see a wow. Anonymous, thank you. You're just like, have a quick finger there. Little where they're going to eat right here. The sliders, see how we put some blinds right here? The blinds are just clean blinds. Now, actual pro forma analyzer. So we ended up selling the house for $270. Purchase price all in was $164.5. You have credit to the buyers because they needed some money. Guys, before, I know I only have a little bit, I have like 7-8 minutes left, but let me explain something to you before I get started on this. You know what, I'll finish this and I'll come and I'll let you know. Closing costs $5,000.
Paul,
Title
you have
800,
37
escrow
minutes left.
950, 50 commissions. You guys could read here. Home warranty, we actually gave it to them. Disclosures 100. Coordinator 350. Total 15,000. Rehab costs came out to 38 instead of 35, but we made a little bit more money. The total was 39. Supplemental taxes were $2,000 as we figured out everything. Actual net profit was 48. That's a 23% rate of return. How would you guys like to do that? How would you like to do that? But think about this. It only took on this property here because you have in Southern California, you have the 91-day flip rule into effect. Yes, 91-day, I should say 90-day flip rule into effect. It's 90-day, excuse me. What is the 90-day flip rule? Well, that means if you buy the house and you're going to sell it, you cannot sell that house until the 91st day to put it in escrow for a first-time home buyer. You can sell it conventional, that's fine. For cash, it doesn't matter. But because a lot of bad investors did a lot of just like, as they say, just did pretty bad rehabs, it messed it up for everybody. So what happens, you have a 90-day flip roll. So thank God, this house took 6 months to flip, 6 months. But since we have that there, it was okay because we knew we can sell it to the first-time home buyer. So the cash on return now, I actually have a pro forma analyzer. I don't know who was asking that. Hold on, let me go back here. Oh, okay. Well, I got a little bit more time, so we'll ask some more questions and things. You guys will ask me some more questions. So listen, watch this. This 6 months, so we can sell. So remember, I can sell to the first-time home buyer. And on this one, we didn't have hard money. So remember, if you're using hard money, I would use probably 5 to 6 months on your numbers. And again, May, if you want to send it to me, I will send you the actual performance sheet with the deal analyzer with the hard money in it. Now watch this. I'm going to tell you guys something. I have a house that it's in Victorville. I bought it. I was supposed to close March 1st, and I bought it all in for $245, all in, escrow, title, everything, no hard money, $245, paid the fees, everything, paid both sides, escrow and everything. That's fine, $245. But what happened is the owner didn't tell us, but he had child support on it. So because of COVID, now think about it, $245. He had child support, and liens, and he had water liens, and he had all kinds of liens on the property. So guess who gets paid first? They do. And they get their money first because that's what you have, title and escrow. Title there. They're searching what's on title so you don't get screwed with that. No more handshaking. Nope, doesn't work that way. You would have got eaten up with that. So I didn't close until March 31st. March 31st. So I was supposed to close March 1st, and I closed March 31st. Our ARV after repair value was $325. My rehab was $20,000 all in. $20,000 all in. Pretty much cleaned it up. It was a 2006 home, 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. We remodeled it, put some blinds, we put flooring, we did all kinds of things to it. Well, guess what? I said, you know what? I put in the notes, it was that fast. I said, you know what? Owner prefers cash or conventional loan. So what I did, because we had a property prior that we've owned for a while, it was just a regular property that we owned. It was a rental. We decided to get rid of it. We put it on the market Friday. We had 17 offers all over asking price, and that one sold already. But on this one, because of the flip rule, I said I put on there, they put on there for me, owner prefers cash or conventional loan. We got an offer for $370, and it was $325, $370. It just fell out of escrow. It just fell out of escrow. I believe I believe it fell out of Friday.
Unfortunately, due to financing.
Yeah, due to financing. It was just whatever. It was a single mother, what have you. Right now, we're putting it back on the market, and I already have calls because my wife's sign's out there still. We put it on hold real quick because I wanted to. What did I want to do? The sliding door. We had an issue with the sliding door, and the part didn't come. And anyways, to make a long story, I already have offers at 375, 380. But the thing is, what I'm trying to get at, it'll probably appraise because we know appraisers who it'll appraise. But I can work with that conventional loan. But my thing, what I'm trying to get at is, we were putting it on the market for 325 within a month. Right now, the market is going great. It's going to be selling for most likely anywhere from $30,000 over what I wanted. But that's why I stay in the first time home buyer market, but it depends per project. Let's see, do I have any more questions? I have an awesome. Okay, so how much do properties rent for? This guy, just whoever it is, Gergo, who a team, whatever, it's awesome. So my thing is, I don't rent to the regular John Doe. I'm a blessed man. I have faith I have faith that in my Lord and Savior. To each his own, accordingly. But I rent to the battered women of IE. I rent to the U.S. vets. God bless them. I rent to the homeless U.S. vets. I rent to Step It Up and different organizations. They pay us a market price. I rent to drug and rehab centers also that I rent to them. They pay me a little bit more. Everything I rent to are nonprofit organizations. Thank God on that. Knock on wood, we didn't lose any income because we're helping the community out. There's over 18 to 19 organizations. I work with Ron Griffin, who's in charge. All my friends and all the people that I work with, we put the homeless. Now, remember, it's not the homeless that's begging on the street that doesn't want to make their life right. It's the person that fell through the crack. So we rent to them. But let's say in San Bernardino area, and if you're familiar with San Bernardino, rents for a one bedroom, maybe no more than 400 square feet, or probably 1,100. Yeah, it is. It's 1,133 a month. You're looking at 2 bedrooms or around 1,500. That's something we do. So that's 1,500. And then, but we try to stay within the 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, three bedroom, 1 bath. And a lot of times that's where we try to keep our market at. But if there's a 3 bedrooms are probably, it depends who we're helping out and what breaks we're giving them, but probably, 18. Now I can go to a regular John Doe, which we do because we do property manage also. We have property management too. I've seen people now, because the rental market's so hot, they're paying an extra $500 to $600 because, you put a rental on the market right now and you're having at least 40 rental applications right away. And people haven't even seen it. So that's something that we do, but I don't rent to the regular person right now. I just try to help these organizations out. How much is your hard money? Okay.
That's not a simple
question. Okay, I got a question for you. How much is your hard money? How many deals have you flipped?
That's right.
So it all depends. Like
for you,
if you're the person in the seat and you're lending hard money, how many deals have you done? It all depends. Like I've done hundreds upon hundreds of deals. So at the end of the day, my hard money is probably 1%, probably $1,000 closing costs and everything. Inspection, they got to go send a appraiser out there for themselves, and that varies. And then they throw in an alarm here and there for me too, alarms also. But and then it's anywhere. It depends. I'm going to say 7.5%, and then also too we're looking at 85. I'm going to say 85 to 90% of purchase price. So our deals are usually, and my spreads. So let's say I buy a house for $200,000. I know it's probably going to be, I'm going to be able to sell it for $310,000. It's all a numbers game. Like I said, if I can make 40 grand in and out, and if I'm using hard money, I probably want to make 50 because there's 10 from them. But remember, my numbers are really low. Look at this house right here. Think about this house right here. Purchase price is 164. How much are you actually borrowing? You know what I mean? And then it's 100% rehab cost too, but I have my rehab money too. So, but you know, at the end of the day, with me, I never use any of my money to purchase. I have so many investors because they believed in me, and Paul attests to this. As you get going and you have great credibility, pretty much the money, they just want to invest with you. And at the end of the day, what your goal should be is other people's money to make you money. So, you know, like if they lend me money, or if I have investors, I put a deed of trust on the property and actually file it. I have my title guys that will file it, and that secures them, and they would be first on the note, and they get their money when we close. So those are some of the things we do. All right, let me see. So my final thoughts here, I believe I guess I have some time. So here's my final thoughts. Your profits are made when you buy the property, not when you sell it. Think about this. Your profits are made when you buy the property, not when you sell it. You understand that? It's how you buy it. That's the biggest key. Don't get into a bid war. Now, remember, today what I see is a lot of investors going against an investor who's going to buy and hold. I see a lot of places like I went to go buy a house in Upland, California. I'm not sure a lot of you know, that's just no more than 10 minutes from my house for $400,000. I was going to offer $400,000, but it went for $460,000. It was only the house was probably worth only $500 fixed up, but he wanted to keep it. It was a nice house in a nice area for, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, needed a roof, probably needed another $10,000, a roof there. So, but he was going to rent it. So don't think make sure it's a deal, and make sure you double check, triple check. It's your money. And you have hard money if you're having hard money.
Yeah. And when you buy is where your money is made.
Right. Exactly. So that's one of the things. So your prior purchase sales, remember your comps and estimates of your rehab. Now look what I'm saying here. Your prior to purchase sales, comps and estimates, rehabs better be accurate, or you can potentially lose a lot of money. Do you realize 90% of your new investors are out the first year? 90%. I'm going to let that sink in while I drink some water. 90%. Because they don't have somebody like a good mentor, Paul Fink, and myself to help you out, to guide you. Who can you call? Think about this. If you had myself or Paul, and depending what it was, and you can call me, Anthony, is this a deal? Could you help me? What are you going to put into your life? How are you going to make your life? Everybody wants everything for free. But I've made the mistakes for you. Think about this. I have made the mistakes for you. I'm not going to let you make a mistake. So that's why it's very important to have a mentor if you're getting into real estate today.
Like Paul says, crunch the numbers, know your numbers. That's what you have,
Yeah, crunching the numbers, the most important, but you need some type of guidance. Think about this. Growing up without your parents, where would you be? Growing up without your parents, where would you be? Because they gave you the answers. Mom, dad, but you need a mentor. They were your mentors. Through their mistakes, and then their grandparents' mistakes, and their great-great-great-parents' mistakes. If they work hard, you're going to work hard. If they're, I hate to say this, if I don't want to go there, but anyways, at the end of the day, if they work hard, you're going to work hard. Bottom line, you're going to act like them. You're an image of your parents, like it or not. But why not be an image of your mentor? Think about this. And Paul will agree to this, you're as successful as the top 5 people you hang around with. And I know you've heard this, and it's true.
And work ethics matter.
Like my wife said right now, work ethics matter. You've got to be, how many of you are stuck in a 9-to-5 job? 9 to 5, you don't like your job. Well, do something about it. But before you do something about it, Put some money in your pocket. Get some type of mentoring. It's worth it. When you go to college, if you go to college, you still got to buy your books and do everything. Even though you got a scholarship, you still have to buy books. You still have to attend. And don't Zoom and COVID. You can do everything. You can 6 feet distance. You can do everything today. Now it's starting to open up again. Invest into yourself if you want to make money in this real estate. People say real estate's like Monopoly. It's for the big dogs. I agree, but there's always losers in Monopoly, and there's only one winner, and it's the banker because he cheats half the time, but that's besides the point. But what I'm trying to get at, that was a joke if you guys didn't understand that. But understand what this is all about. It's investing in yourself. I have more questions here. Congrats. Like your passion, Mike. Thank you very much. Section B, Mike.
Section 8.
Section 8. Whoa. Section 8. Mike, I would rather go Section 8. I don't rent to them at all. Don't get me wrong. If God bless Section 8 people. But it seemed like everybody in Section 8 that I've had, I don't want to go here, but I've noticed they've had a lot of
hardships that turn into.
They don't get out of Section 8, Mike. Right. They don't leave Section 8. The government's taking care of them, and they don't want to become better. And God bless what I have to say. And I hope you understand, Mike. I would rather rent to a nonprofit organization like a homeless vet that really wants to get out. Step it up. These are programs that are nonprofit. Think about this. San Bernardino County gets $20 million a year last year for the homeless. LA County got $420 million. What they did with it, I don't understand. I don't do a lot of business in LA, but actually out here, they actually help. Mike, if you have rentals, I'll set you up with Ron Griffin, who will get you some good people in your rental properties if you have rental properties. Yes, son.
Yeah, like Paul said, watch out. The government is not always on your side. That's the problem with Section 8.
I'm going to put it to you guys this way. I'm going to put it to you this way. I had a Section 8 in one of my apartment building over here in San Bernardino. There was a Section 8 lady. I came in there. They know who I am because they already know. I mean, I'm not. This is what it is. And I swear I seen like smoke coming out of the house when I tell them there's no smoke. So I brought my home inspection team and we did a home inspection, and they all knew we were coming. So we go into the house. There's a guy there that's not supposed to be living there. I guess it's her husband, and got out of jail, all tattooed, needles next to him and everything. They're on Section 8, and the kids are playing games right there. A 6-year-old and a 7-year-old playing games on TV. He's higher than a kite. We open up the the closet, and the mother was smoking speed in it. Went off on us. We called the police department. We called the Section 8. We called child support system. Mike, tell me how many people you think came out. I'm going to wait for your answer. How many people of those people came out to do anything? And then we'll get back to your question.
I have it right here. This is from Steve. He's wondering, how is homeless program renters, how does that work? Like, it must be worse.
No. Okay, so think about this. The homeless program. Good questions. Good question, Steve. The homeless, what is a homeless person? To me, a homeless person is this. Not one that's living on the street you see that are making all kinds of money. We're talking about the dad. The mom the mom works at Target, hypothetically, doesn't have a good paying job. The dad works maybe as an auto mechanic, making $50-$60 an hour. The dad loses the job. They get evicted, but the dad gets a job back again for maybe like $25 an hour, but he has 3 kids. Now they're either living in their uncle's garage, that's homeless, or maybe living at the Motel 6. So they go to these organizations and say, hey, we need help. Now watch this. The homeless organization, the U.S. Vets, I actually rent to the U.S. Vets. I rent to them. So they send me my check monthly. The other organizations, you rent to that person and you have 3 people you can scan yourself to see, I like this person, I like this, or what kind of person do you want? Usually if you have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, they're probably putting 3 people in there, a father, or maybe 4, a mother, a father in one bedroom and 2 kids in the other. And man, if they had another kid, they'd probably put him in the living room. But think about this. You're renting to them, co-signed by the organization like Keys, different, Keys is another organization. You have Step It Up, you have different, and if they do anything wrong to the property, those people will pay for the damages. And if they don't start making the monthly payment, they come in once a week to see how they're doing and checking up on them. So that's the big key. They're checking up on them. They're not like Section 8. And once you get on Section 8, you're on Section 8 for the rest of your life and you can do everything you want. So at the end of the day, that's what you're looking at. That's why these organizations are better. You deal with them. You deal with, and they all have a caseworker that you can call. And because they're going to call you, hey, there's something wrong with the roof, it's leaking. That's fine. But they won't call, hey, there's something wrong with the toilets. And then we go there, we send our team there. Hey, Anthony, they broke the toilet, not you. So we call the place, hey, we're placing the toilet. We're sending it to you. We're sending you the bill. Okay, Anthony, we understand. My biggest deal. Okay, Mike, you're awesome. My biggest deal was a horse property in Pico Rivera. Pico Rivera. We bought the house for $600,000. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. We bought the house for approximately $500,000. Horse property. I'm a realist. I'm just going to say what I got to say, and people know who I am. There's not a racist thing in my body, whatever I got to say, but it was actually a place where it was a Chinese area and a Mexican area. The Mexicans, which I'm Hispanic, they wanted to continue the horse properties. The Chinese or the Asians came in and they were building these big mansions at the time. So what happened is I had my guys there cleaning it out. We only spent $20,000. And this Asian guy comes in to talk to my guy. Stop! I want to buy the house. And then he called us. I said, yeah, we want it. We want to sell it for $600,000, $650, I think. That guy goes, no, I'll give you $800 today. I'll give you $800 today. Well, what is. So what we did, we stopped the project. And we had a bidding war against the people who wanted to keep it as for the horses, and then another one for the Asian. That property made me $250,000 on one shot. $250 on one shot. It went over asking. They were fighting for each other. Cash deal, closed, didn't have to do the rehab. And the reason I say the 50, because the 50 was in for the rehab. We just had to clean the property. We did spend over 20, but that was the biggest deal, Mike. And I'll never forget. I won't tell you who I sold it to. It doesn't matter, but they outbid themselves, and it was a cash deal. See you later. We held on to it for no more than probably a month and a couple days at all. And actually the house was gutted and it was ready to go over the electrical. So that's what was one of my biggest deals. Let me and I'll take some more questions here, but let me get going. Linda, I think, gave me till 4 o'clock. So for us, we don't buy the deal unless it makes sense as a rental unit or in our portfolio, to put in our portfolio, or if it's a flip, or else we'll just pass it. Remember, don't jump on your first deal. You don't need to jump on your first deal. Also, too, this is wrong. I got changed, and I didn't change this. My bad on you guys. You can listen to me Saturdays at 12 noon. You don't have to go into your car in AM. You can download the app on your iPhone or your Android, or you can go put 590 AM every Saturdays. It's Anthony Patrick, Roadmap on Real Estate on 590, the talk of the town. So you guys can listen to me every Saturday. It's not anymore. We were on Sundays, and they do still play us on Sundays at 10 a.m., but it's every Saturday at 12 noon. Anthony Patrick, Roadmap on Real Estate. I have guests. Last week, I had 2 weeks ago, I had a wholesaler, a kid that I taught. He was 21. He's already made in 2 months, 3 months, almost like $34,000. I have another, this week we had Rafiq, title. He was talking about title. What does title mean? We have Paul Wilkins, who comes on, that talks about probate and tax liens. And it's just education, free education, constantly. Again, that's Saturdays at 12 noon. So if you want to give me a call, and all we do is talk real estate. Hey, if you're driving, at the end of the day, listen to me. Again, it's Saturday at 12 noon. And again, you can get me, or you can send me if you want me to talk about a show on anything you want. You can send an email to anthony@anthonypatrick.net, not .com, .net. Any more questions, hon?
We have Michael Evans, and he's saying that it's easy to get Section 8 tenants out. Just call Section 8. There is such a backlog of people wanting Section 8 vouchers that people on Section 8 don't want to lose them. Now, I had explained to you earlier, Michael, that my husband is a realist with lots of experiences, and it just didn't work for us, unfortunately. There's good and bad people everywhere, but unfortunately, there was more bad people taking advantage of the system, and the system did not react quick enough. So who loses? The landlord.
Yeah,
okay?
but Mike too. That was Mike.
Michael.
Michael, don't forget too that a lot of times with Section 8, I'm responsible for a lot of the stuff that needs to be, if something goes wrong, I'm responsible for them. Now think about this, Michael, too. Let's just say hypothetically, that person leaves, right? That person leaves the house. A lot of times these guys, these organizations will give me 8. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, we come up with an agreement that it's like X amount of money. A lot of times they'll say, hey, Anthony, here's for this client here, here's 8,000, put it in your bank account, and we'll put somebody in there as soon as possible because they'll tie up the house. In all reality, there could be a month that goes by, nobody's in it. Another month, nobody goes by and nobody's in it. And then they finally put somebody in it. They're trying to tie up the property because there's overabundance of these homeless people out there, but they're not really homeless people. And remember, Section 8, Michael, is a Section 8 person that most likely, they're going to stay on Section 8 for a while. We don't want these people that are in our properties to be there for a while. We want them to get their lives up, get a better job, educate them, and maybe help them get a house. So this is what we do. It's more about how, instead of we give a hand, don't give a hand up, let's give a hand out and grab it and help them get on the same playing field as you. That's what's most important, helping them get on the same playing field. Maybe help their wife get a job. There's plenty of jobs out there that today, there's all kinds of jobs out there. These people want to work for a living. They don't want to stay on Section 8. And what I love is they have a group counselor come every week and a half, or I can call them and say, hey, our gardeners are by the property, and it seems like there's a lot of weed and a lot of stuff. And I know weed's legal and certain stuff, but you can't smoke in our house. Those are some of the things that we have going on, our rules. You know what I mean? You got to be a good person. I'm not saying there's a bad person if you smoke weed, whatever, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, it's just like, we have rules. If whatever you got to do, go outside. Just respect our rules. That's all. But a lot of times, they'll fix the properties for us and they'll take care of it, and we just give them a bill. So that's one of the things I like. You know what I mean? So,
sure, it's under market value, the rents that come in, but they handle it. They are on time. So you're helping a cause, and you're helping people that want to be helped.
Right, and it's just helping others. Again, giving a hand up just giving a hand out is more better, and that's much better, and to give a better philosophy is helping them out, because a lot of times those people, you can help them get a job. Matter of fact, think about this. Section 8, that's a whole different story. I have actually 3 working for me that are the homeless, that they're working, and so they'll put some of the money in, they'll subsidize some of the money if they're working and they have a job. And there's a guy that I have, his name's David. We have a property out in San Bernardino. He's like our gatekeeper. He's there. He'll give us a call. He's in charge, and we let him do the landscaping. We pay him. And now he does a lot of some of the landscaping from out of his rent. And it's okay with the organization that I believe it's Keys or what, it was Keys, or I don't remember what the other organization, No, it wasn't the homeless women. But at the end of the day, and look at this, battered women of the IE. How many battered women are out there? Think about this. Last year, women in their 50s, think about this, women in their 50s, the homeless for them went up 18% last year, 18%. Because of COVID last year in San Bernardino County, it's usually 400 a year, Mike, 400 a year. that goes up about the homeless. Last year, because of COVID and everything went wrong and people lost their home, it went up to 4,000. 4,000. That's how many homeless people were there in San Bernardino County. But you don't see it out here like we do because we have organizations helping them, putting families in to help them. That's what we do in San Bernardino County. In Los Angeles County, I don't understand what's going on over there. They had $420 million. I don't know where that money, there's a lot of homelessly out there. But you know what? We help the homeless out. And, you know, and it's not the homeless person that's staying on the side, on the freeway. Think about this. I talk to those people and I interview them. If he says, you know, I'm a vet, give me some money. At the end of the day, think about this. I talk to him and I interview him. I'll interview him. I'll say, let me interview you. I just have some questions. I'll give you $20 afterwards. I got some questions for you. He goes, okay, fine. He goes, I go, so how much do you make? He goes, yeah, I got it down already. First of all, the man's always looking at me, so he doesn't know where I am. So a lot of times they're not there in a sense. He goes, 1,000 cars go by, 1,000 cars go by an hour. And he said exactly like this, 400 fools give me $1. What? 400 fools give me $1 or more. 1,000 cars in an hour. He makes $400 an hour. $400 an hour. And he goes, yep. So then I get to go motel, get my drugs, and then come back. And if I have a dog, I make more money. Okay, so I got to be wrapping it up here again. If you have any questions, you can give me a call at 909-694-2221. I'll answer that call, 909-694-2221. Or you can listen to me on Saturdays at 12 noon on 590 AM. Download that app. And if you want to talk real estate, give me a call. If you have any questions or topics for my radio show, give me a call. Paul. It
was 10 AM on your slideshow, but we changed to 12 on Saturdays.
Paul, did you want to come in, or is there any more questions, or you want me to keep going, or what's going on?
We are good. And I got to tell you, on all the Section 8 with all that.
Paul, I can't hear you. I don't know if I lost you. Oh, I lost you.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, now I can. My little.
Oh, there you go. The Section 8 challenge, man. I know through dealing with different properties all around the country that it really depends. Really makes a difference between local authorities that they're run differently. And I know in some of the areas I've been utilizing Section 8, same challenges. Like the authorities there were not, they were being utilized by and focused in on just abusing what we were doing as the landlords. And it was a real challenge in working with them. And so I ended up early on stopping dealing with with certain communities with Section 8 because it was almost abusive to what we were doing for our communities.
And you know what, Paul, is on
the shame. What a shame.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I don't know. I think we have a couple minutes here, but I'm letting them know that the Section 8. I'm sorry, God bless them, but they want us. The Section 8 want to stay there. They want to stay there, and it's I hate to say that, but the people that we're helping out don't want to stay there. They really want to get out and start over again, but they're just in a spot right now that they can't. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And there's a whole lot. Listen, what I will say is, God bless everything that you've done. I know. For anybody that doesn't know Anthony Patrick, he's been around the game for a long time, knows the words of wisdom, exactly how to do the deals and crunching the numbers, really knowing your numbers, sharpening the pencil. Just amazing. Thank you so much for sharing and everything you've been here for.
Hey, you know what, too? I was going to give you a call. Give me a call next week. Let's talk.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll catch up.
All right. God bless. Thank you, guys. And you guys have a great rest. There's great other speakers, and Paul's awesome. You guys rock. And thank Linda. Applaud you. My doggies love you. And you know that. God bless you guys and have a great rest of the afternoon. And go ahead and listen to Brandon. There's some great nuggets there.
And thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Mindy. Just for administrative component, we have a couple minutes before Brandon, or are we going right to Brandon? Do we know?
We do have.
Yes.
Go ahead, Linda.
I'm sorry, Dave. Yes, Ivy will be joining us. I just alerted her to please call in, and then we're going straight to Brandon right after.
Perfect. So do we have her here? So for everyone that's here, absolutely. And so much of what we were just talking about and the whole real estate thing. And I got to say, there's so many things that happen all around the nation. And when you start working across the nation, it's different authorities, different places, and different components on what happens. What I will say is that, you pick whatever practice that you're doing, whatever strategy of choice. Understand that you're dealing with the people, and you're dealing with all the public, and how you want to deal with them is up to you. And depending on what strategy you choose, that'll be important. It's one of the things that I started early this morning talking about is your model of what is going to work for you, what's going to be the model of choice or the business model or real estate strategy investing that you want to do really fits with your needs, wants, desires, your passions, and what you want to be working with. So absolutely, with so much of this, there are certain things people like working in certain realms of whether it's dealing with commercial property or residential property, dealing with multi-unit properties like I've done. So just learn what the strategies are that fit you and your personality and what's going on. But man, great stuff. Do we have Ivy coming on? And I want to be cognizant of where we're at.
We have been informed that Ivy's logging in, but she has yet to log in.
Perfect. So other questions and comments from the team and everyone here. Definitely. And what Linda's talking about, definitely not diminishing the issues that are here. And with some of the conversation, and if you're reading the chat, things went sideways. I know, the heart and soul of Linda and everyone here and everyone that comes on board is absolutely just amazing. And just to be sure, everyone, and most of the people that come on board here, I know, and I've known personally for years, and their heart is absolutely there. And sometimes, and there's so much in this day and age where we have our intentions out there on our sleeve, and people are quick to make assumptions. I got to tell you, everybody here, we're in the right place, and give people some grace as they're talking, that there's definitely quality here. And don't be too quick to throw it out. Realize there's greatness. Grab hold and get to know the people that are involved here, because they're worth getting to know. We've got Ivy here. Ivy, thank you so much for joining us. I see the screen is live, and I see you are here. Welcome.
I'm here. Oh, hi. How are you? How is everything? I'm actually trying to see me. Oh, there I am. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy, because I'm always happy to be in you guys' webinar. I'm very happy to be invited again.
Now we're going to be talking about capital and capital for your deals. Learn how to universal commercial capital is who you are, UCC, and how they can fund the deals. So UCC, Universal Commercial Capital, is a US-based private money lender. A trusted resource in real estate mortgage lending, Universal Commercial Capital is known for its flexibility, common sense underwriting, which is so key, and efficiency in hassle-free loan programs. What sets UCC apart is its approach to investment opportunities and a steadfast commitment to helping its clients reach their full financing potential. UCC's leadership team has decades of experience and prides itself in 360-degree understanding of its exceptional, diverse client base and their unique financing needs. Experience and wealth of knowledge has led to the development of UCC's widely recognized streamlined loan process, aids customers in saving time and money. Ivy, welcome. We're going to be talking for just a few moments to really help people understand what you have available and what's going on. Can you tell us a little bit more outside of what I just read, a little bit more about UCC and what it's all about?
Yes. Well, we have been a private lending company for over 20 years now. And we're just so happy that I would say every year, we have new programs coming out for investors that aren't able to get their deals funded by a traditional bank. And so our niche is no W-2s, no tax returns in any of our programs that's required. So that's a very much of a plus for investors that are trying to get their deals funded with no hustle at all.
So no W-2s, no 1099s, no income verification, which is really key. So what we're saying here is you don't have to prove how much you're making. You just have to show you've got the money for the deal.
Exactly. Exactly.
Really key. Guys, listen up. This is how, when we talk about using other people's money and creating opportunities where there was none before, this is how you do it, utilizing somebody like Ivy here in UCC. What are some of the newer programs or some of the key funding programs you have?
Right now, we're seeing a lot of fix and flips, and we're seeing a lot of commercial loans for either it could be for residential or commercial. But when I say commercial, means that, again, there's a lot of documentation required. We're all based on collateral itself. So for purchases, refinances, or cash out.
Excellent. How is the financial market doing for fix and flips? What's going on?
It's actually, well, except that we get a lot of contractors saying that their materials have gone up. Yes. But there is a very high volume, and I would say our main states that are concentrating on fix and flip right now would be, Illinois is one of the biggest one, but besides Illinois we have Texas, we have Florida, we have Georgia, and one of them that just came in that is really coming a lot of from that state in particular would say Virginia, and I guess more of the east side of the country. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that I have a lot of my clientele, and I coach a lot of real estate investors, and they're down in that area in the East Coast has done really well. And you bring up that the price of goods going up. What kind of flexibility do you give when that happens in the middle of a rehab, for instance? What happens for the investor with the prices going up in the middle of a job?
Well, we do have 100% financing for rehabs. So there's already a rehab holdback, included in our loan procedure. So if this happens, we will see this at closing, like almost at the end of their, I guess, in the middle of the phase or last phase of their project. That's when they will come to us and say that they need more funds. But it hasn't come yet to our attention that, they're doing that. So I think what they're doing is including a little bit more on the rehab budget just to be safe. And that's something that every contractor or investor for fix and flip should do.
Yeah, absolutely. On the fix and flip side, rehab side, absolutely, really adjust your numbers based on what's happening. Take a look at the market because prices and electric and gas, everything's going up. So how do we get involved? What happens? What's your process?
Okay, for all of our products, and which is, we have fix and flip, we have hard money, we have commercial, and we have construction right now. Those are all of our active programs. And it's very easy with us because we don't really ask for too much documentation when you first, bring in a scenario with us. A scenario will be enough for us to pre-screen the deal based on location, based on loan amount, to be able to tell you if yes or no, if it's even worth our time looking at any documentation from you. Because if it's a deal that, your credit score is really low and then you have absolutely no skin in the game, something like that, there's no reason why you want to send me a whole bunch of emails with a lot of documents for me to review and then I'll tell you no. Or Eric, because it's Eric and I who actually review all the scenarios that come in. And I'm so sorry that Eric is not with us right now, but he had an event to show up to.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
What type of properties did you say you normally fund?
Well, for different programs, for example, on our fix and flip is only 1 to 4 units. We're only concentrating on single family residence, duplexes and triplexes. But on hard money, we can do both. Hard money right now, we're only lending in the state of California and Texas. But commercial and construction and fix and flip are nationwide. And I would say for commercial lending, yes, it's any type of property, except, maybe standalone restaurants, which that's something that I don't think any lender is looking at right now.
Got it. Who's the ideal borrower? Who's perfect for you?
I would say anybody could be perfect as long as they have enough to bring to the table. Some of our programs are up to 75% loan to value. So if they have 25% down towards the purchase, they can definitely reach out to us. If it's a refinance or cash out, the same thing. I would say just give us a try because we have a lot of exceptions in any of our programs.
So if income doesn't matter, how about credit? If I've got a low credit score, a high credit score, how does that affect it?
That's what I wanted to bring to your attention too. We just had a particular deal where it's a fix and flip. We have a minimum FICO for fix and flip, which is 650. And I think every lender has, some type of qualifications when it comes to credit. But in our case, if we see that the borrower has experience, then we're able to waive that credit score. But another example would be if we see that the rehab budget is very minimum, it's only like 20,000 or 30,000, and he's bringing into the purchase maybe 20% down, we're able to make that exception in the credit as well. So credit is very important, but not so important if the deal is worth it.
So the 650 minimum is not quite 650 minimum. It's 650 minimum with hedge.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
You just my best friend. Yeah. Yeah. That's so key. I got to tell you, if you don't know financing, most financing companies now, they're pushing the envelope. 680, 690, 700, 720 is like their floor. And really, this is really key for anyone that's looking to get in, to continue to build on a greater speed, a greater capacity. Finding establishments like yours is so key to really making that momentum happen for themselves.
I would suggest for borrowers to not really focus so much on their credit, because a lot of investors themselves, they have been rejected from a lot of lenders. And I can understand that credit is very important because that's the only way that you're able to see if the borrower is going to make the payments. But all of our loans are based on collaterals. So even if his credit is not really good, I still have the collateral that I'm holding on to. So that's what we're looking at. So I wouldn't say, if you have bad credit right now, it's in the 550s or low 600s. Don't worry about it. Give us a call and give us a try. We might be able to help you with either fix and flip hard money. In the case, I was getting a call coming in. Okay, I'm good.
So it sounds great. Sounds almost too good to be true. Only I know you guys, and it's not. This is the real deal. You want to do investments. You want to get capital for your deals. Making sure you're using other people's money. This is the other people's money. This is what they specialize in. So, Ivy, anything you want to add?
No, I want to say that we have definitely made a lot of changes since, COVID started. Of course, we were very conservative, maybe at the end of last year, but right now we're back to being what we were before COVID. So I would suggest to just go ahead and send us your scenarios, either to me or Eric, or give us a call. It's a lot easier if you give us a call, because then we're able to tell you and ask you the right questions on the spot. And you never know, your deal could be funded, because all of our scenarios, by the way, all of our deals, not scenarios, but all of our deals, we try to fund it as fast as possible. Our maximum time for funding, it could be between 3 to 4 weeks if we're talking about a different program, which is commercial. But fix and flip can be funded within 10 days or 2 weeks the most. Hard money, the same way. It's funded within 7 to 10 business days. And remember, we're nationwide, just accept hard money.
Yep. And we did have one question. They were talking about what's the interest rates. So if you have good credit for a fix and flip, what kind of rates are you talking about?
We're looking at between 9 to 10% on fix and flip.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Mindy, how can they get in touch with you? I believe we've got all the information on the screen. We've got the phone number. We've got the email. Absolutely. This is key. I've got one other question that just popped in. Plan to purchase single family home, Bay Area. Loan to value 70%, FICO score 800, W-2 income 300,000. This shouldn't be challenged. DTI is close to 50%. May I know what's the DTI requirement and rate range? Do you follow?
The rate range for a fix and flip, I said it's between 9 to 10, but in this case, if she has really good credit and she has done flips in the past 3 years, we can work on the rate to be a little bit lower than 9%. But there's no DTI requirement.
Yeah, there's no debt to income ratio. They don't ask for income. So that's really key. So if they don't know your income, they can't do debt to income ratios. That's not part of their underwriting. So awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ivy. You did phenomenal.
Thank you.
Without Eric, tell him, stay home next time. We got this.
I'm sure he's watching us right now, or he will afterwards. Well, thank you so much for inviting us, and we're very happy to be here every time.
You're very welcome, and this is really, really great. You have any questions at all? They've got the phone number, they've got the email, and check them out. It's well worth it. Thank you so much, Ivy.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
And so great information. And now we're going to roll right into Brandon Cobb is here and the house buying guys. Awesome. And he's got a PowerPoint. He's going to scale your real estate rehabbing business. So something that we've been talking about, rehabbing business to new heights. Model Brandon's management techniques to do more flips. Brandon Cobb's company, the House Buying Guys, has been able to successfully sustain and even grow real estate business by double digits through the pandemic and chaos of 2020. So realize that with all of this, this is present, current, absolute timely information that we're able to do these deals and do this information, everything that Brandon talks about, his system in the COVID challenge that we're in. So how has he done it? Brandon Cobb and co-founder, and is it Vagif?
It's Vagif. But yeah, that's a great try at it. Most people don't get his name right.
Say it again.
His name is Vagif.
Vagif. Thank you very much. Have been wholesaling houses to other investors, rehab properties, creating win-win solutions for investors in the Middle Tennessee real estate market for years. He's here to take it away. Nashville, Tennessee. Absolutely. Brandon, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. First, can everybody hear me loud and clear, and can they see my screen?
Absolutely perfect.
Excellent. Well, hey, I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity to hop on. I am real excited to be here today to share my experience, not only during COVID, but for anybody out there who's in the real estate game. Doesn't matter if you're an army of one or if you've got a whole team underneath you. I think what I've got to share with you guys today is going to be a total game changer. So I've got to ask you, how would you guys like to scale your real estate business to do more deals? Does that sound good to you? And most importantly, what do you need to track in order to do that? So today, I want you to know you're in the right seat. If you want to do more real estate deals, especially if you want to do more real estate deals without spending more money on marketing. I don't know about you, but the idea of doing more real estate deals, if I don't have to increase my overhead, is super attractive to me. It doesn't matter if you're managing a whole team or if you're just getting started, if you're a one-man or a one-woman army, you're in the right seat. If you're somebody who wants to start a business, don't do what I did. I'm going to teach you everything that I screwed up and burned through hundreds of thousands of dollars in mistakes, so you don't have to repeat that. If you're somebody who doesn't have KPIs, which are key performance indicators, if you don't know what that is, stay on this call. This is going to completely change your business and your life if you implement it. And I'm going to give you some more insight into how real estate businesses actually tick, the ins and outs of them. So I've got a story I'm going to share with you here in a second, but I can't think of a better example of comparing a real estate business than driving or flying a plane. So I'm sure we've all seen like pictures of this, or maybe you've passed the pilot cockpit on your way onto a plane, or maybe you've been on like a smaller plane with other people. But this is a lot of times what you look at. You look at this, and my first reaction when I see something like this is, holy crap, what does all this mean? This is so confusing. But these are the lifelines that a pilot needs to fly their plane. And without these dials, they, and especially at night, they can't see where they're going. They're pretty much flying blind, and they're at extreme risk of blowing up their plane and everybody around them. And the funny thing is we as real estate investors, especially if we want to, be an army of one operating our business, or we've got a whole team underneath us, we do the exact same thing every day. In fact, most investors, what they do is equivalent to a pilot flying a plane with no dials. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. And so I want to share with you today kind of my experience and how I ended up in a third world country hitching a plane ride back with this guy back home. So I was out in, I think I was in the Cozumel or something like that, and I was on a cruise. I was visiting Honduras, a couple of third world countries. We're having a great time. I was actually on a cruise with a bunch of other real estate investors, and we wake up Sunday morning and we hop off the cruise, and literally before I hopped off, I realized that I had booked my flight for a month later, and there were no flights going out of Miami going back to Nashville. And I was freaking. I was like, oh my gosh, I've screwed up. I got work tomorrow. I was going to have to stay all day in like Miami. There's no way I was going to be able to drive that far. And long story short, one of the guys in our real estate group, he's been a pilot for like 20 years. His name's Bill. And he just happens to have a little like 6-seater private plane, and he flies everywhere. And he had actually flown down to Miami to hop on the cruise, and I just so happened to be in a position where I needed a flight back. And he actually lives in Spring Hill, which is about an hour south of Nashville. And so I got really lucky because I got to hitch a plane ride back with this guy and see firsthand how this guy does it. And I'm telling you, while I was on this plane ride, I was trying to kind of figure out, all right, what do all these dials mean, right? You know, I'm looking at this, and I'm looking out the window, and I'm looking at this. And so I kind of started asking him, and he's on the speakerphone, he's talking to other pilots. And while I was on that ride, I was trying to decipher the language of the pilots. I was hearing words like adverse yaw, AGL, airfoil, anhedral, bleed air. I was like, bleed air didn't sound good. I mean, I hope that's not coming out of our plane, right, Bill? We're good. Camber, cargo. I knew what cargo was. Dogfight. And I was like, I don't see any dogs fighting anywhere. Empennage, feathering, handshake, hypoxia, laminar flow airfoil, load factor, magnetic deviation, IMTO, oat, overshoot, core, roll, rooter, slide ship, squawk, stall, trim tap, up we go, yoke, yaw, Zulu, Tom. I was just so confused by the end of that flight. And, you know, it was funny because a lot of real estate investors get confused because they don't understand the language of how to make a business tick. They don't understand what they need to be tracking. They don't even know what they need to learn and measure before they get into the business. So this is what happens to your real estate business if you do not track your KPIs and you do not have a good measure on what's going on. And I'm going to show you how this directly affects the number of deals you're doing, because the whole point of this is I want to show you how you can scale your business and you can do more deals without spending the same amount of money on marketing. So the format I'm going to use today is your typical sales funnel, right? We're going to be focusing on, you know, the top, medium, and bottom part of this funnel and exactly what you need to be watching and what you need to be measuring in order to optimize this funnel so that you can squeeze more real estate deals out of the current marketing efforts or networking efforts that you're doing. So you can think of this as our format. We're going to start at the top and we're going to finish at the very bottom. And I'm going to give everybody a chance to ask me whatever they would want by the end of the presentation. But I want you guys to know that by the end of this, and again, it doesn't matter if you're an army of one, if you've got a whole team, my goal is to show you how you can get a grip on your business and do more deals. I don't know about you, but I've definitely felt at times in the past like my business was controlling me, and not the other way around. You know, if you're like me, I got into business so I could have more time and a little bit more freedom and flexibility. And, you know, starting a business is kind of laughable if those are your motivations to get into it, because it's a lot of work and a lot of effort. And it's not until you take these steps that I'm about to share with you that you can actually gain control of your business and start doing more deals and feel like you own your business and it doesn't own you. So I'm going to show you how to gain control of your marketing efforts and your sales team. I'm going to show you, you're going to be able to understand how to track performance. So there's accountability in your team. You're going to know exactly when you need to let them go. I'm going to show you when your marketing's working. I'm going to show you when your marketing's not working. I'm going to show you how to use other people's businesses at the very end to invest in real estate. And most importantly, keep your sanity, because that's why we're all doing this, right? So the goal today, guys, we're going to keep it simple. We're going to keep it straightforward. There's going to be no fluff here. I'm not going to go off any tangents. God, I hope not. And I'm doing value-added content only. So I don't have a hard pitch at the end of this, and there's no coaching service or anything I'm selling. This is just strictly value-added content, and I got some cool stuff at the very end I'll show. Yeah. Most importantly, we're going to have some fun. So let's jump right into it. These are what key performance indicators. This is your first dial. If you were an airplane pilot and you're looking down at your dial, this is what you would see if you were a real estate investor. So this is one of my friend's KPIs. I shared his because his look way more neater than mine do, and they're a lot more easier to understand. Now, at first glance, this might seem a little bit overwhelming, but I'm going to break it up to you. It's going to be really, really easy to understand. You can take a picture of this on your screen, do whatever you want to do. So your ability to run a business is blocking and tackling. Your ability to get the phone to ring and close those deals. That's pretty much it. So at the top here, we've got a summary of all the different marketing methods. This would be pay-per-click. This would be doing your mailers. This would be probate, search engine optimization, cold calling, Facebook, networking. And mind you, the guys whose KPIs I'm pulling has been doing this for about 18 years. And he mostly does wholesaling, just to give you an idea. So take that into consideration when you're looking at some of these profit margins. He's in multiple markets, and he's mainly doing wholesaling. So this wouldn't be like a rehabber. But whether you're rehabbing or wholesaling, it doesn't matter. It's the same stuff you need to track. In fact, no matter what business you're in, you got to track stuff like this. So, for example, what he and I track in our key performance indicators is we will track the total number of leads that are coming in per marketing source. And you'll see that right here in the left column. We'll track the total number of contracts that we receive from that lead source. We'll track the total number of leads that have to come in order for us to generate one contract. We track every single dollar we spend on that lead source, and we're also going to track our cost per lead. And this is going to come in handy here in a few moments. I'm going to share that with you. And most importantly, this information gives us the cost per contract, because when you know the number of leads that it takes to get the contract, and you know how much it costs to get each one of those leads, you can then correctly measure how much you need to spend in marketing in order to generate a lead. Because in order to scale your business, you need to be able to know what to scale. If it's not measured, it's not scalable. So I'm going to challenge you to start measuring all these things if you haven't already. And so finally down there, you got the total profit, and you track the average profit per contract. So there's a couple different things. I'm going to tell you a story here of back when I did not have my KPIs done here. So once upon a time, I was not measuring my KPIs. And your business is like an ocean. There's waves and flows. Certain marketing methods do very, very well at certain times, depending on how the market goes. I remember when cold calling was new, it was fantastic. Now everyone's doing it, and it's gotten a lot more expensive to generate the contract. Equity mailers by far are the easiest to scale, but they're also usually very, very expensive. I can remember when it was about $3,000 to do PPC. And what I was doing was I was not tracking my KPI efforts. Well, at one time, we had switched up an equity mailer, and without seeing it, my average cost per contract went up to like $11,000 on this thing. I mean, it was insane. And meanwhile, my other marketing efforts like Facebook leads was only at like $3,000. Now, granted, I knew these numbers after I had plugged them in and measured them, but I didn't know it at the time. So I knew that I needed to do 4 or 5 deals a month to hit my goal for the year. But based on my marketing efforts, I wasn't going to be able to do that because I was spending way too much money in order to acquire that profit margin. So what do healthy margins look like? So Brandon, how do I know whether my KPIs are healthy or not? That's the most important thing. So here's where these percentage come in. So what you really want to track here is a percent to marketing cost. In other words, your business, in order to be a healthy business in this niche, you really need to be generating at least $3 for every dollar that you spend. So for example, here, he spent right at about $1 million in marketing, and he made about $4,320,000. So for every $1 he spent, he made about almost 4.5. That's really, really good. This guy obviously had a phenomenal year. I think a lot of real estate investors did, surprisingly, even during COVID. And that is huge. So you can go through here, and some of those marketing methods, this would be one that's kind of creeping up right here. He's a little under $3 for every dollar spent. This would be something that he might want to track and see what's going on here. Because we know that when you've got this business where you've got so many things going and ins and outs and all this tracking, it's hard to see where your money's going, and this gives you that picture. So it's very important that you measure all of your marketing efforts. And if you're not making at least $3 for every dollar spent, you really need to dig into the why behind that and track it. And that's where I want to get into the granulars now. So this top part of the funnel is what you want to start with. This would be the number of incoming phone calls that you want to track. You need to track the number of calls that are coming into your business, and you need to have a software system to capture that data, record the calls so you can go back and listen to them, and really get a feel for how many calls are actually getting answered live. Because when you're tracking this average cost per lead and your phone's ringing and you see you're missing 2-3 phone calls a day, you spent $2,000-$3,000 to get that phone to ring for that marketing course. I mean, this is really eye-opening stuff when you start tracking it. So it's important that you understand what your live answer to missed call percentage is. And that's where this comes in. So every week, these are an example of my KPIs that I use with my lead intake. Amanda, she's an amazing, I'm blessed to have her on my team. This would be somebody who does office work and answers the phone. So every week, usually it's tracked, daily, but we'll go over the number of calls that were answered live. We'll go over the referrals. If we had missed calls, we'll figure out why it needs to be under 13%, which it was in this case, because she's not going to be able to get to every phone call, especially if she's on the one. I want to be realistic. We measure the people who are not qualified. They just wanted to be removed from our mailing list or marketing efforts. We measure the number of appointments, that day or that week. How many people wanted to drive by our phone call, how many introductory packets were sent, how many were open, how many calls came in after hours. And then we'll track the number of wholesaler appointments and the realtor appointments. And this is really crucial here, because if you're not tracking these things and holding people accountable in your business, and something goes wrong, like your PPC goes up to $9,000 per deal, or your mailers, in my case, went up to $11,000 per seal. It means that it might not be your marketing efforts. It might be you're doing something wrong. You're not answering those phone calls that come in. You're not setting up the appointments fast enough. So if you don't have this measured on the front end, then you're not going to be able to stop the bleeding when it happens. You're not going to know even where you're bleeding. So it starts at the top of the funnel right here by measuring your marketing efforts, going down and really measuring into how you're answering the phones. And it doesn't matter if you're an army of one, too. You need to be tracking these things right here. You need to be measuring your performance and being aware of how many calls you're missing, because that's money you're just throwing out the table. The next part is going to be more towards the middle of the funnel. This would be your sales key performance indicators. So these are my sales key performance indicators with my sales rep. So every week we'll go over, DFD just stands for driving for dollars. He is required to go out and find 150 properties at least per week. He's required to self-generate at least 2 appointments per week. He is required to call all the wholesalers on this list of wholesalers that we have in touch base. He's required to find one new real estate wholesaler per week. And for people who don't know what a wholesaler is, wholesaler would be somebody who finds properties and will flip the contract, or they'll buy and immediately sell the property to somebody like me who rehabs it or builds on the land. We track the total number of appointments that he goes on, and we track the number of contracts that he got that day or that week. We track the number of thank you cards. He's required to send thank you cards after every single appointment. We track the number of MLS offers that he's making. He's got to do 5 a week. And then we track exactly what his goal is. Like, he's got a monthly goal of what he's got to hit. In this case, it would be three contracts, 3 self-generated contracts, 7.5 from our marketing efforts. So these would be dollars that we're spending as a business. And he's required down here, I don't know if y'all can see it because this is kind of covered up, but he's required to find the number of, certain number of wholesale deals. So having this information in front of you makes it very easy to have conversations every single week with your team and point to, hey, what's going on? Why aren't we performing here? Because if they're going on appointments and they're not getting contract, there's got to be a reason why. So this basically tells you whether or not your system's broken, because if your sales guy's not performing, it makes it very easy to find them somewhere else that they're a better fit. Or maybe there's an area that they're struggling in that you haven't provided the right systems or training or processes for them. And it becomes a very easy conversation to have if you have this information in front of you. The next section is I want to show you how you can use this to actually grow your business and scale it without like spending hardly any more money. So this is all super complicated. I know it looks overwhelming, but it's really easy. This is just a funnel. So I showed y'all that picture, that funnel earlier. This would be the top part. This is increasing leads and driving traffic. So this would be, increasing the marketing efforts if you choose to do so. This would be increasing the effectiveness of your sales process. And I really want to emphasize here, because what we're going to do here is we're going to do a mock team meeting to increase the number of deals we're doing without increasing the overhead. And this is something that I actually did. I think I pulled this from like a few years ago or something like that. The next is going to be your sales reps performance, and then your average like cost per contract right here. This is how much money you're making. And then down here, these would be like your follow-up efforts. So what we did was we plugged in the data, and right here, we're getting about right at 90 monthly leads a year. And of those, I decided we're going to increase this about 18%. I said, I'm going to spend X number of dollars on marketing on this, and I'm going to grow my business by 18%. So this is how much the business is going to increase. And I want you to watch these numbers over here as we start optimizing this funnel, because this is where it gets really powerful when we start compounding these efforts. So we're taking these results and we're having conversations to increase and optimize here. So of the 90 calls that came in, about 26% were qualified leads. So these were people that actually had a home they wanted to sell, and people weren't just trying to jerky around and or wanted to be removed from the list. So of those monthly appointments, we had about 23 meaningful conversations. So contacts made and meaningful conversations is the exact same thing in our business. So that didn't change. And we scheduled 23 appointments. So here you can kind of see a drop off. We said we scheduled 23, but we only had 19 appointments. And of those 19 appointments, we got 3 contracts. And of those 3 contracts, the average profit per contract was a little over $28,000. So if I'm a business owner, or let's say I'm a one-man band, right? One-man band, and I want to grow my business by 92%. How can I do that? By making little tweaks that result in massive compound profits. And this is exactly what I'm going to show you here. So you've seen what the current funnel is and how it works. 90 incoming, 23 meaningful conversations, 19 appointments, three contracts. So I told my team, I go, here's what you can expect from me. I'm going to increase this number here from 90 to 106. You got my commitment that I'm going to do that. I'm going to figure out a way. I'm going to increase the marketing efforts. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to go back to my airplane dials. I'm going to look and see how much more money I need to spend to get the number of leads up. So, we can take that cost per lead and I can just increase it into the marketing, and I can spit this out. And so that I've committed on my end of this. So for Amanda, my lead intake, I said, Amanda, I noticed we're only getting 26% of these people. Do you feel like you're 100% effective at answering the phones and getting appointments from people that we could be? And she immediately said, no, I can definitely do a better job of this. I think that we are leaving some meat on the bone here. I think there are people that we're quite frankly, Brandon, I think we could be doing a little bit better job. She goes, I think I can increase this by 20%. We can take this from like 23 all the way up to like 28. And I go, whoa, all right, well, that's great, Amanda, but I want to set the bar so low that it's impossible to hit. So I only want you to increase this from 26% to 31%. So instead of getting 23 total monthly contacts made from the 90, I just want you to get 32. Do you think you can do that? She goes, yes, I can definitely do that. So you'll see right here, we're only increasing this 5%, but we're growing our business by 41% because we're increasing here, and then we're compounding this 5% increase on top of an 18% increase, which is giving us compound growth in our business. So next, it goes down to appointments booked. This stays the same in my business. It's different in other ones, but we're down to appointments booked. We're going to increase it to 32 meaningful conversations. Now appointments booked, 32. right? Well, here's a drop off. And I sat down with Josh and a man, I go, guys, why do you think we've got an 83% conversion in our appointments booked and the number of appointments that are actually held? And my team says, man, they're rescheduling on us because they've forgotten that they've got an appointment. And I go, so you're telling me the reason that we're getting a lag right here, a drop off, is because they forgot that there was an appointment? And they go, yes. So we immediately fixed that system. We had it where Amanda would send them a calendar invite, and then within 1 hour of that appointment being scheduled, Josh would call them and introduce himself, and we would do what's called a rapport call with the sales team, where Josh would start cultivating the relationship, and we would send them text reminders of their upcoming appointment. Think about going to a dentist office. You get those reminders. We basically just did the same thing. Well, this was huge. This, long story short, I challenged my team to increase this by 12%. They brought it up to like 98%. It's crazy. We pretty much go on every appointment now. It's wild. I did not think we'd have this much success. But at the time, I just challenged them to increase it 12%. They thought we could do 100%. I said, let's just set the bar really low. So now we just increased it 12%. Our business went from 41% growth all the way up to 62%. Just by tweaking these key areas in the funnel, mind you. I'm not moving heaven and earth right now. So next, it came down to Josh's performance. So current performance was a 16% close rate. So if he goes on 100 appointments, he's going to close 16 of them. Easy enough, right? Well, I challenged him. He said he wanted to do like 25%. And I go, look, that's awesome, man. I love it. I love the ambition. And I think you can do it. But let's just set the bar super low. Right? Just something stupid easy. I go, Josh, I just want you to increase it 3%. So if you go on 100 appointments, I just want you to close 3 more. So that brought his close ratio up from 60% to 19%. And we did this by investing in some sales and started listening to his phone calls on the appointments. He recorded them, and we really started really digging into helping him get a lot better. Well, with this tweak, if I could optimize each area of this business, I could grow my business by 92%, doing almost nothing. Now, granted, we did increase the marketing up here, but you could easily get 40, 50%, 60% growth down here doing absolutely nothing by just tracking your processes and the stages of the funnel that need to be tracked and tweaking it. I didn't even increase the average profit per year, but we're crushing. I think our average profit per deal is like $45,000 this year. I mean, it's insane, and it was last year in 2022. So this just went through the roof. So we've been growing by almost 100% every single year. I think last year we grew by like 60%. We're getting kind of big, and it's a lot harder to scale. So this is a great exercise to run with your team if you really want to grow and scale your business without doing a whole lot of overhead. It's just having a conversation and making the tweaks in each part of the funnel that are going to give you the compound effect that you need. So the next stage is, once you got under contract for a rehabber or a builder, you need to be able to track the project manager's KPI. And I'll tell you, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, this is by far the hardest one to track. But we were finally able to make some traction in this. Once upon a time, we had this project manager, and I won't name names, but he was a great contractor, not a great project manager. But Tony could not track anything. We thought he'd be perfect because he had so many great relationships with all these contractors, and he worked so much, but he wasn't being effective. And it wasn't until we sat down and said, what are the 2 things we really need to be tracking on our construction end? And it really is just budget and timeline. I mean, the more simple, the better. And we even broke our budget down into phases, so it was easier to track. And we broke our project down into timelines per phase. So, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. And we said, look, we just want you to be within 10% and 15%. And so we track each phase of the project, and this has become a complete game changer. When you have these numbers to hold your team accountable and hold yourself accountable as a leader by the way, because it's your job to lead by example. I actually have KPIs myself that I use as I call them COO KPIs, because that's the next step for me, is hiring a COO to help run my business. You've got to be able to see what's going on. Without these, you can't. So these are great KPIs to track if you've hired a project manager, someone to manage your projects for you. The next key dial you got to look at, again, if you're on an airplane and you're a pilot and you're looking at this, if you're a real estate investor and you're looking at your dials to turn, you've got to look at your balance sheet. This is by far probably the most important thing to stay in business. I'm going to tell you a story. Years ago, when I did not have my books cleaned up, I was having a record year. I was pulling up my profit and loss statements, and I was showing huge profits. I was like, this is, we're going to kill it this year. This is awesome. I'm going to have to really have a conversation with my accountant to be able to figure out what to write off so I can keep more of this, so I don't get stuck with a big tax bill. And everything was great, except I didn't have any money in my bank account. And I couldn't figure out why. My bookkeeper was updating everything. My accountant was, telling me that, dude, I don't know where your money's at because your books aren't clean. Like I can't look at it and see. And, we started to have cash flow problems, which I don't know if you're, out there, but if you've ever run out of money to run your business, or you're trying to close a flip because you need to get that money out and back into your business, it's hard, because we're in a business where profits don't come out for 4, 5, 6 months sometimes, and you got to be able to turn the lights on. So your ability to manage your balance sheet and understand where your money's at is crucial. So I'm going to kind of tell you what I did and what I realized. So when I got my balance sheet cleaned up, it was a nightmare. I'll spare you the details. My accountant, I don't wish it upon my worst enemy, but you need to start your books off on the right foot, especially if you're just starting out. Don't do what I did and make a huge mess. But when I cleaned it up, I had a neat pile of assets at the top and I had liabilities at the bottom. And my assets were telling me how much money I had spent on each project. So imagine a list of property addresses on your assets, and then imagine a list of those same property addresses under liabilities. While I was looking at my loan amounts under my liabilities and comparing that liability with the money that I had spent on the asset. And what I discovered when I did this was I could see that for 123 Main Street, I had borrowed $300,000 for that deal, let's say, from a lender, but I'd spent $325,000. Well, what that told me on my balance sheet was I had $25,000 of my own money in that project, and I didn't even know it because I wasn't tracking my balance sheet. Multiply this by 14 ongoing projects at the same time, and you get over budget. And you can see very quickly, I figured out where my money was. I figured out really fast where all my money was. All my profits were sucked back up into business in these rehabs. I was going over budget. So this was eye-opening. So I encourage you to get your books cleaned up, hire a professional accountant, especially if you're just starting out. Get somebody who specializes in real estate. It's going to be a complete game changer for you, I promise. Don't do what I did and not know where your money was and where it was locked up. And by the way, you're not going to grow a successful real estate business if you consistently have your money locked up in the deals. You need your own money in order to scale the business and for operating costs. So you're going to have to learn to use other people's money in order to do that. So the last one I want to share with you guys, and we'll get to some of the neat stuff I've got here at the end for you guys, is cash flow. So I got a crash course in cash flow, back when I first started this business. And I like to compare it to balloons being blown up, because if especially if your operating balloon goes kaput, then you don't have any expenses to run the business and everything falls apart. But you also need money to pay your investors for interest. You need money for the rehab right here. And then you need like an income account. So what you really need to do is set up multiple accounts. And there's a great book called Profit First that I recommend every single person who's in real estate read. And what I do is I'll have an income account, so a nice big old blown up balloon. And when that money comes in, I divvy up a certain amount of money that needs to go towards interest payments. That goes to the interest payment account. I divvy up a certain amount of money that's going to go to the tax account. So I'm saving up to pay taxes at the end of the year. I've got a certain amount of money that's going to go into Brandon's dream fund, all the stuff that I want to do before I die. And I have another account that it goes into that is the profit account. And then I'll put money into operating expenses. And if there's money left over, it usually goes into dividends or it'll go into my dream manager account. So by having multiple bank accounts set up, income account, profit account, tax account, operating account, dream account, I'm able to take the money and visually see if I've got a certain amount of money for each thing. Because the last thing you want to do not run your whole business out of the same bank account. I don't care if you're one person or a big business, you need to start doing this immediately because your business is a monster and it is going to eat all the money it has in that account. And you're not going to be able to visualize exactly how much money you have because you really need to make sure that over the next 3-4 months, you've got the interest payments you need to pay your investors and the correct amount of rehab funds that you have. And if all your funds are in the same account, this is impossible and you're not going to be able to see it. So make sure you're tracking your cash flow, open up multiple bank accounts, and make sure that you're tracking this. Cool. We're at the end. I'm going to share a couple of cool things. If you want to get in touch with me, sometimes we wholesale some deals out of Nashville. We don't do too many wholesale deals like this, but we do get them on occasion. So reach out to me if you're interested in that. I'll post my contact information in a couple slides from now. We also show people how they can use other people's businesses like mine to invest in real estate. You don't have to go out and find the deals. Companies like mine are out there and, they need capital in order to run these things. So I show real estate investors who have capital, how they can leverage that capital into other people's deals and make a great return that's backed by real estate. A lot of people who are in the landlord business love it because they get to put their money into something that's backed by real estate, but they don't have any of the nightmares that come with dealing with tenants. So I can show you how to do that. I'm going to give you an example, just kind of show you what this project looked like. This was a private money partner that that we took on for this project, and he spent about 2 hours and made $18,188. I'll show you kind of what this looks like real quick. So if you're interested in any of those opportunities, feel free to reach out to me. You can take a picture of this. You can follow me on Facebook. If you want to write my email down, take a picture. It's Brandon the House Buying Guys with 1G. Happy to speak with you guys and help you out with anything I can. And now I want to turn it over for any questions that anybody might have.
Any questions? And I'm looking at the chat. There was something that you mentioned earlier, or that was in the chart of sales funnel that said IY, and they weren't sure what that meant. What is IY? Do you remember?
IY and sales funnel. Honestly, I don't remember that. I mean, we could probably scroll back and try to find it. Where's IY in here? Is this it?
Yeah, I didn't see it either. So I wasn't sure if the person that asked it.
Yeah, I don't know what IY means either. Sorry.
So understood. Other than that, looks like, what software do you use for your tracking?
Google Sheets. for all those KPIs that you saw. I use CallRail for my call tracking, so all the incoming phone calls go through CallRail. And I use Podio with the third-party company InvestorFuse that has a custom build out for my CRM for tracking all my leads.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, sometimes the simplest solutions can be the most effective. So once you know those KPIs and all that you laid out, great information. Guys, if you didn't take some great screenshots and pay attention to all that Brandon was talking about, you missed the boat. It's so easy for it to all swallow up and get swallowed up while you're in the process. So great information. Everybody, you want to grab hold of his information. It's right there in the chat. Brandon at thehousebuyingguys.com. Reach out to him. Any of your questions, you can also see him on Facebook, as you see. Brandon, perfect. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Did awesome. And do you have deals for our investors? That was the last question, Brandon, if you want to pop back on. Do you have deals for our investors?
Yeah, so I'm connected with a plethora of investors across the country. I sometimes get some wholesale deals that it's just not right for my company to take on. Maybe we get too busy, and yeah, we'll wholesale those deals out to other investors. We send it out to our cash buyers list. We work with a ton of investors in our current deals as well. People who are looking to park capital in real estate, we show people how to do that. So yeah, if they want to hop on a call with me and discuss and learn more about that, they can.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Nice seeing you here.
Thanks. You too, Paul.
We want to close out. We're right on schedule and on time. We've got so much going on here. Each and every person that came to the table today had some great information. They gave their contact information, which is so unusual and so great that you're able to touch and really reach out to each and every one of them. I also talked early this morning, and my information is right there to book an appointment and a consultation with me as well, or to join me at my live event, which is coming up in just a couple months. So go to those links specifically and grab a hold of that. And with each and every one of the people that were here, and we gave you opportunity to consult with us, gave you opportunity to reach out to us, please take advantage. I know most of the people that came on board today, I know their heart and their value. Reach out, schedule the talks, schedule the conversations, because when you do, you're going to really pull, I know I will, and everybody else that's been here will pull back the curtain and really give you what you're looking for, answer your questions directly, give you the information that you're looking for immediate information, and then to show you what else is available. I know when I first got involved in real estate investing 20 years ago, man, I was the first one to reach out in the back of the room, grabbing hold of all the value that was coming to my doorstep that was available to me. And by doing so, quantum leaped my results. This is your opportunity. Grab hold of the people that are here. And we look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Linda is, are we good? We closing out the night? We are excellent. Tomorrow morning, we start when?
Yes. Hello, Paul. Hello, everyone. You did an exceptional job again, Paul. Just fantastic hosting. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Tomorrow morning, we start again at what time?
Yes, tomorrow morning we start again at 9 a.m. and we're really excited to have everyone join us once again. We're going to have a spectacular day. We're going to be hearing from rehabbers across the country. We're going to be also touching base with private lenders as well. We're going to learn creative real estate investing strategies, techniques, and valuable insight that you simply don't want to miss. So please join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and also be sure to let your friends, family, colleagues know. We want to help as many people as possible build wealth in America because let's face it, real estate is the best way to do it. My heart's in it. I'm totally committed. Most of my income on a monthly basis comes from my real estate rentals that my husband and I both own. We're building generational wealth for our family, something that we never had growing up. And I invite you to join us on this journey so that we can also help you and your loved ones.
Absolutely, Linda. Thank you so much. And I just want to give one last plug, if you will, but also a congratulations because we're producing Be a Success Maverick Volume 3, which is coming out this summer. Linda will be a guest author in the book as well, along with me and several just prominent people in real estate and several other prominent industries across the country and around the world. So thank you, Linda, for being a part of it. I appreciate you. And looking forward to look for this book as we come out and drive it to bestseller. All of you will be included in that, driving it to bestseller this summer. So thank you so much. And be aware, you got to read Linda's part. Talk to you all soon. Thank you so much, Linda, again.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Dave Grimm, our technical director for the day and our MC this morning. Dave, you did an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda.
Always happy to be here.
Thanks, Dave.
Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thank you so much for letting us into your homes, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Here, here. 9 o'clock.
Closing out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.